All right, everyone. Cheers and salutations to all of you that are watching us right now. Hardlens Media, Sabby Sabs, Chicago Corner. We are live. Unfortunately, KRTD can't be live as they are hosting this, but due to YouTube's odd draconian rules, things are changing. So, to my fellow content creators, before we talk about our subject area, especially those hosts as well, please be careful what you do say. I hate saying these words, but we're going to have to tiptoe around eggshells until we understand the full implications of these new rules that YouTube has put upon its community. Now, my colleague Daniel has said this has been happening gradually, but then they decided to do the lump sum last night. So, to my colleagues in Convo Couch, RBN, Chicago Corner, Jimmy Dore, etc., keep your heads on a swivel. But with that being said, though, I want to thank all of you again for joining us. I hope no matter where you're at, please have a safe New Year's Eve. And what I want to share with my colleagues here who are joining me on this conversation about ballot initiatives, let's please respect each other's time as opinions. I don't want to tell you guys to rush with your thoughts, but I definitely want to get to the points. Obviously, we have my colleague Daniel Lupker, the co-host of Hardlens Media and founder of 99 Perspectives Studios. We got the wonderful and incredible Sabrina. Why am I stuttering? Sabrina Salvantini, who does great work for RBN and has been a strong voice in covering ballot initiatives. I wish my colleague Kier was here because obviously, Sabrina, you have been bringing the thunder. Also, I want to give a huge shout out to
Salvati. It's okay, kid.
Salvati.
People always get it wrong. People always get it wrong.
Today is not my day. All right. Don't worry. That's why I got next year.
We got to pick Kit to host this thing. He never screws it up.
Never, ever. And then we've got Joe Evans. He is working on strong ballot initiatives in the state of Idaho, as well as giving us a heads up of what could potentially happen to the state in regards to ballot initiatives. And we have Jason Call, who is talking about in regards to ballot initiatives for Medicare for All in the state of Washington. So obviously, I want to thank all of you so much for joining us. So first and foremost, let's begin discussing the significance of ballot initiatives. And Sabrina, I want to start off with you, and Daniel, you'll be the last person to comment on this. Jason, you'll be after Sabrina, and then Joe, you'll be after Jason. Why should we start focusing on ballot initiatives? What is the fundamental importance of it? Because the American voter is mostly blinded by voting Democrat and Republican. Usually the presidential election cycle takes the whole cake. How do we really start, one, educating people about ballot initiatives and why are they important? Sabrina, we'll start off with you.
Yeah. So why are ballot initiatives important? Number one, if you are a progressive or a leftist, socialist, Marxist, whatever you want to call yourself, and you are really passionate about passing some of these progressive policies that, let's say, Bernie Sanders or members of the squad actually ran on, if you've been paying attention, they're not passing on the national level, right? But they are passing on the local level through ballot initiatives. So some of these states have the opportunity to actually implement a ballot measure, or they can amend their constitution. And I think what people may find surprising is that it's not just blue states like mine, Massachusetts. This is also happening in red states like South Dakota and Nebraska that are also passing progressive policies. So if you really want to get those policies passed, the faster way to do so has been implemented on the local level. It's just not getting through Congress, and it's not getting through the White House either. So I think that's the big reason. The other thing about that is, how do you educate people about it? Doing what we're doing right now. Like if you have a YouTube channel, educating people about the states that are BI states and what they've passed, what the results are, what the ballot measures are. You'll see that some of these states have a lot of ballot measures that are in common, like the $15 minimum wage, a woman's right to choose. So I just think it's important that we continue to educate people and push people to get out there and get involved in direct democracy. What we have right now on the national level is really not direct democracy. We are voting for a Congress politician or the president of the United States and hoping that they can push for legislation only to see it get shut down either in the House or the Senate, or the president doesn't want to sign off on it. Your best chance of getting direct democracy is through ballot initiatives. So you, the voters, actually can vote for those questions on your ballot, and you don't have to worry about dealing with a Congress or dealing with the presidents of the United States. Now, there's pros and cons that go along with ballot initiatives. Depending on which state you live in, the legislature can come in and overturn it. We actually haven't had that issue happen in Massachusetts, and we've been able to pass things like $15 minimum wage that was passed a couple years ago. We've been able to pass the millionaire tax, which just passed this year. This is also how we legalized marijuana in Massachusetts for people who are not aware. Some of these things you can get done by the people and not have to sit up here and rely on politicians to do it for you.
And I think Sabrina started off with a 1-2 punch about why we need to have ballot initiatives. Jason, your turn, and talking about a very important issue about Medicare for all. Let's hear your words.
Well, Sabby did a fantastic job of introducing the importance of ballot initiatives. I'm in Washington State. We were the first state in the country to legalize marijuana for recreational purposes, and we did it through the ballot initiative. I've worked on a number of ballot initiatives. If you're following the move to amend process, constitutional amendment to overturn Citizens United. We worked on that here in Washington, Initiative 735 in 2016. That passed, so Washington became the 18th state where the citizens are essentially directing our elected federal representatives to say, we want you to move to overturn Citizens United. We increased our state minimum wage through ballot initiative that same year. And this year, and for the past few years, I've been working with a group called Whole Washington. I'm on the board of Whole Washington, and we are trying to get a single-payer healthcare system here in Washington State through the ballot initiative process. It is a tough road because progressive issues are typically not well funded. Now, the marijuana issue ended up being pretty well funded because that's a crossover issue that a lot of people were very interested in. A lot of people really don't understand healthcare issues too well. And so to go out to the public and start talking to them, not only about the need for single payer healthcare, but hey, let's do this in a way that challenges our state legislature. It's a heavy lift. So it takes funding. It takes a lot of volunteers. It takes a good organizational crew. I'm sad to say we're not going to make it. We didn't make our signatures again because the lift, we need 400,000 signatures to get something on the ballot here in Washington right now. And there's a couple of different ways that we can do it. I'll just wrap up quickly here. We can do an initiative to the people, but that shortens the window. So we only have 4 months to gather signatures, and we can do an initiative to the legislature. And as Sabby said, some legislatures can alter what goes to them as a ballot initiative. It gives us a longer time, 8 months to gather signatures rather than 4 months. But then the legislature can come in and do a hack and slash on what we present to them and put up their own and competing initiative. So it's complicated. It's a heavy lift, but it is the best way to do direct democracy, especially when we have corporate-owned legislatures in all states, Republican and Democrat. They're all bought off by industry, and to get the things that we need for the people, the best way to do it is through the people, and that's what a ballot initiative is all about.
That's fantastic. And obviously, I'm all on board with the idea of citizens choosing. Present them a question, present them a policy, and let the people vote on it. It's not connected with identity politics. It's not connected to the elephant or the donkey to keep on screwing us over. It's a question and a policy. And when you ask people the question, the people will turn out. Ballot initiatives are fundamentally important. Joe, the fight in Idaho, it's a matter of life and death because there's a possibility, and I dread to even think about it or say it, and please correct and educate our audience if I've missed anything, but potentially Idaho could lose its status as a ballot initiative state. And what are you working on and fighting for in your state as well?
Okay, now that's the interesting thing about the state of Idaho is we don't risk losing the ballot initiative because that's constitutionally guaranteed right in the state of Idaho. And the citizens in general back that. What we run the risk of is our legislature deciding to set a barrier so high that the ballot initiative process is effectively impossible to achieve. And that was something they actually tried 2 years ago. And the Idaho State Supreme Court actually shut that effort down by our state legislatures. Now, Idaho, it's a very red state, very conservative. So an awful lot of the things that we want to do as far as policy from a progressive level actually has to go to the people. And as you've stated, you take it to the people will usually vote on it. So our first real trial in a couple of years was the Medicaid for All, or the Medicaid expansion, I should say. And that had 70% support across the state, and an organization here in Idaho called Reclaim Idaho was able to get that through. They tried again for education issues during COVID. They weren't as successful with that one, but they did it again. So we've proven that even with the barriers raised higher, as Jason pointed out, proper organization, volunteer effort, and a certain amount of funding will pretty much guarantee that anything can get on the ballot. Now, and that's one of the funny things about medical marijuana. For 10 years running, we've been trying. That's 5 cycles now that we've tried to get medical marijuana on the ballot in the state of Idaho. And for whatever reason, weren't able to get the right organizers in place to make sure that it happened in a timely fashion. Now, this year, we have Kind Idaho here in the state of Idaho working on medical marijuana legalization. We got the organization in place. We got the volunteers stepping up, and we're making things happen. And we're continuing to see an effort in ballot initiatives across the board. Okay. There's a group right now that's talking about ranked choice voting here in the state of Idaho.
Outstanding.
Another group talking about minimum wage. You know, regardless of how you feel about that, these are issues that people want to see brought to the people, you know, for the people to decide, because right now we got a bunch of Republicans that feel that they are the leaders of the republic and their wisdom should not be questioned. And of course, we all know how that ends up.
Unfortunately, that is all too true. And I will definitely be asking an antagonist. I'm all for ballot initiatives, but I will be asking a question that was being presented by corporate media later on in this conversation in regards to ballot initiatives, because it's quite insidious on how they are twisting it. Daniel, obviously, you've been with us as we've co-hosted a show with the wonderful, incredible Kira, as she's done ballot initiatives. You've talked a lot about organization as well as, well, I think both of us, all of us, Sabrina, you included, we can all agree that the organization in Washington, D.C. has been an absolute failure. Your thoughts on ballot initiatives before we open up the conversation even further?
Yeah, so ballot initiatives in a lot of ways are like the co-ops of bills. It's getting everyone aligned on an issue that they agree with. And it's been very fortunate to see over the last couple years, like medical marijuana, legalization, number of other issues. It's crazy to think about ballot initiatives of being as effective as they are currently in America is really a commentary that it's actually more effective, easier, and takes less time to mobilize thousands of people, pay fees to get on the ballot, get all these signatures, than to just work through a bureaucracy, because we're very, very efficient at that in America right now. Ballot initiatives have really done some of the most groundbreaking changes that help people in America in the last couple decades. And that's sort of sad to me to some degree, because, you know, you'd expect in a country that claims it's a democracy that would already be kind of a natural consequence of the democracy, but obviously it's not. And so ballot initiatives are one of the few ways, probably the most direct way, that regular Americans can actually alter the landscape of the laws in their country. And it's very sad to see legislatures doing everything they can to try and minimize that power. I feel part of it is that they worry that they'll look really bad, that they can't get stuff done that regular people can. But I also think the real worry is they don't want this stuff to pass, because their job isn't to represent us. We're the rubber stamp that gets them in office, but we're not what keeps them in office. So I think that we need to keep these lifelines open. And we need, I think also, to everyone else said, I think we need to shout from the rooftops a little more about the success that we have had countrywide, because Congress maybe in a year names 2 duck ponds on federal land somewhere. And meanwhile, regular citizens are actually getting things passed. I really think that in general, we should be cheering and celebrating the track record of ballot initiatives that have been accomplished. I think we should do it more than we have, because legislatures generally aren't able to hold a candle to what a lot of the ballot initiative states have been able to do. And I think we really should push to the American people that we got it.
Now, I would be incorrect if I did not acknowledge the success of ballot initiatives. So first and foremost, paging Roger Meadows. If you're somewhere in the background, Sabrina knows who I'm talking about. Roger Meadows definitely got us on board for ballot initiatives and the good that they can do. So this one's mostly directed at Sabrina. And anyone else wants to add in their commentary, please do so. But Sabrina, obviously, Kira was talking about what was on the ballot initiatives, but you've gone a step further and talked about the success of ballot initiatives, especially on your show, most notably the choice that happened in Kentucky, a solid red state, when voters were asked, hey, women's reproductive rights, keep it? Yes, no, throw it away. People said, let's keep it. And it caused a backlash. What other ballot initiatives stood out to you as a success? And if you could elaborate a little bit more about what happened in Kentucky, I think everyone would really like to get a refresher course on really the success of ballot initiatives and what stood out for you again.
The big one is the woman's right to choose. That's been a big one for me that really stood out. I think the situation that happened in Kentucky there was that, again, when you leave it up to the voters will let you know, regardless of the political party, the majority feel that we should just keep it this way. Women should have that right to choose, right? So I think the difference is with ballot initiatives and just voting for a politician, these questions are not connected to a politician, therefore they're not connected to a political party. So when you give voters just the question on the ballot, they're just focused on that and they're not focused on, well, which party is this a part of, especially for people who are party loyalists and continue to back their party. So that's the significance of it. I think some of the ones that have come through, because we're going through each state every night. Some states we had to split into two parts because they had so many. Like I think it was Arizona, Alabama,
California too. California had a
God.
lot.
Yes, Alabama, California has a lot. I know next week I'm doing Colorado. I'm going to have to split that into two nights as well because they had a lot of them. Some of the ones that are coming through, gambling is a big one. Sports betting that came through in California. There was two different questions about gambling in California that came through. That's one of the ones. Obviously, the woman's right to choose is a big one. Recreational marijuana was on the ballot in, I think, 4 different states. I know it passed in Missouri. It didn't pass in 2 others, I believe. I have to go back and check. So that was another big one. Medicaid expansion, that one passed in South Dakota. $15 minimum wage passed in Nebraska. In Massachusetts, I told you about the millionaire's tax. One of the other ones that passed, and this one was really close, was dental insurance. So for people who have to meet like that certain threshold of their deductible, and then maybe they don't use all of their benefit and then they lose it at the end of the year if they don't use it, that one passed by like 80% here, that people should be able to get that money back if it's not used, and they shouldn't be punished for that as well. So, and there were a couple others, but there's so many states that have put so many different things on the ballot. I want to remind people also, a state like Florida, they passed $15 minimum wage last time in 2020. So it's really important that we do focus more on these particular issues. Some of these are social issues, some of them are economic issues, but it seems like so far when it comes to the economic issues, those tend to pass. I don't understand the states that didn't legalize recreational marijuana. That one is weird to me because it's a win for the state in reference to revenue. We have made a lot of money in Massachusetts off of legalizing marijuana, especially when we created the cannabis shops as well. So it's a lot of money because they tax it. So that's more money that comes into the state. And now, because they've made so much money off of it, they've actually gone back and announced we are now decreasing the prices because it's been so profitable. So I think that if you live in a state that is not a BI state, one of the things Roger and I are going to talk about as well is how to make your state a BI state. What can you do to pass those kind of measures? Because the reality is all of the states are not BI states. But the idea is that when these policies pass in a BI state, it actually puts pressure on the states that are around them. That happens a lot here in New England. When we pass something in Massachusetts, it puts pressure on Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Connecticut, and it trickles down to New York. So I think that I'm a big fan, obviously, of ballot initiatives. One of the ones I would urge people to try to get on the ballot is ranked choice voting. Now, that did not pass here in Massachusetts in 2020 because a lot of people were confused about the question. And if you're not paying attention to politics as much as we are, I probably would have been confused by the question as well. It was the way it was worded, confused people. But ranked choice voting is a big one. I know Nevada just passed that as well. For those of you that really want to push third party candidates and independent candidates, you really want to try to get ranked choice voting on the ballot in your state if you can.
Again, that is such fantastic information to share and for people to be educated on. Because, again, folks, ballot initiatives, and I say this as someone who wants to see more of it, it's a way in which you, the voter, are presented with a policy and you decide it. In Illinois, it was almost unheard of to hear a governor candidate in 2018 talking about the legalization of cannabis, but yet all of them were saying they'd sign it. And there was a ballot initiative in that midterm election cycle whereby at the end of beginning of 2021, they are not 2021, 2020, that they were going to legalize cannabis for recreational use in the state of Illinois, which is groundbreaking because, again, who would ever think that that question would be accepted? But voters voted on it, and I think it's the great experiment. And Sabrina, if no one's following Sabrina's channel on ballot initiatives, please do so because we have to start educating more voters. I understand people are burnt out by voting. I get it. I'm not going to tell people to get excited or shame people to vote. But if you live in a ballot initiative state, I'm not asking you to vote for a politician. I'm not asking you to join a party. But I will ask you to exercise your right, which is an absolute privilege now in this country. If you live in a ballot initiative state, know what the ballot initiatives are and vote for those initiatives or vote against them if they're bad and they're going to harm people, because your presence is needed as they are the great laboratory of how we can maybe undo this neoliberal nightmare that we are in.
Can I
Go ahead,
jump
Daniel.
in real quick? So I want to really, Sabby said something I think is very, very important that I think we really need to expand more because not all people live in ballot initiative states. And I think there are still ways, based on what Sabby said, that actually allow you, even if you're not in that, to really take advantage of states that are next to you. So like we're talking about Massachusetts passing stuff, that puts pressure. Like if every state around you if marijuana is illegal, no one really wants to do anything about it. But all of a sudden, if the state next to you is suddenly making millions of dollars off of the taxing, the amount they're spending to try and fight the war on drugs is lower, all of a sudden you've now actually applied pressure through a ballot initiative to a state that doesn't even have it. So if you're not in a ballot initiative state, look to the states bordering you and go help them out.
Two things I want to go ahead. I didn't mean to cut off. Who was going to speak?
Oh, I was going to say, and thinking about Joe's position in Idaho, Idaho borders Oregon and Washington, and we are both very marijuana friendly. And anybody from Boise who wanted to get some marijuana wouldn't have to go very far. And it doesn't make sense for a state like Idaho to give up that revenue, knowing that anybody in Idaho could take a quick day trip and get all the weed they wanted just by crossing the state line. The other thing I wanted to say is we also have to be cautious about ballot initiatives because here in Washington state, we have conservatives who want to run ballot initiatives, and ballot initiatives can actually do damage. There's a guy in Washington state called Tim Eyman. He's notorious here as a conservative for running conservative ballot initiatives, trying to strike down government spending, trying to strike down tax increases. Now, regardless of how you feel about tax increases, he managed to get a ballot initiative passed that would have required a 2/3 voter approval for any tax increase. Now, that is a little bit, and that included a repeal of a tax break counted as a tax increase. So that's very corporate friendly. But to the voters, oh yeah, I mean, we don't want to have our taxes raised. A 2/3 bar for raising taxes, even in the state legislature, that is, that's kind of ridiculous, and it had the potential to really hamstring things like education funding. transportation department funding. And so it passed, and then it was overturned as unconstitutional, which was a good thing. But my point is, there are a lot of good things that we can tackle with ballot initiatives. We also have to be careful about some ballot initiatives that sound like they might be good, but in the end are going to be destructive to progressive values.
Now, there's two things I want to do, because obviously I want to continue the conversation, but I'd be wrong if I did not acknowledge this. First, Roger Meadows had tipped at least $10 right now, and Roger Meadows is a treasure trove of information. If you're not following him on Twitter, please do so. Louis Rossman left New York State because of what Hochul just did. I hope he moved to a congressional ballot initiative state, preferably one that allows voters to amend their state constitution. And then he also went on to write, and let me be sure to pull this up here as well, Arkansas, Idaho, Washington, Wyoming, Utah, I believe, ME, it's skipping me. Maine. Thank you.
It was Alaska, not Arkansas.
There you go. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't. Okay. Sorry, I stand corrected. Don't allow CBI for amendments. Only law, but they use voter referendum to repeal the repeal of their initiatives when government repeals theirs. Thank you again, Roger Meadows. And also, we did get a chat from Johnny Askham, who says Minnesota's not a ballot initiative state. It takes a constitutional amendment to change that. So let's actually talk about two things here real quick, and then I want to start first with Sabrina. How do we get states that are non-ballot initiative to become ballot initiative states? How do we get there? And then with starting off with Joe and then with Jason, when did you decide to capitalize on a ballot initiative and start really promoting it? Because again, it takes a lot of courage, especially in this nightmare that we call America and this neoliberalism maze that we're in, to actually step up and bring in change. So Sabrina, how do we turn non-ballot initiative states into ballot initiative states? If, of course, obviously the process is difficult, but how do we get there?
Yeah, there's a process you have to go through for that. Me and Roger are going to go through that and then share that information with people. I haven't had a chance to go through that yet.
Okay.
But in reference to constitutional amendment, those states that Roger mentioned, there's other ones too. Yes, they can go in and change their constitutional amendment. In fact, some of the states that we've gone through, that's what they did with those ballot measures. Like they went in and said, we want to amend a piece of our constitution. And so I think that California is one of the ones where they could do both. They can amend the Constitution, or they can do the ballot initiative option. They can put it before the voters, or the legislator can come forward and say, we're going to change this piece of our Constitution. So that's why California is a big one for me, because they have that option to do both. And you have indirect states and you have direct states. My state, believe it or not, is actually one of the more difficult ones to get ballot measures on the ballot. But look at all the things that we've managed to pass. And I'm in one of the more difficult states to do so. I think when we talk about the funding, because this is a big issue that stops some of these initiatives from being passed, I think it is very important that we address the issue of public banks. So one of the big one that comes around or keeps coming around to me is we cannot do single payer healthcare through the states because the federal government will come in and they'll shut it down because of the fact that you still have to get the funding from the federal government. You can't get it through the states. So one of the ways around that is by having a public bank. So we should be looking at a state like North Dakota that has the Bank of North Dakota, and they have been able to use that public bank to get things passed. So people in North Dakota don't have to sit back and say, well, this sounds like a good idea, but how are we going to pass that? We don't have the money. They don't have to worry about that because they have a public bank. So that's another option I think that people should be trying to organize around, to get a public bank on the ballot. I would really like to get something going for that in Massachusetts starting in January, for us to try to get that initiative happening. Because if we had a public bank here, just think about all the other things that we could pass. The other thing that you could do, if you're not a BI state, is you need to have activist groups put pressure on the state house. So one of the legislations that we're known for passing here in Massachusetts is gay marriage, right? That actually was not a ballot initiative. For people who are not aware, the way that passed is that the activist group GLAAD actually put pressure on the Superior Court in Massachusetts. And so they sued them because they were not allowing LGBTQ people to get married. So when they were hit with that pressure from the activist group on the outside, it was easier for the state just to say, you know what, let's just make it so that LGBTQ people can get married here too. That's actually how That passed in Massachusetts. So for people who are activists and organizing on the ground, but you don't have that BI option, you need to gather people to organize and put pressure on the state house, the legislature. And it is also important that you understand you need to have transparency from your state house as well. There's an organization here in Massachusetts called Act on Mass. I've had them on before. That's their job. That's what they do. They basically tell the residents in Massachusetts the pieces that the state house is leaving out. So, for example, and I want to go into a tangent, but for example, this idea that a bill has been sent to a study. There is no study being done. Basically, that's what happens when a bill is sent to a space where it is basically brought there to die. So a lot of people don't understand that. So when they hear their legislators say, oh, yes, we considered that bill for single payer, we actually sent that to a study to be reviewed. It's not being reviewed. That means it is basically dead. And they're not going to tell you that. But when you have a group like Act on Mass that is going to give you that transparency that your legislators in the state house are leaving out, that piece is key. So what I would really like to see are different chapters of Act on Mass, Act on California, Act on Illinois, different chapters throughout the country that are doing the same thing that those organizers are doing here.
That's fantastic. All right, now to you two gentlemen. Joe, starting off with you. How did you find out about your ability to want to organize around a ballot initiative, and overall, what made you decide to step up and fight for your cause? And then Jason, obviously, will have you, and Daniel, I want, if you have any commentary, I would like to have you at the end. So Joe, shoot away.
Well, a lot of this goes back to what Sabby was talking about. The fact that bills go into certain drawers in our state legislatures to die, and realizing that there is still a citizens initiative capability that can go in. And if it doesn't actually pass, it at least creates the opportunity to force action inside of our legislative bodies. Now, this last year, Reclaim Idaho did the action where they were looking at school funding and school education. They managed to get it on the initiative. They qualified for the ballot in November. And that was enough pressure that the legislature and the governor, before it even went to the ballot, said, okay, we'll pass it. We'll make it happen. So we didn't even need to take it to the ballot for the decision. This is one of those things. And I want to bring up what Rogers mentioned here earlier, about the idea that legislators can go in and veto a citizens initiative. Idaho happens to be one of those. We could very well get any one of these bills passed on the ballot. And, January, when the new legislator meets, they could vote to repeal it. It is one of the reasons why it's so important that we as citizens activists, actionists here in the state of Idaho need to pick and choose our ballot initiatives for the quality and their ability in order to get the support, from the entire population. Yeah, Roger, the feasibility study and the business plan. Yeah, it's a joke. It goes into a drawer, it disappears. And that's one of the things we saw with medical marijuana. It's what we saw with education. The idea, big one right now in the state of Idaho is, well, across the nation, is the Defend the Guard initiative. Literally a state level anti-war initiative that says the federal government can't conscript National Guardsmen to go fight, these unconstitutional wars around the globe.
Thank you. I mean, we can't be having that. Yep.
Right. But there are initiatives across the states right now that are being submitted, being worked in order to make sure that that option is stripped from the federal government when it comes to, long-term wars.
Right.
While I was deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq, it was a continuation of, National Guard units, National Air Guard going in and replacing troops on the ground. These are the things that citizens initiatives are addressing all across the United States.
Yep.
Medical marijuana for post-traumatic stress injury. And our legislators are paid to make sure that things like this don't pass, because the war machine, PharmaCorp, big oil, big ag in the state of Idaho has significant influence on whether or not a lot of these things will be passed in the legislature.
Mm-hmm.
And this makes each one of these issues a single choice issue for the citizens. You no longer have to vote for the candidate that's going to get the most of your issues, you're able to come in and say, no, these are my 5 issues. These 5 issues are going to go on the ballot, and I'm going to vote yes on these issues because they're important to me. And I don't care who my legislature is, because I know he'll never vote for them.
Right on. Jason, obviously your introduction to ballot initiatives, why is it important to you? And obviously you're fighting for Medicare for all, at least the state level. Let's also enlighten that. And also, Joe, too, when Jason's done, I would like both of you to at least promote where people can find you guys online. So at least if they can't even help you in your state, they can at least tell other people like, hey, go here because they're doing some good work.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, I've been involved in, as a volunteer and a board member and on ballot initiative efforts, a number of them since 2012 when we got the recreational marijuana pill passed here, I-502. We were lucky enough in Washington State to have our state legislature pass medical marijuana back in 2000. So, it wasn't a terribly huge lift for recreational marijuana. We had to go and get the signatures, but there was a lot of effort, a lot of people very enthusiastic about the prospect of doing it. Same thing with other ballot initiatives. We had, as I mentioned before, a minimum wage ballot initiative that passed pretty readily. People were willing to sign that. The single payer thing, I don't want to get into any sort of discussion about whether single payer can work on a state level, but we've got a very good bill, and I wanted to really kind of mention that one of the things that the Washington State Legislature did is in 2018, they did a study about what would be the best healthcare system for Washington State. And, they had 3 different options, and the panel that decided this actually said single payer is going to be good for our state. It's the most efficient, most effective way to deliver healthcare services. And that came from a state legislature study. And then the state legislature did absolutely nothing about it. And so we have picked up the initiative process. We ran one in 2018. We only got 108,000 signatures on our first run. We tried it again in 2020. We got knocked down by COVID. It was a very difficult time to try and get out to the public and gather signatures. And so we stopped our effort. We just sort of voluntarily said, this is not good for the public for us to be out gathering signatures for this. And in this last run, we're not going to make it. But I think the state legislature kind of saw what was coming with our efforts. And that we are going to get there at some point. And so what they did, as I believe a delay tactic, was they passed a bill last year that was essentially a commission. They said, we're going to take another 3 years. And so they have a deadline of 2025 to see if they can come up with a way that single payer could work. Well, they already know our bill our funding has been accepted. Like, it's the State Department of Revenue has looked at our funding mechanisms and said, yeah, this will work. It doesn't involve any real tax increases. And so they did this bill that ended up passing through the state legislature that essentially, if we are going to do this by the legislative process, it is delayed at least 3 years. And then we have no guarantee that they're actually going to come up with a plan to do anything. And so that's why we think that it's important to say, quit jacking around. We know you're trying to put us off. I've done the research on our health committees in Washington State Legislature, and they are all funded by pharma and the hospital industry and other medical industries. So we think it's still important. We are going to be recycling this thing for next year to see if we can get back out in the public and get these signatures to get this thing up in front of the people. We think the people will support single payer healthcare if they are given the option to do so.
Yeah, and I just want to add really quick too, to show you how local actions can actually have an effect on the national level. When you look at something like Obamacare, that actually came from Massachusetts. There was Romney Care. And so that was something that was implemented here on the local level, and then it was taken to the national level.
Right. So real quick to Jason and Joe, I would like both of you to at least share, not only here in the live stream, but maybe in the chats as well, links to where people can find your organization so that they could share it on social media and spread the word. Because again, one of the problems with ballot initiatives is that people don't know how great they are. So starting with you, Jason, and then with you, Joe, where can people find your group online and social media so we could share it? Because more eyes on means more people talking about it, more people wanting to do more to step up.
Yeah, absolutely. So the organization that I'm on the board of is called Whole Washington, WHOLE Washington, and we have our entire bill there. We have a bunch of frequently asked questions that people can go and look. Is this going to work? Is this not going to work? We had our study done, a fiscal study done by Gerald Friedman, who's the same guy who did the fiscal study on Medicare for All. We actually hired him to do fiscal analysis on our bill. You can read a short summary of the bill. You can read the full 63 pages of text if you want to. Mm-hmm. But everything is there. Email us if you've got any questions. There's a contact if you want to volunteer. Like I said, we have failed this year because the deadline was yesterday and we didn't get our 400,000 signatures. It's actually about 320,000, but we overshoot it by a certain percentage because signatures are going to get challenged. They're going to get struck down for this, that, the other reason. So we try and overshoot by like 20%. So please get in touch with us, wholewashington.org. And, read, the website is fantastic. Our game plan is fantastic. We just need funding and more volunteers.
Fantastic work. All right. And then Joe, you as well. I'm sorry, Joe, but right now you're muted, my friend.
Okay. Yeah. My organization that I'm working for right now is Kind Idaho. Mm-hmm. And you can find us at kindidaho.org. On that page, you got links to all of our social media, our Instagram account, Twitter, Facebook, our Facebook groups, and our Discord server. So you can get involved with us, get involved with the organization, get the petitions mailed to you so you can get them signed, get them turned back in. And one of the things I want to bring back up, aside from the work I do from Kind Idaho and other organizations that are focused on citizens initiatives like Reclaim and others, is Sabby brought up the point of the central banks, mm-hmm. Or the departure from the central bank. The Federal Reserve right now represents a monopoly on the way currency is handled. And whether you subscribe to modern monetary theory or some other form, we understand that fiat currency being held by the federal government is holding the states hostage. It's holding communities hostage. Mm-hmm. And the idea that we can develop state level banks, community level banks that operate so that we can get out from underneath the control of the federal government and the centralization of power. These are things that give states options.
Right. And I think that's something that we need to start sharing. So please, everyone, here's the thing I also want to do as an invite here for both Joe and Jason, I would like both of you to be on my show. Each of you get an individual segment. Hopefully we get that scheduled for next week or something like that, because obviously we're running short on time, and this is not fair because as Daniel knows, I work on a list of questions and I'm realizing, oh no, I don't have all my stuff answered. And Daniel knows firsthand because I work on a lot of this paperwork and so much more, but that's a story for another day. But I want to open this floor up while we still have, because I wanted to at least promote people where people can find you guys online. And real quick, Sabrina, where can people find you on social media? And then I'll present the panel with my last question. And overall, I think everyone will have different opinions, but Sabrina, where can people find you online as well? So that way they can support your work. You're muted. There you go.
Yeah, so you guys can find me here on YouTube. My channel name is Sabby Sabs, or you can find me on Revolutionary Blackout Network, also on YouTube and Rockfin and Rumble. And you can find me on Twitter at Sabby Sabs 2.
All right, fantastic. So now here is the final question for the panel.
Can I say one thing before? One thing I want to know, I noticed we're streaming on 3 different platforms, streaming on Sabby Sabs, Hardlands Media, and Chicago Corner. I would love it if behind the scenes, if we can get a links to all 3. If everyone that's watching any of the videos can jump over to another channel that you're not subscribed to and give it a quick subscribe.
Yes.
We're all working together. The more all of us rise together, the more powerful we all are.
Yes, because the YouTube censorship is all too real, but that's a conversation for another day. Thank you, Daniel, for that. Obviously, Joe and Jason, looking forward to having you on the show as well, because I want to make that happen. So I'm going to present this last question. This is more opinionative. I think we all have your own answers. I might come off as a bad guy here, and I'm going to word this question carefully due to YouTube's policies. Obviously, at the federal level, our politicians are not popular. Cockroaches are more popular than our elected officials. Certain adult oriented activities that might prohibit fun later on are more popular than Congress. See what I did there, YouTube? And obviously, when it comes down to it, ballot initiatives are, at least at the state level, are showing the American people, or those that are paying attention, that at the state level, things could get done, and we don't really need those jagoffs in Washington, D.C. However, there has been this ongoing prevailing threat towards states' rights, especially towards ballot initiatives. None other than from what we saw recently in 2017 from the Keebler elf, Jefferson Beauregard Sessions III, born on December 24th, 1946, where he was indicating on going on a crusade of his own to go against cannabis and states that have legalized cannabis for either recreational, medical use, or for both. So, is the future, our state rights potentially, and ballot initiative rights, and it doesn't have to be about cannabis, but for abortion rights, etc., Medicare for all at the state level, are state rights at risk of being trampled on by the federal government, by overzealous people like Jeff Sessions, by the ignorant people in the Democratic and Republican establishment in Washington, D.C.? Are we at risk of that? Sabrina, I want to start off with you, and Daniel, you'll have the closing notes. Jason, you'll follow after Sabrina. Joe, you'll be after Jason.
Yes, they are. They're catching on to what's happening here. They're catching on to these wins, particularly the ballot initiatives that happened this November. They're catching on to the fact that, wait a minute, we got red states saying it's okay for a woman's right to choose. So this is why I'm telling you guys, you need to act now. If you want to have a ballot initiative in your state for 2024, you need to start organizing in January of 2023 to get those things up and going. And I really, really press and want to stress again to people, two of the ones I think you should heavily focus on is ranked choice voting and public banks.
All right. Jason.
I don't think that the ballot initiative process in Washington State is under any particular threat. We've had a great success here in Washington State on a number of areas, and I think that there would be really a public outcry if the federal government overstepped in any way on our ballot initiative process. But I wanted to comment on the Jeff Sessions thing because if you remember, it was kind of amazing that John Boner, who was the Speaker of the House for however many years and was an anti-marijuana crusader in the House. When he retired from the House, he went to work for a marijuana lobbying group. So these Republicans are so hypocritical on cannabis issues. It's kind of crazy. I think we're safe here in Washington State. I don't know about other places in the country. Somebody said something about Mississippi. If they could expand on that, that would be fantastic, because that was the first that I had heard of it.
Yeah, Mississippi lost theirs. Mississippi lost theirs. Yeah. We're safe here in Massachusetts too, but yeah, Mississippi was one of the states that did lose theirs.
Okay. And what was the process for them losing that? How did that actually happen?
It revolved through like a congressional, if I remember correctly, a constitutional amendment where they didn't have enough districts or something like that. I have to go back through my notes, but yeah, they were one of the ones that lost it. So just be careful if you're one of those states where you're kind of on the edge there.
Agreed.
Yeah, so I remember it's something, one of those technicalities like, oh, you have to, the 20 districts get to vote on the ballot initiative, and they're like, well, we only have 19, so we can't do it anymore.
Right. I want to hand it over to Joe so he has time. I want to get your thoughts on my previous question. Are state rights and ballot initiatives at risk from the federal government?
Oh, yeah, one of the things, I love this question, Kit, because ultimately we don't want state rights. Okay, when we talk state rights, we're talking about the Confederacy. That's what the states wanted to do as states. Okay, what we're talking about is citizens' rights and the rules that the states are supposed to follow and protect citizens' issues.
Well done.
The citizens' rights. Okay, now that is a problem everywhere. And it's not just whether or not the federal government does it. Here in Idaho, we're continually threatened by our local government, our state government, and in some cases, even right down to the county and the city as to whether or not we're able to participate in certain rights. It's a felony for 3 ounces of marijuana in the state of Idaho. It's a felony if you get caught with 2 edible chocolate candy bars. Okay. That's where we're at. You can go to prison for 10 years for this. Okay, this is a violation of our rights. This is a violation of medical choice, violation of bodily autonomy. Okay, so you can't just limit it to what the federal government can and can't do, because the Supreme Court this last year gave states back the right to choose issues. And many of those states chose to take away rights that we had enjoyed for a very long time. Okay, now we're back to the situation where states are telling us there are limits to our bodily autonomy. There are limits to our reproductive choice. There are limits to our medical choice, our medical autonomy. So we can't get stuck in this federal versus state versus. We need to be able to fight at every level in order to retain our inherent rights. Not the one, because the Constitution, we understand the Constitution isn't going to protect squat. Okay. Mm-hmm. We need to take and do our due diligence to protect our rights as citizens and state residents from the authority, from the self-appointed authorities that find themselves governing our states and our federal government.
And
so don't get caught in that whole paradigm of, well, the Fed's bad, state's good. No, because they're all bad. They're all bad, man.
Right on. And as with a final note, none other from my colleague, Daniel Lupker, I guess you have the final word. Are we at risk of losing ballot initiatives and citizen rights? Because I'm not going to take that. State rights, I'm going to take that from you, Joe. Citizen rights. Daniel, with the closing remarks.
We're always at risk of everything being lost. I think the bigger question I would ask is not, is it a risk of being lost? It's, what is the best path we can take to minimize that risk? And I think that I'm going to go back to what I said earlier in the stream. All of us here, everyone watching in chat, we get the value of ballot initiatives. We understand why they're important. We understand that they're effective. We understand that we've gotten a lot of very good stuff passed, or we've at least forced legislatures to adapt things because of the ballot initiative threat to them. I think a big thing that all people watching this and all of us can very easily do in our day-to-day lives is get other people that are sick of the regular political process to become aware of this process. Because I do think that we overestimate how many people are even aware of ballot initiatives being a thing, let alone being a useful thing. I think we have to act as PR for even the idea of ballot initiatives far more than we do. And to people especially that aren't, we talk to people all the time. I'm sure all of you have the same story I'm about to say. I know someone that they just hate politics. They're like, stop talking about it. It's not my thing. Nothing good ever happens. And I feel like I don't have enough good stories to tell people. We can always talk about ballot initiatives. And I think every American, every citizen would agree that having participation in the prosperity of their own rights, probably a good thing, especially with the track record it has.
That's right. And so I want to, again, maybe open this floor up to everyone watching either on Sabrina's YouTube channel, Hardlands Media, Chicago Corner, and also KRTD Media is live streaming on Rockfin. What's my question that I asked all with this wonderful panel, and again, I wish I had more time. Type 1, if you think, obviously, maybe, potentially, citizen rights, ballot initiatives are at risk from the federal government. Type 2, if you don't think it's at risk, and give us your feedback, your thoughts, your reasons why. Let's have democracy in the chat. I know, controversial statement. What is democracy? I haven't seen it in a while. So as we are wrapping things up, first of all, if you're not following the great work that Sabrina's doing, not only on her YouTube channel, but on RBN, what's the matter with you? Please go ahead and subscribe to their work. I mean, you got a lot of great activism stories. You got a lot of great investigative reporting stories and commentary and so much more. Sabrina, it's always a real privilege to have you on and actually work with you. So thank you again for taking time out of your New Year's Eve to be here with us. Jason, Joe, Obviously, right off the bat, I need to have you on my show next week. So obviously, I'm going to be yelling at Shane to give me your contact information so we can get that right away. So there we go. And obviously, a shout out to Daniel Lupker. For those of you who don't know, he has really been working hard behind the scenes with my colleague Faze to make Heartlands Media happen and do so much more. So again, to all of you and everyone watching, thank you so much. And Roger Meadows, I wish this was a 2-hour panel because I barely touched all the other questions I'm looking at, and I'm furious. Curses upon you, Shane. I will yell at you later. So
Can I just add something really quick?
Go ahead.
Just really quick for people. The fact that the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade and said leave it up to the states, that should have been a big red flag for people that you need to pay more attention to local politics.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Because how is it that the Democratic Party that ran on women's reproductive rights and so much more, they get leaked a memo a month and a half. There is no excuse for them to codify Roe v. Wade, to miss out on that opportunity. But what did they do? They fundraise off it, just like all Democratic and Republican politicians do. All these issues, they fundraise off it. They live in an environment of fear. So that's why we got to look at ballot initiatives, because we got to start building movements and organizations that are not connected to Washington, D.C., folks. You don't owe these politicians a vote. You don't owe them any favors. You don't owe them any niceties. They got gold-plated health care, a 6-figure salary, and other wonderful social benefits. They dance and drink because they believe you are weak. The politicians in Washington, D.C., from your friend Bernie, the Turtle Boy Mitch McConnell, and all the rest, they don't like you. They don't think about you. And this one should really tick you off for 2023. They don't respect you. If they did, we would not be in this neoliberal nightmare that we are in. Hashtag ballot initiatives are key.
And I want to just add one little thing at the end as well. As a reminder to everyone, politics is how humans organize power. The only roles that you can have in the process are designing the menu or being on it.
Yeah, exactly. So there you go. I think as we are waiting for our next guest to show up, I do want to hype up this one panel the 2 panels I'll be working on. First of all, one on third parties, and the second one, the final one that I'll be hosting. Thank you so much to the crew at KRTD Media. I'll be talking about the failures of the Federation and of Star Trek. So there you go. Yes, I am saying that the Federation, Gene Roddenberry's vision, is false. And if we had more time, I'd talk about how Emperor Palpatine was correct. There we go.
Oh, kid. Oh, I'm gonna get you on that one.
Palpatine did nothing wrong. He did nothing wrong.
Oh.
Nothing wrong. No, Palpatine was right the whole time. Palpatine was right.
That's right up there with saying McCarthy did nothing wrong.
No, I got my reasons. I have my reasons about the Federation and of Emperor Palpatine and the Republic and the Resistance and Skywalker. So there you go. All right. And obviously, the Shane is saying on the sidelines that they are ready when I am ready. So obviously, Joe, Jason, I want to have you on the show. Sabrina, more than happy to be on your show and have you be on our show as well. You guys are doing great work. To all 3 of you, please have a safe New Year's Eve. And let's get started now with the second panel of the day.
Thanks. I'll be back later, guys. Bye.
A good one, Sabby.
I think I got Sabrina upset when I said Palpatine was correct.
Well, if she hasn't heard I've heard you talk about this. I'm very interested to see once you lay out your position. However,
no, I'm be talking about the Federation. So, Joe,
you can't do that. That's not fair.
No. Obviously, Joe, you'll be here with us. Oh, continue on. Yeah. Oh, great. So fantastic. All right. So obviously, we are going to be talking about something that's near and dear and close to my heart. I've been promoting it a lot, but also I'm on board with maybe just having no political parties whatsoever, but the need for third parties, the need for independent movements. And obviously we have a wide range of individuals that either ran as green, libertarian, independent, or other. So starting with Joe and obviously ending with Madeline, please introduce yourself and what political party or is that independent organization you are with in regards towards running up against the 2-party system that likes to dictate control over the American people. Joe.
Well, this one's actually an interesting situation because I took a leave of absence from the Libertarian Party midway through the last election cycle, simply because of the issues with internal politics and the things that were going on. I realized that both of the second, numbers 3 and 4, had been heavily compromised by elements of the Republicans and the Democrats. And as a result, it was one of those things you have to step back and go, well, how much can I support where they want to go with the radicalized messaging, and continue the operation. But I did run as a Libertarian candidate for 3 cycles, well, 2.5 technically. And I also did an awful lot of work with the Green Party of Idaho prior to that. And a lot of this was about the movement for peace activism, the movement for legalization, the movement to create choice and opportunity, and a decentralization by giving states back their power, taking the power from the federal government and returning it to the states so that it was under localized control rather than centralized control. We continue to take a look at that development, and there are over 100 different parties across the United States in different groups. One of the most successful parties 2 years ago was the Legalize Marijuana Now Party. And this was a single issue party that grew up in, I think, Michigan and Wisconsin with the intent of running third-party candidates solely to get marijuana legalized in their states. They generated a 15% success rate in 3-way races. This is something neither the Greens nor the Libertarians have been able to accomplish at any point, in their history on a 3-way level. Sure, they've seen benefits in 2-way races where it's anybody but the incumbent. But when it comes to the 3-way races, right? 2 major Legalize Marijuana Now, the LMNOP party.
Yeah.
And I can't remember what the other one, but yeah, 2 of them in Minnesota. Johnny's got that right. But when it comes to independence, state of Idaho, huge independent movement. Regardless of how you feel about Ammon Bundy ran on an independent ticket and polled 17% of the vote as an independent in an extremely red, extremely conservative state that's very secure in the dominant party, the Republican Party. So it's absolutely essential that we have that kind of pressure from the independent and third parties, regardless of what's going on, but mainly the independents that say, hey, we can run on a single issue and we can poll 15-16% of the vote. So this is a critical issue. It's a critical time for third parties third parties and independent movements to make those inroads into the political system as it stands and start weakening the infrastructure that has sustained the dual party system for so long.
All right. Terrence, your turn. Please introduce yourself and tell us what organization or political party you are associated with and state as well, because I think we need to start bringing more attention to third parties. Terrence, unfortunately, you muted yourself, my friend.
My bad. Sorry. Hi, everybody. My name is
Welcome.
Terrence Cudney, and I ran as an independent for state senate on the North Shore of Massachusetts, so sort of the northeastern quadrant of the state, and it was as a first-time candidate last cycle, and happy to be here with y'all.
All right. Fantastic. All right. Eric, you are running as a Libertarian U.S. Senate nominee. Welcome so much. Please introduce yourself.
Yep, I'm Eric Gerhardt. I was the 2020 U.S. Senate nominee against Oz and Fetterman. We did fairly well. I agree with the other person. We do need to have what our niche is and our single topic, run on those issues, especially in local races. Keep it simple and give them some hurt, because them 2 parties, they need to go down for sure.
All right. And then finally, Madeline, the floor is yours. Please introduce yourself and tell us some of the work that you have done.
Okay. I'm really happy to be here on this New Year's Eve special. My name is Madeline Hoffman. Thank you, Kit. I'm a veteran of the political wars, if you will. The political wars of being a third party candidate. I've run as a Green 6 times, and starting way back in 1996 when Ralph Nader embarked on his first presidential run in the United States. I was his vice presidential running mate in New Jersey. And we were talking then about how, we have to get out of this bind of voting for the lesser of two evils. Because, as Ralph Nader said, and I agree, if you're voting for the lesser of two evils, you're still voting for evil, and the evil becomes more, and the candidates become lesser and lesser. And I fast forward this to 2016, when Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump were the two main party, mainstream party candidates for president, and they were the two least popular candidates in history running for that office. So if we had 20 years prior started to do what Ralph Nader and I in New Jersey were calling for then, about implementing ranked choice voting, I heard you mention that in your previous panel. If we had started making changes, reforming the electoral process now 25, 26 years ago, look where might we be now, instead of really in a totally dysfunctional situation where the Democrats have become the Republicans and the Republicans have become the Democrats. And you can't tell who's the lesser of two evils anymore, because they're both evil and they both support billions of dollars for war. And they neither support Medicare for all, or elimination of student loan debt, or a real Green New Deal confronting the problems of our environment. I mean, I'm so frustrated, but I will speak more about the specifics of that when it's my turn.
Well, then that's a good segue. And obviously, for this next question, Madeline will be starting off with you, Eric, Terrence, Joe, and then Daniel. So I guess I'm going to be the don't shoot the messenger here, but I might sound like a bad guy towards third parties. So please, everyone, take it a little bit easy on yours truly. But here at Heartlands Media, we've done numerous reports on the Illinois Greens, the Illinois Libertarians, and the huge mountains that they had to climb over in regards towards getting on the ballot. And in the rare cases, being on the debate stage, which was next to none. It's not their fault. Illinois has very harsh and tough draconian rules towards third parties, and it's extremely difficult. And throughout our coverage, especially with the aftermath of 2016, but even more so before 2016, third parties have been vilified as a spoiler vote, that is a hindrance to democracy, that it's an obstruction to the American people. We've seen Ralph Nader become vilified. We saw Ross Perot become a laughingstock when he made that vacuum cleaner noise, even though he was hitting the nail on the head was what would happen with NAFTA. No one's laughing now. We've seen what happened with Dr. Jill Stein and other who was part of the Green Party, but we've seen libertarians also get vilified. We saw smaller parties of the Liberation Party in Virginia when the candidate who was running as an independent was forcibly removed. We've seen even how Kashama Sawant, who's part of Social Alternative, not a political party, but a political organization, constantly get attacked by both Democrats and Republicans. The question to this panel is, do third parties pose a risk? Why should people consider supporting third parties? Should people even consider it, knowing that there is such a huge uphill fight to even get third parties on the ballot and on the debate stage? I'm not trying to sound antagonistic, but I have been promoting third parties, and in many ways, I've been disappointed with some of the current leadership in regards for them getting attention on independent media. Madeline, you started off.
Yeah, I have an unambiguous answer, which is yes, support third parties. Yes, build third parties. Yes, build something independent of the Republicans and Democrats. As a third party candidate in the last 4 years, 3 times in the last 4 years, I came in third all 3 times, albeit a million votes behind the Republican in New Jersey. But there was sufficient support and growing support for the third party's position because it's people oriented. It's not big money oriented. In New Jersey, unfortunately, when I ran for governor in 2021, I had to raise, or any independent had to raise, at least $490,000 in order to be allowed to be on that debate stage. When I first ran for governor in 1997, that amount was 21,900. So the number, it continually goes up and up and up. And my belief is that without third parties and without independent voices, we're doomed as a country. I mean, we may still be, but I'd rather go down fighting and speaking out clearly about what is going on here and the role of big money. I mean, look, the last military budget is almost $1 trillion. It's getting closer and closer. And more Democrats voted for it than Republicans. So we can't tell the difference anymore between who's who. And when all that money is being spent on war, there isn't any money for the things that people need. By the way, Princess Blanding and I cross-endorsed each other in 2021 because we were the only two women running for governor that year, and we had similar kinds of platforms because the issues that people care about are pretty much the same across the board. Whether you're a libertarian, whether you're well, I don't know about conservatives, but we all need health care, as evidenced by what happened during the pandemic. We all need more choices at the ballot box. I think, most people would agree that ranked choice voting is really important. And so the voices of the independents are necessary. It's not easy to run as an independent at all. I know you're well aware of that. And that's why you didn't blame the Ohio Green Party for what happened. But imagine a world without them. Imagine a world without people pushing from the outside. I mean, you see the so-called squad, the progressives, quote unquote, progressive squad. They have nowhere to go. I mean, if they came out on the left, the higher ups in the Democratic Party pulled them to the right. The Bernie Sanders of the world, I never thought he was sufficiently progressive. Okay, but he has nowhere to go. There needs to be a formation, an independent formation of people outside of the Democratic Party and Republican Party. And you know what? If it were a coalition of independent parties pushing for an end to the corruption, pushing for an end to big money's influence on politics, pushing against war, pushing for Medicare for all, that would be even better than even just, the Greens or the Libertarians, but us all working together.
Eric, the floor is yours.
Time.
Yeah. Yes, Eric.
Well,
yes, the floor is yours.
So the question was, should third parties be included in independence? And obviously, we have a huge glaring need because of the lesser of two evils, of which it's just flat out evil on both sides. They're both in cahoots. Their votes have been showing they're nothing but in cahoots. 18 people voting for the last budget bill with more aid to Ukraine, which we're never going to see that back in any way, shape, or form. They're going to sell the oil and gas that from the pipelines that we allowed over there, while people here in America can't get gas and oil and prices are skyrocketing. We're taking out our reserves. The national security and the threat to our nation has never been greater from the inside and our own government, which is horrible. But that's what we're facing right now. I mean, they're making people force vaccinations, forced to get it to keep your job. They just had to overturn it because our military is failing because they can't get enough people. Plus, that's their own personal choice. It always should be your own personal choice on what and how you put into your body and how you live your life. healthcare for all. Yeah, everybody should have healthcare, but it shouldn't be the government giving you healthcare and making it their stipulation on how you get it, and cutting the third parties of independent insurers out that bring competition to keep costs down. We need privatization across the globe, in our nation, away from our government in every shape or form. Every time they want another little chunk of somebody's pie, we need to get online, get talking to people, and let them know that they are the problem. It's not us, it's them. It's obviously them, and everybody's seeing that, which, I mean, it's only becoming more and more glaring, even with this last election. The fact that they didn't allow me into the debate because they said I needed 10% polling when they obviously saw I had like 8.9%. They just raised the numbers so I couldn't get in. So many other things. And the debate they put on, you got a stroke victim and a TV doctor. You put somebody in there who is a regular citizen against that, they look like fools. And the time's coming that they're going to be going down hard. I'm probably going to be running again in 2024. I don't know what for yet, but I got a lot of things in the books. Plus, Pennsylvanians are pissed right now. I mean, I almost had 100,000 of them.
And obviously, the election you're talking about was the race where Dr. Oz was facing off against Fetterman, which was probably the greatest symbol of memes in history ever, was those two individuals. But that's a story for another day. We'll talk about how embarrassing that election was. All right, I want to hand it over to our next colleague who's joining on the panel. Your thoughts again? Third parties, do we need them? Are they truly the risk to democracy? Are they a hindrance? Your thoughts?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, in terms of should we support third parties, as an independent, I can definitely say we absolutely have to. I think, to Madeline's point, I think it's difficult sometimes to tell the difference between your average Democrat and your average Republican, and that's a huge problem. I was thinking of your second part of the question in a different way. Do third parties pose a risk? I was thinking of it in the sense of, do they pose a risk to the establishment? And I think, unfortunately, the answer right now is no. I mean, we have to build these parties up in order to get us to a place where they can pose a risk. But do they pose a risk to democracy? No, I'd say quite the opposite. I think if you want more democracy, you need more parties, and that's kind of the way it works. Just with the way that we're factionalized as a society. And to Roger Meadows' point, who I've gotten to know Roger a little bit over the last couple of months. I think the unfortunate truth, and Roger and I disagree on this, is that factions form. It's a nature of humanity that factions will emerge regardless of our kind of desires to thwart that. And so I think parties will continue to exist. It's difficult to imagine a world in which there are no parties. As much as some of our founders desired for there to be no parties, I just have a lot of trouble seeing a world emerge like that. But for my part, I support democracy reform that would put more power in the hands of third parties. Things like ranked choice voting, which I guess has been talked about today. I'm actually more of a proponent of star voting. But I think that, some of the energy is there, especially in my state, in Massachusetts, to get us to ranked choice voting, which is, I think, a step in the right direction. So democracy reform, as much as we can get it, is, I think, the pathway to build more power, or more, ability to attain power for third parties. So that's something that I'd very much love to see. But yeah, I think the unfortunate answer right now is that they don't pose a risk to the establishment. But they certainly are much sorely needed for the sake of our democracy.
All right, Joe. Unfortunately, you're still muted, my friend. There you go.
I keep running into that issue, don't I? Third parties and independents are absolutely integral to sustaining and retaining democracy in the United States. Now one of the problems we have from a libertarian perspective is the idea of the collective, the idea of the 50% plus one being able to dominate and exploit the 50% minus one simply because of what it is. regardless of how I feel about the framers of the Constitution, the Bill of Rights was one of those that set down the rules that said there are inherent rights as citizens of the United States, as residents of each state, that are inviolable. So collectively, we can go for the vote as long as the vote is not one that denies rights to a minority or to a smaller group or a smaller organization. And I think that's one of the things that we lost somewhere along the way, because we continue to see voting build and build that isolates and prevents the individual from being able to exercise themselves, their rights within their community, to build their community in ways that they see as being better for everybody. We have a series of problems right now where we have universal policies that affect everybody in the United States. My go-to on this is education. The Secretary of Education, the Department of Education, it doesn't matter whether you're going to grow up to be a factory worker in Flint, Michigan in the car shop, or whether you're going to grow up to be an agricultural worker in Idaho or Nebraska. You run into the same problem, and that you aren't educated for the community that you are going to grow up in. You're educated according to a universal policy at the federal level. We need to break away from that, again, back to decentralization, redistribution, a distributed architecture, a distributed America. And we'll talk about it later, Kit, when we go in. What are the failings of the Federation? Why did we not make it there? Mm-hmm. And third parties and independents are essential to being able to break the current tribalization.
Right. And for those of you who don't know, the third panel will be about the failure of science fiction empires and so much more. So there you go. Obviously, now I want to hand it over, and I left him for last. Daniel. For those who don't know, Daniel was the man behind the camera for a lot of our earlier work from 2017 to 2019 covering third parties. You have a different perspective, and I think in many ways it's something that we've talked about off camera about third parties and independence. So Daniel, I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, so I have a lot of seemingly contradictory takes on this, but I think they all line up pretty well. So I think on the first point, what everyone said, I want the two parties to not have as much power as they do. So obviously, and Kit had actually, when you did the recent interview with Larry Sharp, yes. I think you really articulated it kind of beautifully, that you're always going to vote third party, even if you don't agree with the third party on a ballot, because it's always still going to be a better choice and a better investment of your vote than picking either party. So I think I start there, and I agree with that entirely. I think the issue is that it's a lot of, I always think that it generally, I don't think that matters that much. I think what most people think matters a lot more than what I think individually. And I think that, we've covered a lot of libertarian events. We hosted the gubernatorial debate with libertarians.
2018.
2018, we covered basically every Green Party candidate that ran in Chicago when we were doing that. So I feel we have a pretty good spread of. My thing is, it's very hard to take a power that's not in power and get people to take it seriously. Because I've talked a lot to people, when we at the events, I would always find people, Kit would find people walking nearby, and we go, "What do you think of the Green Party? You're a person that's not in this. What do you think of the Libertarian Party? You're not someone in this." And most of what we would get is who, or I don't take them seriously. So I think in a lot of ways, if the Libertarians or Greens got people all of a sudden to take them seriously, I think you guys would win a huge amount more races. And that's just a perception issue that has to do with the propaganda that's pushed by both parties that try to make their rivals seem irrelevant. The other thing I notice is that the Greens and Libertarians both, at least in our experience, have a big issue. If there's someone that does start rising up in prominence, one of the two major parties will just take them and put them in their own party. I know we had a couple Greens that were actually doing really well in some local races, and the Democrats were like, we'll manage supply your campaign. We'll give you everything you need. And they flipped ship. So I think it's an issue that if you have a party in America that doesn't have a lot of spending power in a system that's all about spending power, it's a very hard situation to be. Because like me and Kiddo both always vote third party. Because we get it. We understand what the real game is. The problem is most Americans don't understand what's actually at stake, and they don't understand what they're actually voting for, and they don't understand that the lesser of two evils is the most backwards way of thinking ever. So I think we talked earlier about ranked choice voting. I think that's a way out of it. But I think in a long way saying short, the system of America makes it so it's nearly impossible for third parties to gain power, even though they're really necessary.
And this kind of goes back again with ballot initiatives. One, we got to get rid of money in politics, and we need more people to be aware of, one, that there are other choices besides Democrats and Republicans. And I'd like to elaborate just a little bit more about that conversation I did with Larry Sharp. Thank you so much, Daniel, for bringing up that interview I did. And also Johnny, he wrote, hold on, if we could pull up Johnny's chat again one more time. I saw it up there. All right. Well, if we can't get it up there we go. They have to engage in local elections that get people to take them seriously, which is true. Start small, then grow big. In 2022, obviously in the midterm election cycle, first time ever I've ever witnessed this in my lifetime, a third party almost get on every single ballot for a voter to vote on. And that was the Illinois Libertarian Party. Now, the Illinois Greens were able to get on there. But I've never seen a third party get on there. Now, look, I don't agree with everything the Libertarian Party stands for, but I believe in being consistent. I will not vote Democrat or Republican. I will vote third party. So if Libertarians got on there, I'll vote Libertarian. If there was a Greens and they did what the Libertarians did, I would have voted for Green. I also saw Workers' Party. I saw a few other non-affiliated individuals there too. We have to be consistent and break away. And unfortunately, a lot of Americans have been trained and brainwashed successfully. Not an endorsement, but let's be real here. Corporate media and the two-party system has successfully brainwashed and trained a lot of Americans to throw their vote behind Team Red and Team Blue. And that is a fundamental problem. But there is a bigger issue with third parties. And I want to propose this to the panel. And Terrence, you probably will be familiar with this, as Roger Meadows has brought this up here before. And again, if you're not following Roger Meadows on Twitter, what's the matter with you? You better get on it. That goes for everyone, be it Libertarian, Green, Socialist, Democrat, and Republican. Because you know what? You need to get your learn on with Roger Meadows. So there you go. This goes with the fact that, look, we have money in politics. Corporations can buy off politicians. Wall Street controls our politicians in the Democratic and Republican Party take donations from so many special interest groups. Whoever donates to the DNC also donates to the RNC. I mean, look at what's happened with good old Sammy of FTX. He admitted in an interview that he donated not only to Democrats, but he also in secret donated to Republicans. And the problem is, and this is something that Roger has brought up as well, when you have, let's say, a rise of third parties, potentially Libertarians, Greens, let's say Forward Party, People's Party, there is a risk of said parties that could also be corrupted. So instead of a two-party system of corporate politicians, we have a six-party system of corporate politicians. So I propose this question. I'll start off with Daniel too, because I want to get his perspective first. And Madeline, you'll have the closing notes on this. But should we abolish or use that call for the absolute abolition of political parties as a whole and have a true direct democracy? Is it feasible? Can it be done of independent oriented candidates running on issues? Daniel, we'll start off with you.
Yeah, I think that if you want to say we either have a two-party system or no parties obviously would be a better choice, because then people more aligned. It has other issues that are come up, and again, the problem is kind of the greater system outside who's in the party, in my mind. But I think it'd be better, because then at least people would have a better chance of being picked on their merit rather than their affiliation. I mean, right now, American politics is effectively no different than sports betting or sports politics. It's it's amazing. Turns out that the person you vote for, you're really affected by what zip code you grew up in. Amazing how it works out like that. I think that would help with that. I think there's a lot of other issues, but yeah, to keep it short, I would prefer it other than that, but I think there are better options than even that.
All right. Joe, we'll start. Beware of the political parties from good old George Washington himself. There you go. Good old Georgie boy. All right, Joe.
Yeah, well, when it comes to Georgie boy, I'm not a real big fan of him anyway, because he absolutely leveraged the secret society and the elite groups in order to justify atrocities on American soil against Americans, no less. So this is a problem that goes clear back to 1789, right after the Constitutional Convention. Yes, be wary of the parties. You know, we look at ranked choice voting as one of those options to get away from it because it creates, as Daniel pointed out, the meritocracy as opposed to the tribalism, and what's become the key issue with most of our politics in the United States today. You know, the way I look at it, most Americans right now would be considered Kennedy Democrats and Eisenhower Republicans, and their parties have left them so long ago that they don't know what else to vote for because that's the party grandpa voted for. And that's what we need to step away. We need to create the opportunity and the political awareness for the meritocracy of our leadership rather than simply the tribalism. And one of the things I want to bring up here is Lux pointed out, you know, big corp and big government, they are absolutely the same thing. Corporations buy government to create legislations to give corporations the monopoly. It's a circle jerk. And it's one of those things that we absolutely need to break out of in order to see a future in America. And this goes back to the issue of decentralization versus the collectivization. How do you break the monopolies? How do you create situations where communities are resistant to the monopolies of the corporation and a centralized government? So absolutely. And as far as the technology, and that's the big thing that we're looking at. What is the technology? Are we technologically capable at this point of establishing a one person, one vote, or are we still in that position where we have to go with the representative government using a ranked choice voting in order to accomplish the goals? And is representative voting or a representative election, a representative democracy, still going to be viable, you know,
right,
independent of the centralization that currently exists? Can we break it down? Can we bring it down to the community? And can we do that collaboration between communities that doesn't require the centralization of the power in DC? I think we can.
All right. Terrence, the floor is yours. Obviously, you've had some back and forth between Roger Meadows on this issue, so let's hear your perspective.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the fact is, you know, when you talk about the idea of abolishing parties and moving towards a direct democracy, I think, you know, in an ideal world, I think that would be the kind of world that we'd like to have. I just have a lot of trouble seeing that happen in reality. Unfortunately, I think, you know, and by the way, like, I'm working with Roger on universal healthcare. We're part of a group that I co-founded called Medicare for All Everywhere. We're trying to go sort of through the states to get to universal healthcare, Medicare for all everywhere. And so we're you know, trying to apply that principle of direct democracy as much as we can. But yeah, I have a lot of trouble seeing just the way that human nature functions, that we won't just continue to factionalize, find other ways to factionalize that might not be political parties in name, but are in essence, you know, quite similar to the political party system that we have, just named differently. But I'm very much, you know, in favor of strengthening things like ballot initiatives, you know, the ability to do those in the states. In Massachusetts, we don't have the best form. And by the way, Roger and I have talked about this. We don't have the best form of ballot initiative ability in our state, in that there are ways that the legislature can, you know, weaken or overturn things that are passed by ballot initiative. And I guess, I mean, I hate being kind of naysayer here, but I guess I also do struggle with the idea of seeing a world where everyone is willing to participate as much as they should in a kind of direct democracy. You know, I think there is a degree to which folks like the ability to elect a representative to hopefully represent their interests, and then, you know, be able to kind of kick them out if they don't, you know, the next time around. And by the way, I'm very much in favor of, you know, working to build a system where folks are more engaged, you know, between the elections. And I think that that's a huge problem, and one that I'm kind of investing myself in, you know, right now, is trying to get into the more of the community organizing and building, you know, some more movement on the issues, you know, kind of bringing people over to my side, so that, you know, if I run, you know, again, then they might be more likely to vote for a candidate that has those views. But yeah, for what is it? What do you got, Roger?
Yeah. So Roger Meadows wrote this. All of a sudden I'm getting some background noise. Okay, hold on. So Roger Meadows wrote this. Notice the contradiction between the type of citizen ballot initiatives red voters vote for and the red politicians they elect. Terrence, invite Joe to Medicare for all everywhere. And I don't know why I'm getting some background noise. We'll figure that out. Hold on, I'll mute myself. But all right, continue on, Terrence, and then Eric, you follow afterwards.
Yeah, I'll try to keep it short. So what's interesting about what Roger's saying, and this might go a little bit to what Joe's saying as well, and why I'd be happy to include him in Medicare for All everywhere. And so I'll send you an email invite after the call. Is basically that in a lot of ways our democracy doesn't break down the way our politicians would like us to have it break down, and have sort of tried to frame our democracy in a way that makes it break down that way. And that's gerrymandering. That's but it's also just like the boundaries of our states, right? So our states are actually not really a good representation of where we are politically. And so if you look at some of the ballot initiatives, you'll see in Oregon, the breakdown on universal health care, measure 111, I want to say it was, is really it's a West versus East Oregon question. And the West supports it, and the East broadly is against it. South Dakota, I forget what the ballot initiative was there. Again, sort of regionally, there's a big discrepancy there. The right, the eastern portion of the state was supporting the ballot initiative, and the western part of the state was against it. And so when it comes to kind of decentralization and sort of rethinking, the way that we do our political system, I think a lot of it is taking a look at the degree to which, our politics are based in our history, and borders were sort of constructed in a way that I guess took away a lot of power from us. And so I think there's a lot of room to think about issues more regionally. And notice that perhaps I'll just give a hot take here. Perhaps we should democratize our state borders and allow people to choose, kind of what entities they want to associate with, what kind of system they want to be involved in, and use that as kind of a guiding star for moving our politics forward.
All right. And there you go. See, hey, this is a whole point. We're talking about third parties and independence. So there you go, Terrence. And I will actually send this invite to you too. I like to learn more about Medicare, Medicare for All, your organization you're part of, and have you guys on my show. Eric, the floor is yours.
Yeah, the topic of just eliminating all parties, that's never going to happen. That's the whole issue we're kind of facing right now, is they have consolidated power within themselves so dramatically that that's how people see is there's only two options they have. Now, if we could locally legislate the fact that corporations shouldn't be able to donate to political parties all out and all together, that means no PACs, no just giant corporation donors, so that you don't have the lobbyists getting their hooks into local politicians, and then that builds from the ground up. I mean, we got to actually address the issues that are the biggest problems. Saying that we're just going to get rid of all the parties, they have to agree to that. They're not going to do that because that's giving up the power they have. But if we at the local level undercut the power that they have, then we can start making strides in changing how our constitutional republic that we are in actually works, and actually keep the democratic order the way it should work, instead of the way it is now, where it's just chaos. And the continued chaos is only going to build the need for third parties, of which, even in my election here in Pennsylvania, I mean, so many Republicans told me they're changing their party affiliation. So many Democrats told me they're changing their party affiliation. They're sick of the two parties. As everybody said, it's not your mother's and father's Democratic or Republican Party that they're actually being represented by. It's some new thing of which they play both sides of the coin and both sides of the field, and they're not looking out for the people, which always and should first and foremost be what every politician does, is be a servant to the people. And just the fact that they won't make themselves available to talk to actual people was one of the biggest reasons I had the success I had in PA. It wasn't the greatest success, but then again, I'm a nobody. Nobody knows me. I went around the whole state and I had 42 out of 67 counties people voted for me. And just even having that little bit is encouraging to see that people are looking for a real viable option, whatever party it may be. I'm not saying I'm 100% for the Libertarian Party. I am, because I'm integral. I've been offered to go to the Republican Party multiple times, because even before they put Oz up, they were looking for a replacement for that position because they knew he was a turd. So, self-integrity is a huge thing.
There you go. And as I like to joke on the show, and maybe I'm being mean here, he reminded me of a dime store version of Marty Bird from the Ozarks. So there you go. But then again, I shouldn't be too mean to people. So there you go. I need to calm down on that one. But also, on top of that too, look, I will have to say, in regards to this, I want Madeline to have the final word on this one here too. When it comes down to third parties, I'm all for it. But if we can get to direct democracy, maybe that's something we can get there. Will we see it in our lifetimes? Probably not, but I think that's probably the goal that we should achieve through organization, and so that people can actually break out of the neoliberal system. Will we see it soon? Probably not. But Madeline, I want to give you the floor to you now. Please take it away.
All right, thank you so much. When I ran for office, and I ran for U.S. Senate twice and governor once and vice president with Ralph Nader the other time. These were not what you would think of as typical politician campaigns. These were campaigns where I would go to meetings of homeless people. I would go to the homeless shelters. I would talk to people who were homeless. I would stand by the immigrants who are getting screwed, excuse my French, screwed by ICE repeatedly, and talk to the immigrants. I would talk to women who were fighting for whatever, at that particular moment. We need to think about politics and elections differently. They're not about somebody up on a stage saying, this is what I'm going to do for you. No, it's about bringing the voices of the people who've been left out of the system repeatedly, bringing those voices forward and speaking about or working for a different kind of political system. When I ran for governor and for U.S. Senate, I ran unabashedly as an eco-socialist. I ran as someone who said capitalism will not answer these problems. I also ran as someone who said, and actually now, I'm no longer in the United States. I'm moving to Colombia because we need to have, look what happened in Colombia with Gustavo Petro and his election. Many independents from different political parties and people from different political parties united around an historic pact in order to get past this factionalization that we've talked about. I don't think it's only direct democracy. I think it's grassroots organizing with a purpose. And that purpose is not to build the Republican Party or build the Democratic Party. I can't go to some of these events anymore, because the ultimate goal is not to change the law or get things to be put on the table that haven't been. The ultimate goal is go vote Democrat, go vote Republican. I can't do that. That's not going to get us anywhere. We have to vote to get, or we have to organize rather, to get big money out of politics. We have to get the corruption out of politics. We have to implement ranked choice voting. And our political system is leaving too many people out of it. Look at all the homeless people in California, for example. Where are their voices? Where are the students, the thousands of students at universities in California who are sleeping in their cars because they don't have the money to rent a dorm room. Where are their voices? How do we get that? Or how do we get that in? We also, as you all probably are very much aware, Starbucks people are organizing. Amazon workers are organizing. The organizing of labor is back in a very strong way. And so we need to promote those voices. And I could do it only, I mean, I could say what needed to be said, but if workers stood in front of me and made those statements to the voting public, that would have more more of an impact. And really, despite the super or hyper partisanship that we've had ever since Donald Trump ran for office, larger, growing numbers of voters want an independent choice. And I think in order to make that happen, they need to see the work of those independent candidates or those independents. I'm very grateful to be on this panel, but you notice I'm the only female voice out of 6. We need better representation. We need people to say, I can do that. I can be a part of a movement that's going to change things. The indigenous as well. I mean, these are groups. We want to get off fossil fuels. Indigenous need to be part of the discussion and a very big part of it. So that's my take on things.
And I'd also like to add this here too, and this is my direct challenge to third parties. Because look, I'm all on board. I'm all on board with interviewing third-party candidates, being on libertarian podcasts, Greens, all that kind of stuff. I'm all happy to share my perspective and point of view. But I think Daniel can back me up on this one. From 2017 up to even the 2020 election, it was always pulling teeth. Well, with the Green Party, libertarians were more on point. But when it came down to, doing any kind of interviews or covering debates or doing an own independent third-party debates, most notably the one we tried to organize in 2020, we reached out to the Green Party nominee who was running for president. We reached out to the Libertarian Party who was running for president. We even reached out to Mark Charles, who was running as an independent, not party affiliate. Mark Charles got back to us and said, yes, I'd be more than happy to. The representatives that I reached out to, both the Libertarians and the Greens, were said the most asinine thing. I should not have sworn, but I'm sorry. Sorry, YouTube. But the dumbest thing I ever heard. We're waiting to be on a debate stage with Trump and Biden, which, by the way, Green Party leadership, Libertarian, that's never going to happen. That's never going to happen. Stop. Full stop. Unless you get 15% in the polls, that's not going to happen. The system's rigged against you. So my challenge to third parties, independents, and Joe, Terrence, Eric, Madeline, I'm going to be asking you a yes or no answer on this one because we are running short on time and I barely even got to all my other questions. I wrote a lot and I have my screen in front of me and now I want to cry. But anyways, different story altogether. Will you help promote and talk to your colleagues in who are running third parties, be they libertarians, Greens, independents, etc., to be on independent media, to reach out to independent media, because obviously corporate media is never, ever. And I hate to be that the father figure with the whiskey in his hand and a pipe in the other hand and say like that's not going to happen, but it's not going to happen. Yes or no? Will you help spread the word to your third-party colleagues like, hey, we need to go on independent media. We need to start reaching out more. Will you do it? Daniel, I definitely want to get your commentary on this too. So starting off with you and then Joe, Madeline, Eric, Terrence, obviously, of course. So obviously we got to keep the answers short. Daniel, go ahead. Take it away first.
Oh, take me last.
Okay, go ahead. Joe, go.
No, absolutely. Do the outreach. Find those podcasters. Find the third-party media. Find the independent media, whether it's indie left, indie right. Talk to the people. Help understand, create those bridges between languaging. There's so often, I was just on a podcast recently with, doesn't matter, somebody, and we were talking about the difference in the languaging between the right and the left. We're all affected by the same problem. The same problem is the unification of corporations and government against us, the people. However you look at it, corporations and government They've united. It is, stronger together, financial banks, corporations, so on. And that is what we need to break. And one of the things, Sean, I'm going to go ahead and target you here real quick before I pass this on. Okay. Legislation against unions is the biggest problem for unions right now. It is a violation of freedom of association. It is a violation of the right to collectivization. Okay. While some of us may disagree, ultimately, the libertarians' goal is delegislation of human rights.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's up to you.
All right. Terrence, are you going to tell your colleagues in the third parties and independent movements to reach out to independent media? Because let's face it, it's long overdue. Terrence, take it away.
Bit of a leading question, but yeah, absolutely. No, I mean,
I'm running short on time. I don't got my other questions. I can't get to them all. I'm sorry.
No, I absolutely. I think the idea of rejecting connections, is a fool's errand if you're trying to build power. I think we absolutely need to seek those connections wherever we can. And by the way, I think building connections between these third parties, as I think has been mentioned at least a couple of times, is also very important. If you're going to reject those connections, you're spinning your wheels.
All right. Eric, the floor is yours, my friend.
Always should take every opportunity that comes way, no matter who it is. You never know who you're going to reach just by having that conversation. So yes, definitely. And for all the rail workers that were just railroaded by the government, I stand with you guys, because there's no reason that they should take away your collective bargaining rights just because it's a national security risk. Those are your rights. That's the reason you're in the union. It should be defended.
Yes. And by the way, in regards towards libertarianism, look, I voted for a lot of the libertarian candidates who were running in 2022. And let me be very clear here. I've spoken to a lot of libertarians, and I think one of the inside joke I've had with my friends in the Illinois Libertarian Party is put 10 libertarians in a room, you get 100 opinions. So there you go. But it's true. Come on, Joe, Eric.
It is hurting cats at times, but we're all at the same goal. And at the end of the day, as long as there's a uniting voice, just one, because everybody else is trying to divide, it can work.
There you go. And Madeline, I believe you'll be the next person to speak, and then Daniel, the final word will be yours. Madeline, take it away. Unfortunately, you're muted, Madeline.
I thought I unmuted myself. I think I did a quick remute without noticing it. Almost every interview I gave during the last 3 campaigns I ran was with independent media, because the big media doesn't, mainstream media doesn't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. And I also, during the pandemic, when I ran, and there were quarantines, and I wasn't going door to door, I used social media as much as possible, with signs going to every county in New Jersey and putting out our message on social media, putting out our message on independent media. It has to happen, and all the independent media need to be aware of who's running and why they're running. And I think it would make a difference. I also think, and I know you didn't ask this, and I'll make it really quick, we need to have international solidarity. We need to have solidarity geographically throughout the country. We can't have one group saying, put all the polluting industry in one spot and leave us out of it. We have to understand, we have to realize that what we're working for is a better community, a better whole. And I think, we need to be looking at independent media and promoting alternatives to capitalism at the same time.
All right. And then Daniel, obviously, we are running short on time, so the final word belongs to you.
So I'm not going to answer your question because as someone who runs a media company, it's sort of obvious, but I would say, I think we can all agree on this. I think all the people on here can agree on this. The problem with the American system is a horse that's owned by someone who says that they're going to replace it with an electric car by installing a V8 engine in its stomach.
I think that's a perfect analogy, and I urge everyone who's green, libertarian, independent, socialist, hell, even Democrat and Republican to carry that analogy there too. I want to thank all of the panelists for being here. We are running short on time, so I want to wish all four of you a very safe New Year's Eve weekend. I hope that all of you have much success in 2023. And Madeline, were you going to say something as well?
Yeah, but first, we're not. I guess you're counting Daniel as someone else, not because there's five of us.
Yes. Well, Daniel will be with me for the next panel. And I think
okay.
Joe. I think
Okay.
Joe. Joe will be with me too on that one. We'll be talking about the failure of Gene Roddenberry's vision of the future. But anyways, that's something I'm looking forward to as well. But I wish all the success for third parties and independents. And if you are a Democratic voter and Republican voter and you're tired of being screwed over by the two-party system, wake up and realize that there are other options. There are ballot initiatives. It's time to start building movements and organizations not connected to Washington, D.C. Now's the time to support third parties. And look, I did this in the previous elections, and I did this in the current one. I voted straight third party through and through. Libertarian, Green, Workers' Party, Socialist, Independent, etc. Why? Because I will not support a two-party system that acts like an abuser. I will not support a two-party system that is systematically designed to keep people oppressed. The same people who donate to the Democratic Party and are the same people who donate to the Republican Party. They dance and drink because they believe you're weak. These politicians, they don't like you, they don't think about you, and they don't respect you. So if they don't respect you, why are you wasting your time with an abuser? Take off your sunglasses, show me that shiner, and say, hey, I'm not going to support the two-party system. Vote independent. Do what you have to do, but you don't owe these politicians a goddamn thing. Make 2023 your year so that we actually break away from neoliberalism. There we go.
Yup. Happy New Year.
There we go. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
You. Please, everyone, be safe. Let's get set up now for our next panel of the day. All right. Oh my goodness. Shane. Hey, what's up, buddy? You're muted. Let's see.
I was muted.
All right. And I think we're still waiting for hold on.
Still waiting for Jimmy and Tina.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So we're still waiting. All right. Awesome. So at long last, I get to be the bad guy here, my friends. At long last, I get to propose a question. Now, for a very long time, the media and all of us in science fiction have been huge fans, or would point to at Gene Roddenberry's vision of Star Trek, the Federation, as the great hope, the bastion in which we must achieve, the final frontier, the final finish line. But see, there's many problems with Starfleet and the Federation. It's a post-scarcity empire in which all diseases have been cured, everything is automated, AI, diplomacy runs supreme, and we have a democracy that's secretly being governed by a shadowy organization, Section 31, that dictates how the Federation should be doing things. Plus, again, there is a militaristic arm that really isn't kind of held accountable by the Federation, due to the fact that there have been numerous incidences when its admirals have done situations that are similar to what we would call here on Earth war crimes. So I want to propose to you guys this. And this is a question in regards towards science fiction, and maybe we could relate it to our own world here as well. Is Gene Roddenberry's vision of the future achievable, or is it a way to keep humanity in check because something's lost in the Federation? The human endeavor to do more. There's the idea of improving yourself, but it doesn't add up. Shane, why don't you take it away?
Okay. So I'm going to half agree with you and half disagree with you. I think that there are a lot of good concepts in Gene Roddenberry's vision. The fact that everybody's taken care of, the idea of scientific exploration, all that is good. But the Federation, at the end of the day, does not even live up to the ideals that they put forward. I've recently been watching. It's controversy about whether people like it or not, but I've recently been watching Picard, and one of the things you find in the first season is when push came to shove, and the Federation should have helped the Romulans, even though they're their biggest enemy, they refused. They shut down the entire project. They said, "Oh well, we would do that, but our admirals don't like it or whatever." And then you have Picard, who kind of stands up for that. Hey, this is what the Federation was built on. This is what everything's about. And he says, if you don't do it, I'm going to resign. They say, okay, resign. And then, that's kind of, a later example. But, that's just something. Throw in there.
Okay, but again, just throwing this out there in regards, because I'm not impressed with the writing of Picard, but with the situation with the Federation, would it not be plausible to think that that's the aftermath and reaction of the so failed Dominion Wars, that the Federation barely won against a opponent that was their counter opposite? I mean, again, like
I would agree with that.
The quote unquote superior human, the modern human, the enlightened human, just ignored what happened to the Romulan Star Empire. Joe, my friend, your thoughts on the Federation? Insidious, or is it a goal that's achievable? Joe, you're muted, my friend.
Keep doing that. The Federation itself is insidious because it's being, well, not necessarily for the reasons you think, though. Reason why is because it's continuing to be part of a process that lures us to a specific direction. Now, you mentioned that Star Trek is a post-scarcity world. Okay.
Because they got their replicators. They got the replicators.
They got the replicators. They have all that. But honest truth, when you step back and you take a look at America, you take a look at the global economy, and you take a look at the sheer amount of waste that is involved in everything we do in the economy these days, we do live in a post-scarcity economy. And we've chosen manufactured scarcity in order to support monopolies around the world. And these are the corporate monopolies, whether the monopolies on our money, on our medicine, on our food. All three of those. Monsanto Bayer handles our food, our medicine. We continue to get into those issues. So we live abusing the potential that was represented by Roddenberry's, post-scarcity world, post-scarcity intergalactic empire. Captain, the science tech, the advantages that have come with that, yes, it's an absolute boon. We continue to use that to promote and develop. Roddenberry has been one of the few that has truly been instrumental in technological advancements, because his dreams of what could be have inspired people to continue to create. Unfortunately, all of that creation continues to exist in the hands of corporate monopolies that enjoy the manufactured scarcity that creates the price. Ferengi rules of acquisition.
There you go. All right, Daniel, obviously you have heard me talk about the Federation from time to time. Am I incorrect with my assessment? Because there's some things I'm ready to unload on a couple of you people here about the Federation.
So I don't have as much. I feel like I listen to everyone. I don't have as much experience with Star Trek as everyone else, but I would say that I think it's flawed in a couple different ways that's not being brought up. First of all, the concept itself is basically the 60s view on what good would look like. So it's already a modern interpretation, a past interpretation of what the future would look like if the issues of the past were resolved. So I think in and of itself, it's a flawed representation at the start. Everything after just the fact that they're trying to predict the future, everything past that makes it impossible to follow its own thing. The way that they built in internal logic into these universes wasn't that good when they started doing this sort of writing. There are only a few universes that have this real internal consistency to them. I feel that there's a big point of your original question. Could we get to something like that? Yeah, we could. Is it likely that we'll get there? Is it likely that that's the path we're going to take? I think not. And I think that also if you have a universe where single individuals determine the success or the failure of an entire federation, it's not a very stable system.
Okay, so here's why I want to talk about stability with the Federation, because there is an over reliance of technology. And look, we're over reliant on technology too for a lot of things. But the one thing that has stood out with Starfleet, and this has to deal with Gene Roddenberry when he was in control of the writing for the original series and the Next Generation. When it came down to Deep Space Nine and Voyager, when he was starting to lose a little bit of his control, because again, you couldn't have military conflict in the original series. You couldn't have excessive violence or anything else, or have interpersonal problems on the ship for the Next Generation. It was only until DS9, until you had a group of writers really starting to be critical of the concept of Gene Roddenberry's vision. Now, to DS9's credit, they're the only ones I think that have ever done it successfully and not make the Federation be like this grim, dark, dystopian nation. Okay, so Captain Benjamin Sisko, in regards towards the Maquis, said it's easy for a Starfleet officer to be a saint in paradise. They're not out there in the frontiers in the colonies where the Maquis have to deal with the Cardassians and pirates and everything else. They don't have the comfort of an Earth that has zero crime, zero poverty. Money is not a thing in the Federation, which, again, knowing human nature, I don't know when we'll evolve past that idea or that concept of money and finances. Look, I mean, it all sounds good on paper, but the Federation itself is something that seems so fragile that it's in purposely cutting out the one thing that could make it remain strong and viable, and that is the human nature to survive and adapt and to be flexible in a system where there are other empires that aren't on board with a post-scarcity or cashless society. I mean, it doesn't really add up. Joe, why don't you start off?
I want to jump in super quick.
Go
I'm
ahead.
very sorry.
Go ahead.
I actually think that you could replace money with other things if it serves the same purpose.
Okay, true. I will submit to that. I will give leeway to that. Joe, your thoughts?
So one of the issues is Deep Space Nine, DS9 was, like you pointed out, took a step back from the post-scarcity society because inside that base, they weren't allowed to use the technology that the Federation had developed because the culture, the economy of that star base, and the community in that solar system were still dependent upon a scarcity model. Is the reasons why the Ferengi were able to exist within it. It's what you saw happening on the planet. You had individuals that still had to do the creation of clothing and food by hand because that was an essential part of the work that sustained the economy. When we step back and we take a look at how that represents here in America today, you see the mainstream media influence. You see the corporate influence on that, saying you must work in order to create within the structure that is, despite the fact that, as I've stated already before, we continue to waste so much of what we create because if we don't waste it, the profit margin on what we do create can't be sustained. And that's where we are with this problem with the circle. When we talk about revolution against the system, Deep Space Nine was about the revolution. Okay, it's another issue where we keep getting caught in because Deep Space Nine was about coming back. New boss, same as the old boss. It doesn't matter whether it was Lenin, Stalin, Pol Pot, Kim Jong, Reagan, Bush. Every one of them was the same. They all sustained an economy based on manufactured scarcity so that we could continue to create this illusion that persisted in maintaining a system that belongs long dead, that belongs in the past. So we want to get back around to that situation. How can we, in a world today where we are able to operate 3D printers, where we are able to create robots that create robots, we create things that print houses, create things that print utensils. we can manufacture IKEA grade. I realize how an awful lot of people feel about IKEA, but I mean, everybody has the potential to own the technology to create IKEA grade furniture and housing and all of this. We have the ability to set up, mini gardens in our homes. We have the ability to almost replicate the replicator technology in our homes, and we don't use it. We prevent people from accessing it. We price the ability to be self-sustaining out of the hands of people like you and me.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the whole dream, to be self-sustaining. I mean, that's what people want. Like when I grow my tomatoes or my vegetables in the spring and summer, I mean, there is a lot of pride in like, hey, I grew this. This is something I made. But there's a problem with that idea with the replicator technology and the ease of it, the over-reliance of it, that something could be lost. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure a lot of people would like to have something like a replicator where, I like a nice steak dinner. But then again, humans are humans. And let's face it, not all of us are reasonable, stable geniuses. And you cannot look me in the eye and tell me that no normal person wouldn't abuse a replicator. Like, oh, hey, I get to have 25 martinis. Have at it. Let's do it. Shane, I like to get your thoughts on it. Is there an over-reliance of technology? Because the thing is, it seems that that's what the Federation wants all of its worlds and its colonies to be a part of, so everyone is complacent.
So I think you're right. In the sense that there is an over-reliance of technology, but I also do think you need to recognize the benefit of that replicator, because on a world, a Star Trek world where it's, it's not Earth, that replicator can do a lot of good, where, of course, they already have them on Earth. Let me try to rephrase. The replicator can feed a lot of hungry people. And right now, one of the biggest things that we face in reality are poor, hungry, homeless people. That's been eliminated. So that's definitely a good thing. But once that was done, they didn't necessarily have to continue the over-reliance on the replicator. They could have, put some kind of regulations around it, done something. But you're right. They probably just want everybody to rely on technology to that extent. But if you have the power to end hunger and homelessness, should you not use it? That's another question I want to come back at you with.
I think that here's the thing. Yes, we need to combat it, but if we are talking about building a stellar empire, the one thing you're going to want, and this is something that all empires have dealt with, and I urge everyone to check out Fall of Civilization podcast, especially the Bronze Age collapse video, is we need to build systems that have a backup for a backup for a backup. Long live Ultramar. Daniel, I was waiting for Daniel to smile on that one, but there you go. Long live Ultramar. But you do need it. So yeah, the answer is yes, absolutely. But what I've noticed with a lot of things with Star Trek, and obviously you have to have episodes that have good writing, something goes down, but there's never a backup for a backup. The idea of, okay, we have the replicators, we can make all this food and resources we want. But there doesn't seem to be the mindset of, what if one day this whole thing falls apart? Does a person lose the ability to start a fire or build a camp or know how to hunt? Ask a modern person here in America. Do they know where their food comes from? Can they start a fire? Can they survive in the wilderness? Now, I did serve 4 years in the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps taught me its fair share of training and how to survive. And there's plenty of people in my live stream audience that, know how to hunt and fish and do all that kind of good stuff too. All right. But how many people know how to do that? That's the whole idea of the over-reliance of technology and AI, is that you lose something. You lose the ability to survive. Picard says in The Next Generation, humanity is there to improve itself, to be better. And it's all to be philosopher. I'm all for that. But then where is the overall challenge? Humanity, we are animals. We have to be challenged. We have to, in order for us to remain what we are, we have to be put into situations in which we can know we could survive it if we set something up. Daniel, I want to give the floor to you.
Okay, so I don't like the question. I think it's too much of an evil good question.
Okay.
I think that it's a trade-off question. I think that is the replicator system a better system than the one we have right now? Yeah, it's a lot better. We don't have backups for anything currently. We don't even fill up warehouses currently. What are we talking about that they're overexerting technologically when we're not even close? They're more stable than we are with replicators. Now, to your point, could they be even exponentially more stable with additional levels of backups? Of course they could. That's not a thing. I think it's like you have to. That question has to be answered in a context of what you're referring to. If you're referring to the Ultramar's system of backups, no, it's not as stable as that. It's not. You're right. You got me. Also, guess what? You know what happens you know what happened? That the trade-off that they made for that? Everyone's basically a slave to have that stability.
Ultramar's a meritocracy, Dan.
Yeah, of course it is.
It is.
So then, on the other hand, that's again, then you're really just saying, hey, screw the million planets. It's only these 500 that matter, which still makes my point. It's all about the context that we're in.
Fair enough.
So again, my thing is still replicators. They're better than what we have. Are they perfect? Do they fix every issue? No, but I think we're reaching, if we're saying over-depend on technology, that's what humanity is. The fact that we can have as many billions of people on the planet now is because we're over-reliant on. What if the technology for the Hopper method goes away? Well, then we're going to lose half the population. Are we being over-reliant on the Hopper method by using it because we don't have a backup of another way to get that much nitrogen into the soil? No. It's just the way it is. Everything has a trade-off.
True. And by the way, I want to acknowledge someone in the live stream chat. John H., we don't acknowledge discovery here. I don't, because the fact that they said that's where the replicated food comes from human waste, that's not replicate. It's done with atoms. I'm going to use Gene Roddenberry's original concept of how things work, because writers on the original series, Next Generation and DS9 and even Voyager were all like, hey, things work a certain way. Discovery, no. We're not talking about this. This is not RoboCop, okay? Thank you for that one.
No, the term is this is not Soylent Green.
Yes, there we go. Thank you so much for that. So then,
but the replicator can make Soylent Green, so it could be.
It could. Well, the replicator can do a lot. So then, let's ask this question then in regards for representation. All right, because obviously the Federation, in theory, is supposed to be this great democracy. It's Gene Roddenberry's version of, hey, Western ideology. Humanity made it to the finish line. We're in the stars, and we're building this great stellar empire, a federation, a democracy, right, with other alien civilizations. It's united. But the thing is, there is an overarching problem, a snake in paradise, and that is Section 31, which is a secret, dark, intelligent organization first brought to light through DS9, where they have operatives in the Admiralty, in the Federation Council, in Federation Intelligence, and so much more. And it's a way to preserve it. Even in the aftermath, or what would soon become the aftermath of the Dominion War, you had a representative from Section 31 saying, well, we see the Klingon Empire falling apart, and eventually we'll go to war with the Romulans. We don't know exactly when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen. Can a stellar democracy even survive or even be feasible with the amount of worlds that Starfleet and the Federation as a whole have under its command? Can a democracy truly happen at that widespread of a level, even after the Dominion War, where the Federation was the end-all be-all player in the Alpha and Beta quadrants? I guess, Joe, we'll start off with you.
Okay, one of the issues that you have with that is the size of the empire, the ability to exercise that kind of breadth of scale. Okay, and try to remember, but there is only so many people, so many organizations, because of the way we operate, that work within, in a reference to Void, or the Void.
Section 31, you mean?
Yeah, the Discovery. The mycelium network as it exists. Is the idea of decentralization. You can't get anything that huge without sacrificing humanity, which is one of the big complaints about the Borg. When we went in, when the Chinese went in and created their huge empire. You know, it was a universal education policy. Everybody had to be able to read and write, not necessarily speak, but they had to be able to read and write the same language. So the same schools were teaching the same policies and the same lessons in every school in China. When the British Empire took over, they did the exact same thing. India, you spoke English. Hong Kong, you spoke English. Australia, everyone spoke English. And that was how the sun never set on the English Empire. Okay, here we are, 22nd century United States. We have military facilities in 80 of the 170 countries around the world. Okay, every one of those countries, their second, if not their primary language, is English. And this is for the extension of the empire. When you start looking at something like that, being able to hold together a bureaucracy on that scale, you're looking at empire. You're not looking at a confederacy.
Shane, can a democracy like the Federation be functional, even with the amount of technology, even with the amount of worlds that it has under its command? Is it something feasible?
I still think partially yes, but as you see, they don't end up living up to their own ideals, as we talked about earlier with the Romulan Star Empire. They basically started the Dominion War after they preach about non-interference, because they just kept going into the wormhole. And when the people who lived there said, "Hey, you're kind of encroaching on our territory," they said, "Oh, well, we can do whatever we want, and you're oppressing us." When you know what, very well, if somebody did that to them, it would be a whole other thing. So maybe not, especially because you have entities like Section 31, which originally tried to stop the formation of the Federation. For those of you who remember that, Section 31 is basically the equivalent of, like, there was that one guy who used to, I think Herbert Hoover, the FBI director, if anyone remembers the guy's name. He used to sit down with every president and explain why he should continue to serve in that position. And that's kind of what Section 31 is to the Admiralty of Starfleet and to the government of the Federation. And that, means that there's going to be a lot of things that they're not going to be able to do, even if in theory they believe in certain ideology. As you saw, they in the Dominion War, they betrayed their own, Romulan Senate ally, because Section 31 felt that even though this person had advocated, to work with the Federation, they were a quote unquote patriot and needed to be dealt with. And Section 31 made that decision, regardless of what the Federation Council or the Starfleet Admiralty would have said. You can't have a democracy where you have Section 31 in the shadows pulling strings like that. You can have it to an extent, but when it comes to bigger things like that, Section 31 is going to get involved, and you're not going to be able to have that democracy.
Okay, so Daniel, obviously, again, you're now, look, to be clear here too, I'm somewhat familiar with Star Trek and a little bit of it. I'm not a full-on fan of it like I am with Warhammer 40K. That's a story for another day.
A much more realistic universe.
Well, possibly, maybe. Beware of the warp. But do you think it's possible for a democracy of that size to survive and be stable? I mean, is it, especially taking account that there's so many different alien civilizations that are also part of the Federation too?
Well, democracy doesn't have a real meaning, so technically, sure, but not any of the ones we currently utilize. It's just like, let's be real. Like, when we talk about democracy, what are we really even saying? Democracy can mean anything from the original Greek oligarchy, where more than one person runs everything, but not that many more, keep those slaves in line, or it could mean a direct democracy. On the other hand, it really isn't a word that has anything I can actually use. I will say it's not any of the ones that we've developed on Earth would not work because of the vast distance. I also think that, generally speaking, as soon as you knock in a bureaucracy, they have to have a better system than a bureaucracy. They have to have evolved past bureaucracy for any of that to even work at the beginning, which probably means that they're relying a lot more on AI. to actually make that work. You can't have decisions being made that slow with that many people over that much space unless they find some way to do communication that's instant, which again, we haven't figured out if we can even do that yet. So this gets to if democracy means something it doesn't now, maybe. And it's not anything that's been shown in any of the Star Treks. Because there, again, that's the first thing I said about all of this is this is ultimately a written fiction made by modern or past humans.
Mm-hmm.
Who past humans had even less answers than we do on this subject, but in 100 years, we're going to have many fewer answers than they do. So my thing is that what the future will actually look like isn't what we predict it to be. And so the way that they find a way to make I hope that humanity becomes a spacefaring civilization. I think it's the path that we're going. We're the Earth germ that's going to spread and take over all the other planets. That's our duty. That's really what we're here to do.
Humanity first. There you go.
And, humanity. Well, just because it's from our perspective. From other perspective, we're something else. But it's whatever the answer is to how you run something that big. It's not something we know right now. And when we figure it out, it's not going to be, it's likely, here's the thing though, is it's how it always works with humans. Let's say it takes 10,000 years to do this. There's going to be a guy alive today that wrote in a notebook the answer that's going to be around today. So I don't know, maybe, probably not. Doesn't really matter. The definition's arbitrary and we won't be right anyway.
That's a fair enough point to really bring up. And so obviously I don't want people to think that I'm totally hating on the Federation, but like I said, it's easy to be a saint in paradise where again, all poverty, all wars, all sickness is gone off of Earth. So then
so they say.
So they say, or at least, well, I mean, that's what's been presented
watch this.
Throughout the entire series.
Watch this. I'm gonna dismantle that right now. Watch this. Humans still get sick. Just because they get fixed immediately doesn't mean they weren't sick. So there's always sick people on Earth.
True, and there are criminals in the Federation. Maybe not on Earth, but I just found it interesting that, well, somehow that happened just overnight. Well, not overnight. World War III helped give the rise to humanity because the Vulcans found us, but that's a different story altogether. Okay, so yeah, that's a shocker, folk. World War III, it happened in Gene Roddenberry's universe. So there you go. It happened, and we almost killed ourselves off, but thankfully the Vulcans stopped by.
I got one more to add to your previous statement. The only way to get everyone to speak the same language is genocide.
Yeah, true. So then let's actually look at some of the good that it could potentially do for Starfleet, because I know Nightstar Productions is kind of poking at me, indicating, because I've went back and forth with them talking about Emperor Palpatine and the Republic in Star Wars, which is a different series altogether. But maybe if we do have time, we could talk.
You know
about
what?
That.
I'm going to take over hosting for a second. Kit, why don't you explain why Palpatine was right? Right now.
All right, fine. Let's have this conversation about the oh-so-fantastic Republic and the Jedi that automatically seem to really be good guardians, but they couldn't notice a Dark Lord that says being Chancellor. And before anyone types in the comment section below, like, oh, they were losing power of the Force, let's look at the real issue with the Republic, ignoring the fact that an evil, shrinkled-up race became the end-all, be-all dictator of the galaxy. The Galactic Republic, under its watch, was a complete confederation. There was at one point when they did have a Republic Navy and a Republic Army, and they did do some intervention on worlds. So let's face it, the Republic was not perfect. However, in the previous timeline, in the prequel eras, we are talking about a Republic that systematically only favored the core worlds, ignoring the mid-rim and outer rim worlds, where piracy and slavery was happening. Now, here in the United States, we actually have, again, slavery through prison labor going on. We have, again, unchecked corruption going on. The Republic was infested to the core with unchecked corruption from all alien species and humans too within the Senate. Now, it's easy for everyone to say, well, Palpatine corrupted everyone's minds. It was like that when he got there. Yeah, he's a bad guy, but take a quote from Homer Simpson teaching his son Bart on how to survive a workplace accident. It was like that when I got here. There you go. It was like, and I'm pretty sure that there might have been moments when Palpatine was looking over all the senators and who to corrupt, and with his colleague or his mentor at the time, Plagueis. And I'm pretty sure maybe Palpatine, this is a joke, it's not canon, but I write a script like, hey, Plagueis, are you sure we're the Dark Lords of the Sith? Because these senators are downright evil, and a lot of those bastards were. Okay? And if not worse, then maybe on par with Palpatine and Plagueis. So, Palpatine sees this entire crap show of the Republic, unchecked corruption, the Jedi near impotent to do anything about it with all their ability to do the Force, right? Palpatine finds it and takes advantage of it, creates a clone army under their watch. Actually, here's the thing. How can you have a republic and say that the republic is the end-all be-all law when there is no way to enforce any kind of or stop any kind of military actions or piracy or terrorists or slavery happening? There was no navy. There was no army. Now, obviously, yes, is Palpatine a genocidal madman? But he upended a system that was designed to fail, that didn't care about anyone in the system. And he was able to manipulate every single faction in the Star Wars universe because they were already corrupt. If Palpatine wasn't going to show around, 1, 2, or 5 of them were going to do the similar thing as he was. It was ripe for somebody to take advantage of. And the Jedi let that happen, and those Republican senators let that happen. And now when we talk about the aftermath and destruction of Palpatine, and we're going to use the current timeline, that 30-year time frame, right, before Palpatine made his jag-off reveal at the end of, Revenge
of the Sith.
No, Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah.
Okay, so that 30 years when the oh-so-fantastic Republic gets restored, does anything change? No! It reverted right back to what it was. And again, there was no real plan to deal with the remnants of the Imperial Navy and the stormtroopers. So in other words, Palpatine's legacy was going to be living on, and it did so even in the extended universe too. There's a thing called the Imperial Remnant, and eventually 200 years after Skywalker's in that alternate timeline, which was originally the main timeline, the Empire is still around. The Empire and its form is still around. So in other words, this whole idea of the rebellion and the Republic and restoring freedom and everything else, what the hell were they fighting for? It was going to be the exact same thing. It reverted right back to what it was. So yes, Palpatine was a bad guy, an evil person, but he showed it for what it was. And as soon as the evil big bad Palpatine came into power, was out, the Republic and everyone else just went right back to brunch. And he's the bad guy.
Can I interject?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I actually partially agree with you in the fact that the Republic was extremely corrupt. I think the Empire was extremely corrupt.
Of course it was. Yes, it was.
But I actually, if you look into a lot of the lore and you read a lot of the books that a lot of people haven't read, the Separatists, aside from the part that they were pawns of Dooku and Palpatine, actually could be seen, if you look at it in a different light, could be seen as the good guys trying to escape the Republic system and create something different because their parliament, was, they had a much more fair system. If you look into it, the Separatist parliament was much more fair than the Senate. They didn't allow corporations like the Trade Federation and the Banking Clan and the Techno Union to have senators.
Yeah, but they were using their armies, though.
They were using their armies.
Simple. So, yeah. So
they're all corrupt. In the end, every single government that existed, the New Republic, the Old Republic, the Empire, and the Separatist Parliament were all corrupt. So
exactly. But see, the thing is, the reason why, though, I have to say that Palpatine wasn't in the wrong in regards to revealing just how weak everything was. It's because it was like that. It was systematic failure. And Palpatine was the perfect parasite to feed off the decaying remnants of the Republic.
There we go.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Shout out to my friend Jerry. Joe, I have you weigh in on this one. You're muted, my friend.
Okay. Yeah, right. Move the hands. Can't hear me. No, but Dan brought up, how do you get everybody speaking the same language? It's genocide. It's one of the things that we saw happen with the British Empire. It's something we see happening with the U.S. Empire right now. Okay, we still call the United States a republic, but we know it's not. It's existing as an empire. The British were the same way. They gave the coding that, it was a republic, that the lords had a vote, that the commons had a vote, but ultimately it was still an empire, clear up until the collapse of the Western powers and the rise of the United States. So here we are looking at the republic. The republic is always about the revolution, republic, giving it to the public again, revolution, giving it back to the people again. The dictatorship of the proletariat, as somebody has brought up, giving power back to the people, except the people who exercise the power of the people become corrupt again, leading it right back into empire again. So how do we break the cycle of revolution? How do we evolve beyond what is into one of these future utopias that is realizable? How do we create that sense of belonging, sense of creation, sense of art, sense of culture that creates cultural sustainability in small enough numbers so that you don't end up with a interstellar cultural genocide?
There's one thing I do want to bring up, because again, Jerry brings up the fact of, yes, the empire. And before then, too, the Republic also committed crimes, too. Hashtag the Republic also does not have a clean, squeaky record, too. But in regards to Palpatine and his entire administration, if you notice in the earlier years of the Empire, before there was any kind of major pushback from any of the rebel cells, people went along with it. And that's another thing, too. People respecting the new system put in power. So there was a Republic but even before the Clone Wars happened, there was a republic that people were like, the republic doesn't do anything for us. It doesn't represent us. Then comes in the Empire, and if they exterminate the Jedi, an organization that, mind you, that kept peace in the galaxy for generations, 1,000 generations, according to Palpatine's quote, 1,000 generations, maybe 1,000 years, give or take. So anyways, the people just went along with it. There was no concern, like, hey, wait a minute, those Jedi Knights actually did some good for us. So
can I try and help you out in the eyes of everyone watching? Yeah. I'm going to sum up Kit's entire argument right here. Republicans aren't any better than Democrats, and Democrats aren't any better than Republicans. And pretending one is better than the other is how you get a lesser of two evil system, which is necessarily going to create a greater evil, like Palpatine.
Yes,
and so it does. Again, I think this is. One person can never change a system, or especially fundamentally. So, like, we could take another example. So, Britain was the greatest empire in the world. Everyone was really unhappy with how they ran things. India really didn't like that rule. And then George Washington comes, and he's going to do a revolution. Everyone's going to have equality. And now America is a bigger empire.
True. I also want to make another thing here, too. In regards towards the Republic, the Empire, and everything that it stood for, it's just for me what annoys me about the aftermath of Palpatine's rule. Yes, he was a tyrant, a dictator, all of that. It's just the quick reset back to how it was. And when I compare that to the extended universe series, which is no longer canon, the organizations and attempts don't make any sense whatsoever. And it calls into question then, well, if the rebellion was fighting for this republic and it goes right back to where it was, what's preventing another Palpatine? As Daniel, we've said in the show, this is all cycles. Like, history sure doesn't repeat itself, but it sure does rhyme. And we're seeing the same rhythm and rhyme happening again. Shane, I want to get your thoughts.
So, the same people who were senators in the First Republic were senators in the Empire, and then became senators in the New Republic after the empire was destroyed, they put the exact same people back in power that have been there already. So you're really not, the only thing you're doing there is slightly changing the government. Maybe the Republic is a little bit more free when it comes to speech and a little bit less racist towards alien cultures, but it's the same people who were implementing the policies in each one of those administrations. So that's just something I wanted to throw in there.
All right, Joe.
I think this is one of the things, and I'm going to go back to one of Lux's comments here a while back. How do you create that post revolution evolution into something that's sustainable? How do you create sustainable culture in small enough groups that are mutually supportive, mutually reinforcing, so that they don't depend upon a single language and the creation of an empire in order to sustain and support each other? How do you create that symbiosis between communities? And this goes back to the mycelium network, being able to talk across species and being able to be mutually supportive. What goes on with the mushrooms and the trees and in the forests? How do we evolve? And she brought up an extremely important point, and that is the ability of consensus, the ability of collaboration in small groups that are not antagonistic towards their neighbors. We don't want to adopt bad habits to fit in. We want to create good habits that sustain not just our community, but our neighbors as well. And that comes back to an evolution as opposed to revolution, which is what you see so often in Star Trek, what you see so often in Star Wars, what you see so often in every dystopian future that's been created by past authors.
Yeah, so this goes back to what I was saying earlier. What do you actually mean by democracy? Whatever's going to be in the future, if they succeed, it's exactly what you just said. It's the system that we're looking for, no organized group is thought of currently today on this planet in a large enough setting. Like I said, there's someone that's written it down somewhere in a notepad right now, but no major group's been able to utilize it and put it into practice. And that sort of gets to this is like a current issue with the current way that even we look at left or right. That the right has a very set hierarchical system that's very established and it's very prominent and it's very obvious. And what you try to go left, what you're really trying to do is you're trying to flatten down that hierarchy so more power is distributed. The natural problem with that is they're more unstable because they're more open to people centralizing that power, which isn't an issue for the right because it's already been centralized. So it's like the potential, an eventual issue of someone taking over, which has always happened in world history anyway. Mm-hmm. It's a temporary it's a temporary pause that usually is more chaotic at some point that ends up at the same point. We don't know as a species. We haven't had enough time. We haven't had enough ideas. We haven't put enough things into practice to even try to find a system that is as stable but more beneficial for more people, that doesn't naturally aggregate to few people having too much power.
I would say the best solution would be, and in regards to looking at large empire states and nations like the Federation or the Republic / Galactic Empire or the Imperium of Man, and that is something like that is unsustainable. It cannot last. Yes, you can maintain something, but it is always destined to fail. All empires do have their rise, their golden period, and eventually their fall. We're going to have one. And look, ancient history, all the great pharaohs and kings and emperors will probably look at us and say, first time. And that's it. That's the truth of it. First time. We've been through this rodeo before.
Ironically, the real answer is being lucky enough to be born in the golden era.
That's true.
That's the best you can do right now.
But I would say if the potential we were to become a spacefaring people, holding a template to what we see in fiction writing, which again, great for entertainment, I think it would have to be independent worlds. There should not be that one core planet controlling everything, end all be all. It is something in which, again, when you create more complex infrastructure like that, like we saw in the Bronze Age collapse, and even now with our own systematic failure too, it cannot be sustained. It cannot hold. And individual liberty and freedom is the real path, and
But
that
then-
is yes.
Then if you go into independent systems, then they're going to start fighting each other. And if an outside force that is more centralized exists, the independent planets will have no real way to stop them. So again, this goes back to
that is an overarching problem.
That's
and
what I'm saying.
And that's a criticism too.
At the end of the day, this goes to what I said earlier. Good and evil don't exist. It's just a series of trade-offs, and morality is just a group or individual's point of view of a hierarchy of how that should be organized. You can ask one person what's good; it's going to be different from another person. You can ask one person if Palpatine's good; it's going to be different from another person. But it's just a perspective. It doesn't really matter.
True. Joe, were you expecting this kind of conversation, my friend?
Actually, it's an extremely good conversation because while Daniel's saying we haven't created that concept, in a lot of ways we have. It's just a question of what we do with the diversity/divergent that comes as part of the process of exploring potentials. Right now, when you turn a culture into an empire, when you do that cultural genocide that absorbs, like the Borg, everything else around it to where there's only one, overarching system, you end up with that genocide. You end up with the destruction self-built in because it lacks diversity, because it is maximum conforming. And when you start looking at how to create a distributed architecture, and we've seen technologies, we've seen life organisms on this planet create distributed architectures. We are using them in our technology now. AWS, Amazon Web Services, what's going on with Microsoft, Facebook, these are distributed architectures. You don't put all your eggs in one basket. You don't put it on one megalithic server. You distribute it across a bunch of them. And if one server develops a problem, that server goes away and another server takes up its job. You no longer have this monolithic empire that when the empire becomes corrupt at its core, dissolves, and everybody has to go back to square one. You now have these deposits that can pick up the slack and take over other issues. So we have the system in place. We've practiced the system with technology, with food, with plants. We've studied it in other bioorganisms, biomes, ecozones around the world, and what it takes in order to pull all of those together. Yeah, I'm working on that, Master. Getting the ARM servers. Yes.
You should have the tech priest look at that.
But seriously, we need to look at the distributed architecture, right? Get the techs to work on that. But get the distributed architecture in our political system so we're no longer dependent upon this master server who defines everything that goes on. Allow enough individual thought and diversity within the larger distributed architecture so that when something goes bad, all the eggs aren't in one basket.
That's true.
Then there's always going to be some corporation that's like, what if we owned all those server farms?
True. There's always that. There's always that
risk.
Because the thing is, when we look at empires, be they both fictional or real, for example, and I urge everyone to check out Fall Civilization podcast. It's a great series. You want to know how we're gonna end up? Just watch that YouTube series. It's fantastic. You'll notice that even though all these empires that fell are from ancient antiquity, you'll notice that the story is always shockingly familiar. But then again, I want everyone to enjoy their New Year's Eve. Come on, you can worry about those problems next year.
Wait, real quick. Let me give you this. This I think will be a nice bridge between what you're talking about as well. Here's my representation of progress.
Yeah,
that's it. It's a loop. It gets better. It gets worse, but it trends better unless it doesn't.
Yes, that's true. And the thing is, you have to understand, like, there's always that bigger question of what is the end all be all goal? Like, what is the finish line? Do we have technology at our beck and call where we are dependent on and makes our lives easier? Do we have a democracy at the end of, or that it spans beyond worlds, but in galaxies all around? What is the end goal for humanity and its final achievement? And I think I'm going to take this from Daniel. Our whole idea as a species is to get off the planet and to pass the human germ, the Earth's germ that is humanity. That's our goal as a species. All species, all animals do that in ecosystems, and humans are animals. And even though we are self-aware, we know we're going to die. We're able to do a lot of great things. Oops. At least at the end, we as a species, it is to survive. That is in our genetic code. And I think survival is the main prerogative, the main initiative. And hopefully along the way, we can actually make something better for humanity. So there you go.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, again, I don't know what the future is going to look like. I know it's not going to be what I think, but I hope it's going to be better than I expect.
That's agreed. 100%. I want that to happen. So there you go. So, gentlemen, obviously
space mining. That's my big thing. That's what I want to see that in my lifetime. That's my goal.
Space mining. There we go. Hashtag space mining. Let's see. In Night Star, you say, I don't think that our goal that should be, I don't think that should be our goal, spreading our corruption and empire elsewhere. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that humanity as a species propagating and getting off world. That's what all.
Yeah. Whether or not it's our goal is irrelevant. Yeah. It's what we're going to do if we go into space.
That's right. So that's
well,
our
and
main
that's
goal.
The thing is it is inevitable. Eventually, we will achieve that trend upwards in technology where we are able to escape the Earth's gravity permanently and take our species to the stars. The question is do we take the best of what we have to offer as humans into the stars, or do we take the corruption and the war and, Warhammer 40K, where we move into the stars and, the Space Marines immediately start to decimate and commit interstellar genocides just because it's all they ever knew, and it's the religion. The Expanse, that's a good one. The idea of being able to move into the future, do the space mining, create the Mormon pilgrimage out into the stars.
You get a planet, and you get a planet.
Plandathu.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's the thing. I think that at the end of the day, it's like it always is anywhere. In some parts of space, we're going to do way better than we are doing on Earth. And in other parts of space, we're going to be way worse than we are on Earth. Because if there's one thing I think we all know about humanity is we don't do one thing as a group. We're the species that if you want to find people that hate Pop-Tarts, there's a group of people that hate Pop-Tarts. You want to find people that love Pop-Tarts, you're going to find people that love them. You want people that think the Earth is not round, you're going to find them. You think people that think the Earth is round, you're going to find them. You find the correct answer where it's not quite round, it's about a mile off at the center because of the spin, then you're going to find those people as well. But you're going to find every answer. And if you get big enough, Earth gets spread out enough, humanity gets spread out enough, you're going to find microcosms of everything everywhere.
That's exactly true. Humans, while we are a beautiful species, we have different perspectives and points of view. And as we are ending this series altogether, or at least my panel right here, I want to first of all thank Shane of KRTD Media for at least letting me have some fun here. Jerry, I wish you were here for this one. I really do. I wanted Jerry to be here, so there you go. But shout out to my colleague, Daniel, Joe. And again, great having you on all three panels. I would like to have you as a guest on my show. So Shane, I would like Jason and Joe's contact information so we can get that done right away. This was a lot of fun hanging out with all of you. Huge shout out to Sabrina, who let us use her YouTube channel as well to live stream. Shout out to Chicago Corner and Hard Lens Media. Chicago Corner and Hard Lens Media are both of the networks that I'm producer of. Daniel is also a producer of them as well. Jerry has done a great job being a co-host for Hard Lens Media and being the main host for Chicago Corner. And we're trying to build a strong independent media networks with both those channels so we can cover stories that corporate media will not cover. So please consider supporting Hard Lens Media, Chicago Corner, Sabrina's YouTube channel, and KRTD Media. I know times are tough for a lot of people, so if you can't do that through Patreon or Super Chats, guess what? Share our content on social media, on Facebook, Twitter, any which way you can. Get word of mouth out there because the YouTube censorship's real, and we need to stay one step ahead of the algorithm. And I'm really looking forward to the work that I'm going to be doing with Hard Lens Media and Chicago Corner. Shane, Daniel, Joe, you've been great panelists. Everyone else here watching, shout out to all of you as well. Please have a safe New Year's Eve weekend. And as I end this segment here, number one, Obviously, let's all enjoy our favorite science fiction series, Star Trek, Star Wars, The Expanse, and everything else. But the real answer is trust in the God Emperor of mankind and his glorious Imperium. May the Imperium last forever. Humanity first, as always. Peace and much love to you all. The Emperor protects.
Just want to say, we know way too much about Star Trek and Star Wars.
By the way, I just got to say, Shane, I'm really glad you didn't do 40K, because we would have just been like, okay, well, we've just covered the basics of the early history of the Emperor, so we'll move on to the next part.
Trust in the Emperor. Trust in the Emperor, as always.
He's Turkish guy.
Yeah, he is very, very.
Well, today he'd be Turkish, and another time he'd be something else.
Yeah, I think.
Like I said, depends on when you're born.
Depends on when you're born, exactly it. So there you go. But Jerry, I wish you were here for this one. I'm so upset. So there you go. But I guess do I have to bow? How do I bow out of here now?
Just take him out. Just take us out. We're never going to end it. Shane, it's up to you. You're our last hope. Go, go, go.
There we go. So moving on to the next group, we got Jimmy and Jason back.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jason?
I'm good. I'm back.
So this panel is about anti-war. And we were supposed to have Eric join us again, but Eric got tied up with something. But let's talk about how, the left and libertarians, we don't agree on everything, but I think we all agree that we're in a lot of illegal wars right now.
Illegal wars. Illegal, definitely. We are in an awful lot of illegal wars. We use some languaging that's a little bit bizarre, such as the authorization of use of military force, UN support of peacekeeping missions, ally support, NATO operations in support of domestic stabilization around the world. We call it the global war on terrorism, but when they authorized it, war was never even mentioned in the legislation that created it. So we continue to exist in this gray area where it's not legal, but it's not illegal, because legally they went through and redefined all of these terms. What we're looking at is unconstitutional wars, because there was a very specific way in which the Constitution outlined the way wars could happen. And we've been bypassing that ever since World War II.
So how do we, as the left, and you as not necessarily the Libertarian Party, because you mentioned you're taking a leave from the Libertarian Party, but as someone who is libertarian-minded and the left, work together to combat these unconstitutional wars? What can we do? Jason, let's start with you.
Well, I think one of the first things that we can do is continue to expose that the reason that we are embroiled in a essentially global military hegemony situation is that our politicians are bought off by the military industrial complex. It's cliche to say it now, but Eisenhower's warning was prescient as he was leaving office in 1959. And he warned us about the influence of the military industrial complex. But it's true. Everything played out the way Eisenhower predicted it would. Obviously, he had some very good insider information on the dealings of the military industrial complex. And he was a military guy. And the truth is, military people who are, I came from a military family. My father was a USAF officer. Military people don't necessarily want to go to war. They're there to defend their country. I'm remembering a letter that I read from my father when he was in Vietnam that he had written home to my grandmother, where he basically said, none of us know why we're here. All we are doing is trying to stay alive, and nobody has any idea what the actual mission is, what the end game is. And military people do not want to be in that situation. If they want, if there is a legitimate cause for national defense, the people who are actually fighting the wars want to go in, get the job done, and get out with minimal loss of life on both sides. I don't see that happening, and a lot of it has to do with the suits and not necessarily the military itself. And so you have to, everything goes back to, where are the dollar bills coming from, and where are they going to? And really, our global military hegemony is really about lining the pockets of Lockheed Martin and Northrop Grumman. I think that we have to expose that at every opportunity. One of the reasons I ran for Congress is running against a guy who was fourth ranking Democrat in the Armed Services Committee, and takes massive amounts of money from Raytheon and Honeywell and as I said, Northrop Grumman, and here in Washington, where Boeing is our largest employer. That's really what it comes down to. It comes down to a fleecing of the American public, and using classic tactics of othering other people around the world, and making them out to be our enemy when they're not. So, we just got to keep talking about it like that.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to Jimmy, and then I have a question I want to ask to the group.
What was the question again?
The question is, how do libertarians and the left work together to combat all these unconstitutional wars? What can we do? Is there anything we can do?
I hate to be the doom and gloom of the group, but I think the system is too corrupt and too big to even try. I mean, we can all sit here and say, keep planting seeds in people's heads, and eventually things are, going to get big enough to change things. But I've been saying this for 15 years, and I'm, starting to lose hope after 15 years. And I thought I waited long enough. So I don't know. I feel like this is just what we're going to do. Like for a long time, I thought, oh, it's just going to be against, poor people or people of color. But now we've got like white on white crime and wars now. So it's like elevated even more. It's just everybody is up for grabs now. So it's hard to fight that.
Okay. So the question I'm going to ask, the next question is, let's say, Joe, you ran for Congress. Jason, you ran for Congress, right? So obviously, Jason, you ran as a Democrat, and Joe, you ran as a libertarian. But, a lot of people say that bipartisanship is bad. And usually it is, because it screws over the working class, because it's usually Democrats coming together with the Republicans to screw the working class, start a war, do something or other. We've had a couple good instances like Bernie Sanders and Mike Lee on some, weak anti-war legislation that didn't go too far. Not that it was bad legislation, it was just too weak, right? At the end of the day. But, do you think, and Jim, you can answer this too, that it is a bad idea to work with the other side, as the other side is a figure of speech on issues where we agree, such as anti-war, both in Congress, among activists in general? Or do you think we need to be completely partisan? Well, stand where we are. And I'm going to start again, this time with Joe.
Okay. It is absolutely essential that we come together with the pro-peace and anti-war organizations. Here in Idaho, one of the first organizers that really stepped up and did post-Obama activism, because we had the anti-war left during the Bush era, and then it disappeared under Obama. Like all of a sudden the global wars were over, only they weren't. And it was like Obama's second session, and we started seeing anti-war activists from the right. We started seeing individuals that were looking at extremely conservative values, extremely conservative approach. Don't get yourself intertwined in, foreign affairs. Look after your own people, stay in your own community. This was one of the things that was focused on, from very conservative, very right-wing individuals. And one of these individuals actually started Bring Our Troops Home.us. And the idea was end the foreign wars, end the authorization of use of military force, end this export of America's youth into combat zones. In that sense, because we realized, that machine's too big, we started working on localization. You see Scott Horton working on Defend the Guard in different states. You see, individuals like my friend Ben Adams, who's tried at least twice now to get it through our own state legislature, which is very much in the pockets of the military industrial complex. You look at other states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, that are putting out these things that say, no, you cannot use our service members, our National Guard, the kids who signed up to stay home and protect their communities. You can't use them in American wars of aggression. So we start seeing it peeled back, and whether it's on the left, whether it's on the right, whether it's authoritarian left or authoritarian right that want to be able to consolidate the power in the U.S., bring those troops home, or whether it's we just don't want those troops exporting violence and inviting violence in return that you see coming from the right, the libertarian, with the non-aggression pact, because wars of aggression are a violation of the non-aggression principle. You got the left going, well, what about the humanitarian? Well, if we stopped exporting our war machine, the number of humanitarian missions that we'd be responsible for could be handled by teachers, could be handled by food, could be handled by teaching people how to farm. One of the more respected African leaders, who is leading from a communal perspective, was saying, don't send us wheat, don't send us grain, send us tractors and the means to produce our own. Teach us to become self-sufficient. And that's one of the problems that we keep losing in this. And this is on a personal level as well, because we've lost our ability to create our lives with our own hands. We've become dependent upon the IKEA parts coming from, the factories. We've become dependent upon the certified mechanic down at the auto shop to be able to diagnose what's wrong with our car when the spark plug stopped firing right. We need to bring back that our ability to create our own world with our own hands and have confidence in that in such a way that we can be mutually supportive with other members of our community, and that community in turn can be mutually supportive with communities out and beyond us. And that's why it's extremely important for us to start talking, developing these ways where we can cooperate and collaborate, regardless of what other principles we believe in.
Okay, so it seems like you're talking about, yes, we should work together, and you're talking about bringing back the Peace Corps or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
And now John H. wants to hear Jimmy, so Jimmy, go.
Okay, so when I agree with sorry, my cats are all over the place. I agree with what Joe has to say. I think that when it comes to even the most extreme cases of people and their ideology and what they believe in, I truly honestly think that the only way that we're ever going to come together on stuff is to be able to at least talk to some of them, try to talk them out of maybe some of their extremist thinkings. I think that, somebody has to be able to do that. And so, if they don't, to me, if nobody talks to them, then they're always going to stay inside of this bubble where they think the same thing forever. And to me, that's even like a more liberal form of segregation and apartheid in my head. So it feels like, you're punishing these extremists for thinking this way and separating yourself from them instead of, trying to have a conversation and maybe learn about, how they're feeling and what they've experienced and try to get them to heal in a way. So that's what I feel.
Okay. Jason.
Well, I'll just go back to what you had a comment about bipartisanship, and George Carlin had one of the best quotes about bipartisanship. He says, as soon as you hear the word bipartisanship, you can be assured that there's some greater level of deception than usual taking place. But I mean, when it comes to anti-war issues, I somewhat agree with what Jimmy said, is that we're not going to get past this while we have a corporate-owned Congress. And I'm reading the chat here as it's going by, and Sean, I think it's Sean, who's saying, really the root of this is this extreme capitalism where corporations are looking for any avenue to increase their market share, and they don't give a shit. Am I allowed to say that at this point? they don't give a shit whether, you know, people are dying across the world. They don't care whether Americans are dying. All they want to do is pad their bank accounts. And they have a leg up from Congress in doing that. And it's both parties. You'll notice that there were only 2 dissenting votes on this omnibus bill. And by the way, let's talk about omnibus bills for a second. The fact that omnibus bills even exist is a failure of all of these government departments to get their own budgeting in order. And the easiest way for people to get nefarious things through, you know, and it's corporate based, is to slap it into a 2,000-page bill that nobody's going to read. Or is it 4,000? It was 2,000 a couple of years ago. It might have been around 4,000 this year. Nobody's going to read them. So they can filter all of this funding for whatever their pet military projects are into this omnibus bill. And because it's tied in with so many other things, you know, even people who are ostensibly anti-war, and I would take somebody like Cori Bush, for instance. She voted for the bill. The only dissenting vote was AOC and Rashida Tlaib, who disappointingly didn't vote no. She just voted present. So you have both parties who are unwilling to challenge the system. And so, you know, it really is incumbent on people outside of the 2-party system. When I consider myself outside, you know, I ran as a Democrat, but, you know, my history is more with the anti-war left and the Green Party. I ran as a Democrat purely because Bernie had, you know, I was part of the Bernie Sanders movement, and a lot of leftists had sort of said, you know, let's make a run at seeing if we can change the face of the Democratic Party. You know, having been through 2 congressional cycles now, I don't think it is possible. And so it is incumbent on people outside of the 2-party system to make sure that we, you know, for lack of a better term, take our country back. I hate that word, but, you know, that phrase. But, you know, and as to working with people, I can work with a lot of people. There are a few people that I can't and won't work with. I mean, people who are outwardly fascist, you know, I'm going to leave them to their own devices. I cannot engage with those people. I will leave that work to other people. Good luck. You know, but you're not going to find me sitting at the table with, you know, Proud Boys and whatnot. But anybody else, I can work with you.
Okay, so now that we've agreed we can all work together, you know, at least this panel has agreed that.
Within the panel, within the reasonable expectation that, you know, at least those of us in the panel together, you know, recognize the value of a diverse group of individuals.
Yeah.
Well, now let's talk strategy for a second.
Okay.
I'm going to ask a question, and I want to get everybody's honest take on this question. Do we play the outside game if we want to stop war? Let's say there's a chance, and, you know, Jimmy being gloomy doesn't matter. Even though we all know there really isn't much of a chance, do we play the outside game where it's purely activism and it's purely, you know, the anti-war movements? Do we play the inside game where we rely on the Senate, the House, and some of our politicians? Or, you know, I'm going to give you guys 4 choices. C, do we play the inside-outside game where we do anything and everything to end the wars and do with these? Or do we just hope that the wars end and do nothing? Jason, I'm going to start with you this time. Jason?
You there, Jason? I think we lost him. I think he got locked up.
Okay, so Joe, I'll start with you.
Okay, we definitely need to do the inside-outside thing. Reason why, and I don't really like the idea, you know, by any means possible, though. You know, the libertarians have a perspective that as long as we aren't being violent in pursuit of our objective, you know, such that we're not going around killing politicians who vote for the wars, you know, we're doing the right thing. And we need to be active on the outside, doing things like the citizens initiatives for Defend the Guard, like Jimmy Dore and Scott Horton are talking about, or whether or not we're doing things internally and trying to get people elected into, Washington, D.C., into Congress in order to deauthorize the use of military force, or whether we want to do something else, even on a local level where we run for local office, where we support, defend the guard and pressure, our Washington delegations into saying, you know what, it's time we back off of this. It's time we say something else, something different, And of course, one of the big things that's always an issue is how do we create an economy that doesn't feed the war machine? And this is one that we've talked about, Joe Firestone talks about it a lot, modern monetary theory. It is the theory that funds our military machine right now. It doesn't matter whether we pay taxes or not. They're going to print all the money they need in order to keep the machine going. So how do we create an alternative economy that allows people to escape the military industrial economy that's been created here in the United States since the 1940s? Yeah, and that's really the big outside. That's the outside game. It's the idea of creating the alternative economies that step away from the central banks. And Sabby was talking about it earlier. The idea of state banks. Okay, let each state create their own currency. Let each state develop an economy independent of the federal economy, of the federal fiat currency. And each state can use their own spin on modern monetary theory or cryptocurrency based on what it is they feel, as a collective is going to work best for them. Allow a certain amount of transfer of that wealth when people move from one zone to another. But how do we create that departure from the republic under the centralized government? And that, so we have 3 different levels we can be operating at here. And there's no reason why you can't focus, a single individual can't focus on one, or why as an individual you can't, try your hand at all 3 simultaneously. But I seriously think we need to do all 3. Even if we aren't doing them ourselves, we need to support those who are handling different portions of this inside-outside, really outside fight.
Okay. So now, Jason, did you hear the question? Because I know you dropped
I
off.
did not hear the question. My internet took a crap.
Okay.
But
I'm going to repeat the question again for Jason. The question is, now that we've agreed that we can all work together within reason, what kind of strategy do you want to take? And I gave A, B, C, or D. A is the outside game. We focus on activism, ballot initiatives, and things like that. B is the inside game, where we rely on our senators, congressmen, elected officials at various different levels to fight for us. And C is the inside-outside game. And D is just hoping it'll all work out in the end and not really lifting a finger to do anything. What do you like?
Well, I think both major parties are hopelessly corrupt and bought off by the war machine, as well as many other industries. So what Joe says about needing to create different economies that don't feed the war machine. I want to say it was Margaret Mead who said decades ago that if we want to stop war, we need to find a way to make peace profitable. So that's but again, that is it's a tough nut to crack when we are essentially, the capitalist system is essentially a war for resources, an economic war for resources, and that's really what a lot of the wars around the world that we are engaged in, and the reason we have 700-800 military bases around the world, it's really to maintain sort of a protection force for American and other, it's not just American, let's call it Western corporations to be able to exploit resources around the world. We've got the CIA there ready to overthrow leaders who want to maintain their own resources for their own country. So can we, what I think what we really need to do, and I think that the global climate change is going to impress upon us that we need to do this also, is move to smaller, local, more sustainable economies. And if that's an issue where states need to have their own banks so that they can run their own economies, then that's fine. Also, we've got a pretty decent state bank movement in Washington State, and I think that that's an important thing because that ties into the healthcare system and other things. But I think smaller local economies are what is going to be necessary for this giant behemoth of the United States / Western capitalism to want to stop making no, not different currencies. not that. But for again, the United States / Western capitalism to stop going around the world exploiting other people and their resources. I think we have got to figure out a way to have our economies become more local, and I'm talking about food production and transportation and manufacturing and that kind of thing.
Okay, so Jimmy, A, B, C, or D?
I'm going to go with neither of those options. Thank you very much.
So which option are you going to go with?
My option is my own option. Look, I mean, I've even seen ballot initiatives not even being brought up to the floor in the assembly when people thought that thing was going to get voted automatically. So a lot of things have been disheartening. I think the only thing that really gives me hope in this country is direct action. So when I see Rome going out there and gathering money and gathering things for people who need it out in Flint, Michigan, for water and stuff, or just somebody on my own show too, Cape Socialist and Lula Socialist, they go out there in South Africa and they go and directly feed people and make sure that all these kids get fed every day. That's the kind of stuff that gives me hope in this country. Not much really else. It's just the people that go out there and sacrifice themselves to make sure that the people that are worse off than them, at least are comfortable and happy. Kind of like what, Harlan's Media did for their community during Christmas time too. That kind of stuff, the direct action is what I pretty much gives me the only hope in this country. But I do like communism and communal living. So.
Okay, so while before I ask the next question, I'm going to remind everyone that a couple days ago, YouTube struck down the KRTD Media channel for a 2-year-old video that we streamed when we were working with the Action for Assange group 2 years ago, and this told us to delete it, and we deleted it, and then they struck us for it after we deleted it and said, you cannot stream today.
It's just more reason for the internet to be a public utility. They need to nationalize the thing. I'm sorry, but freedom, if you this is something that everybody has, it's just become so natural for just kids to own this kind of stuff nowadays, whether it's YouTube or Twitter or Facebook or TikTok or Instagram. And I don't think that there should be some really rich private company with a bunch of people that are working underneath him telling us what we can and can't say, when literally it's in our Constitution of free speech. That's what I don't understand. So you'd make it at least a utility if we've got to pay for the damn thing, so that way we can talk.
Absolutely. So the thing I was going to say though is KRTD today is unable to stream, and we're unable to collect any kind of super chats, and we're being demonetized. So if anyone wants to help us out, our Patreon is at the bottom there, patreon.com/KRTD Media Group. Help us fight YouTube's algorithms and fight
you guys
YouTube.
are everybody here is more than welcome to still go over to KRTD Media over on YouTube and give us a subscribe. You can still subscribe. We're only on strike for a week, so by next Thursday, we'll have our shows up back and running. But at least until then, even right now, our show here for KRTD, we are streaming live exclusively, actually, on Rockfin. So if you guys want to hook it up, I think Rockfin handles with cryptocurrency, so we don't have to worry about the economy. however
It's
that works, you
Ethereum.
know. Yeah, okay. So some sort of whatever
That's
Bitcoin
cryptocurrency.
thing. I don't know what it is. I don't dabble in that. But that gives us an opportunity too to be able to have, you know, some fun in other places and have some people go and check out our other things. So if you guys don't want to, you know, hook up Patreon or give us any kind of support there, you're more than welcome to go tip us over at Rockfin as well. Back to you, Shane.
Okay, so I just want to make an announcement. We are not going to have our panel on Assange today because Misty is going to be unable to make it. So instead, I'm going to do a call-in hour where we have our viewers come in and talk to us. You know, anyone who wants to talk about whatever, we can do whatever. And a couple of the KRTD people, you know, will be here and we'll just talk about whatever for an hour. So I'm just going to let everybody know that's the change of plans. I forget what time it was. I think it's like 9 o'clock or something like that Eastern.
Yeah, so Misty was doing whistleblowers at 9 p.m. Eastern. So you got
at 9 p.m. Eastern, we'll be taking your guys' calls, and we can talk about whistleblowers. Yay, whistleblowers. Okay, so let's get back to the thing at hand. So, you know, Jimmy, you think it's hopeless to end wars?
I don't think it's hopeless to end wars. What? No, I'm totally against wars. I just don't feel like we, you know, me as a single person ever has a chance in reality of actually making anything happen. And if I'm thinking this in 2022, when at least economically and technically, you know, like technology wise and scientific wise, we're a lot better off than the last thousands of years. Just think of how many other people in our history have thought the same thing that I've thought and just felt overwhelmed where they couldn't do it. And I'm still feeling that way today. So that's just where that lack of hope comes from. I don't want wars. I'm not okay with wars on any side. I just don't feel like me singly could ever do anything.
Well, no, that's what I meant. I wasn't saying you don't think it's a good idea to end wars. I was saying you don't think you can end the war. You know, and you know, Jason and Joe seem to have a little bit more hope, but not much.
Not much. No, honestly, really not much. I mean, we are a war economy, and you know, year after year, you know, it is amazing to me, and also very telling that you know, after 20 years of an absolute disaster in Afghanistan. Not to mention the fact that we know we were lied about getting into Iraq, two separate issues, but you know, coming out of a 20-year history in the Middle East and Afghanistan, and obviously it goes way beyond that. But the public sort of, you know, when you've got the New York Times, which is a fully capitalist supporting, you know, a newspaper, the newspaper of record, is highly critical of our engagement in Afghanistan. It is amazing that we can turn on a dime and say, look, we're about to get into another one. And now the one that we are heading into could have real, not that Iraq and Afghanistan didn't have real consequences, but now we're talking about engagement with a nuclear power. It's absolute insanity. But you know, we literally go from one war to the next without even a breath in between. And that is indicative of who controls our government, because none of our representatives are willing to speak out against it. You know, and so I think somebody had mentioned Code Pink in the channel. I've been a follower of Code Pink since they started in 2003. I mean, I protested war in 1990, right? That was my start in politics. Was protesting war for the first Desert Storm invasion, and have continued war protests. And then, you know, Code Pink got started around the time of the invasion of Iraq in 2003. So I think organizations like Code Pink are extremely valuable. I think Medea Benjamin is fantastic, and brave. These people are brave for being able to, you know, put themselves out there, challenge very publicly the people in power, and saying, you guys are warmongers. You are taking money from the military-industrial complex. and we need to put a stop to this. They're gonna marginalize those voices, but I still think it is vital that there are organizations that are willing to stand up and do that.
So we're going to get to my next question, but everybody definitely check that out. So my next question is, we're in 2022, we're in the 2000s decade, we've done the 90s, we've done the 2000s, but you go back to the 60s, right? You had all these really strong, really powerful anti-war movements, which were successful in some cases. Why is it that in the decade of the 60s, these anti-war movements were strong and they were able to play a part? I'm not going to say they actually ended the wars, but why were they able to play a part in ending these wars? And why today do we not have as strong of an anti-war movement? What has changed? Why did it work then? And why doesn't it work now? What do you guys think? I'm going to start with you, Joe.
Okay, this one's an interesting situation because I've talked about this a time or two already. One of the things was in the 1970s, 1975, we were getting out of Vietnam. 1975 was being led by a Veterans for Peace movement, largely. You saw people coming back from the war, veterans, who were dealing with post-traumatic stress injuries at the time. You were seeing civilians here in the United States that were protesting the draft, that didn't want to go over into the war. And then all of a sudden, there was this magical war on drugs that proceeded to disband all of these organizations that were fighting the status quo. They went in, they destroyed the Black Panthers, they destroyed the Veterans for Peace movement. The people who were leading the charge were having drugs planted on them to justify having them removed from the communities that were supporting the anti-war movement. Okay, this was the whole Nixon thing. This was, Hoover, counter-intel pro. The whole thing was going in systematically breaking down and disassembling. What?
I was just going to say that
they were
what you think. John Ehrlichman, who was a high up in the Nixon administration, admitted all of this stuff. He literally said that we used drugs to shut down the racial justice movement and the anti-war movement. Those were the two specific targets of the war on drugs.
There it is.
Yeah. The war on drugs was deliberately manufactured in order to break the peace movement. And here we are, 50 years later, and one of the things that marijuana has been proven to do is reduce anxiety. Okay, we have a mainstream media that feeds us fear, feeds us anxiety every day of the year. And during the 1960s and the 1970s, during the heyday of the marijuana movement, the use of this illicit drug that reduced the anxiety, that created the immunity to the fear that the mainstream media was piping into everybody's living room by providing frontline footage of what the war would look like if we allowed it to come home. And that's why we lack because our ability to step back and assess the situation, absent the fear, absent the anxiety, because one of those recreational drugs that helped relieve that, helped us as a community become less anxious about the world around us, has been made illegal. Now we're starting to see a resurgence as we see marijuana being legalized across the country. People are becoming less anxious. They're becoming less scared. They're less afraid of what the government is offering, of what the enemy, whatever nebulous boogeyman they put on the front screens today. But we are seeing people with access to this medical marijuana and recreational that are coming back and going, I don't know what you're scared of. Why are we afraid of that? So we're seeing it build, but at the same time, the adoption of these alternative medicines, not produced by pharmaceutical companies, our adoption of them is still slow enough that the anxiety still permeates our culture. We will see a time when enough people have legal access we'll be able to look at the federal government and go, you know what? You sold us a bogus bill. You scared us into believing that you were right when we knew your intent was selfish. We'll get there. And part of it starts with removing the fear, the culture of fear that has become such an integral part of late American empire.
Absolutely. So thanks for the correction. I meant 1970s. So many decades there. So since John H wants to hear what Jimmy thinks, we're going to go to Jimmy next. No, what do you mean no? John H wants to hear what you think.
What was the question again?
Why in the 1970s were we able to have these strong anti-war movements that were successful, at least to some extent? But in the 90s, 2000s, 80s, that really wasn't much of a factor, and it had died down. What's different?
Well,
What did they have then that we don't have now?
Well, to not only to agree with Joe on what he says, but to add to that too as well, what I feel like probably what settled down a lot of the anti-war movements and a lot of the protest movements was probably the vilification of those people being sent to jails and prisons and locked up for a really long time just for protesting against a war. And then I feel like the difference of it now is there's probably more anti-war protesters, but the platform isn't your town square anymore in front of your city. It's the internet, which is the entire world, which makes it that much harder to even get the war or the anti-war message even out nowadays compared to back then. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's still vilification of people who are anti-war, but like, you know, more of a, you know, kind of like what happened, you know, with the whole Bernie Sanders thing where the guy asked him, you know, about anti-war, and then Bernie's like, are you paid by Russia? You know, it's a different kind of vilification. Now it's more of like a canceled vilification than anything else, but it's still there.
So to your point, the internet, you know, has been a wonderful thing. It's helped a lot of different things. You know, it's helped activists organize, you know, better than they were able to, you know, in the olden days of 1970s and 60s. But is there still a need for activists to go outside and talk to and play with other activist friends? Go outside and play rather than stand around on Twitter and Facebook. Is there a need for that?
I think that there is a need for physically being with people and being able to grow your message. I just feel like there should be more legitimate, like maybe hopefully some form of like legislative action that follows this kind of stuff, because I've been a part of numerous protests, and even ones that we fought afterwards still didn't make it. Like I was talking earlier this morning on Jerry's panel about Nestle stealing water out here for so long and then selling it back to us with an expired license. We fought that, we protested, we fought that, and we still ended up losing. But it was the fight part that really got me going. Like, you can go out there with your friends and hold up signs and stuff, but what does that do in the end without something to follow up with to keep it going? It's just, you know, some kind of virtue signaling of like, I'm against this, and then that's it. And that's where I do see the importance of the quote unquote protests that are out there. So
okay, Jason, should we go outside?
Well, I actually, you know, I want to disagree that something quote unquote happened to the anti-war movement, because the anti-war movement, especially going into Iraq in 2003, was really, really strong. I actually got up to get this book, which is a memorial for what was called the day the world said no to war. When all around the world, in every major city, you had millions and millions of people literally begging the Bush administration not to do this. So many people just knew instinctively that this was going to be bad for everybody, that there was no good reason to be going into Iraq. Many of us felt that it was, you know, before the final decision that, oh, I guess there's no weapons of mass destruction. Many of us knew that that was going to be the case. I mean, I watched Colin Powell give his speech to the UN. I was a math teacher at the time. I was a high school math teacher for almost 20 years, and we didn't do class first period on that February in 2003 when Colin Powell spoke to the UN, because my kids were juniors and seniors, and I said, we need to watch this, because what happens in this particular presentation could affect your lives directly. Your country could be coming to you and saying, we want to put a gun in your hand and send you halfway across the world, to kill Muslims for oil. And so I think the anti-war movement in 2003 was really strong. But what happened was, and we kept that up, we protested year after year after year until Obama got elected. And then everybody said, oh, look, we've got an anti-war president. And now I wasn't one of those. I protested all the way through Obama's presidency. We gathered in Westlake Park in Seattle on the anniversary. I think it was March 19th, year after year after year. But those gatherings got gradually smaller and smaller and smaller, because people were like, oh, look, we've got the guy in office who's going to bring this to a close. And obviously that was not the case. How many tons of bombs dropped all the way through Obama's presidency. So the Democrats, the Democratic Party showed itself, if people didn't recognize it already, that they were a pro-war party through Obama's presidency. And I think that has disillusioned a lot of people, that they say, we can blame, despite, even if you take off the table, Congress abdicated its powers for the authorization of use of military force. Even if we said, okay, Congress gave that up and they shouldn't have done that, at least the Democratic Party is the one that, when we get a Democrat in office, he's going to bring this to an end. They're going to bring this to an end. And that was obviously completely false hope. And I think it was the Obama presidency that killed the anti-war movement more than anything. And it highly disappointing, but the anti-war movement was strong in 2003, and disappointingly diminished because a Democrat got elected. And obviously, Democrats are pro-war.
So I just want to address a couple.
And we've seen that here with the Ukraine situation, that Democrats are pro-war. I mean, they're funded by the war machine and they want to go to war.
So, to address three of your points: one, Obama took 2 wars, made them 7, increased the drones by, I think it was like 70% or 130% or something like that. And 3, in George Bush's defense, when they asked him about the Iraq war, and they said, did you consult your father? He assured us he consulted a higher father. No, in all serious, we all have to, give that, no. I'm sure a lot of people don't remember that, but
when Obama was running, I was around your age, Shane, and it was my first time voting for president. And I remember Obama specifically saying on the campaign trail that he promised that he was going to take at least 60,000 of our troops out of Afghanistan. And I voted for him for that reason, that exact reason alone. And I remember within the first 30 to 60 days, one of the first things he did was send 40,000 troops to Afghanistan. So, he's been lying ever since day one.
Well, he said that he's a moderate Republican, and we all know that.
Right.
That in the 1980s, he would have run as a Republican, he said. So
it was the whole virtue signal, bring the first man of color into the presidency and all of that. So that,
he gave us so much
we all fell for it.
He gave us so much pocket change. Don't worry.
Right.
Hope and pocket change.
Yeah. Pretty much.
And here's another thing, if I can throw this in here. Our corporate media is completely complicit in this. They will not challenge, you remember Judith Miller just picked up the Bush-Cheney line on why we were going into Iraq and ran with it as if there were no other investigative sources and then so the New York Times became a champion of the Iraq War, right off the bat. And we don't have, and they do, corporate media does exactly the same thing. You can almost find no outlet in corporate media that is willing to challenge the war machine narrative. It's one of the reasons, independent media, whether it's left or right, independent media is important, because, these corporate media companies, now that we're down to 5 or 6 people who own all of it, they're all tied into the same corporations who are profiting off of war.
Absolutely. So I'm going to ask my final question, and then we're going to end the panel and go to the next panel, which is foreign affairs. Funny enough. Okay, so my final question is, we've all agreed that we can work together, people of different ideologies. We've discussed, how the war movement, anti-war movement has grown, changed, what different factors contributed to it, all the different things that we could do or not do. What does everyone here think the best path to ending these unconstitutional wars is? Does anyone, have any, or do you think there is no path at this point? Jason.
I really only have one thing to say about this, and it is you won't end war unless you end capitalism. Wars are an arm of capitalism. Capitalism is an exploitative system. Wars are typically wars for resources and control. Unless we can move out of a capitalistic system, an exploitative system, we're not going to end war. So that's my final statement.
Okay, Joe.
And I'm going to agree with Jason. Ultimately, this is about where the money is. We follow the money. And ever since the inception of the United States, we've practiced this idea of gunboat diplomacy, specifically for the purposes of individuals who were exploitative. They used our collective resources to create armies, to take lands and resources from other nations, from other people. From taking the people themselves to taking their land, to taking, the resources that made the United States wealthy. And it's time that we actually step back from that and we create the kind of trade organization, fair trade organization globally that isn't dependent upon the violence of our machine to hold the rest of the world at gunpoint, expecting them to accept our demands without some sort of fair trade exchange as part of the process. As long as we persist in supporting exploitative corporations, as long as we continue to support using the United States military to pressure those other nations into accepting our less than equal trade agreements, we're going to continue to have global warfare strictly for the purpose of making wealthier people wealthier, and concentration of wealth and power around the world into the hands of just a few people. And that ultimately is going to cause the entire situation to collapse, because as we've seen generation after generation, when it comes to the fall of empire, it is inevitable.
Okay, Jimmy.
I think my final thoughts on this whole thing would be, other than, my doom and gloom of like, I don't think we can ever really stop it. I think there may be possibly, if we could ever come together and figure out a way, I think that I would implore people to really, really look into modern monetary theory and realize how our economic system works. I think if people start realizing how we just have this empty checkbook, this blank check for military and all these other things, but then when it comes to bills and things like that to help out the regular people, we always ask where the money is. And I think that if we understood how our economic system runs, then I think that people wouldn't be asking that question on one thing and wouldn't be asking it on another. And I think that divesting from that and having the people getting mad enough to get mad at their congressman or their senator or anybody that's in government and say, like, we understand how this government is run, we understand how economics is run, and you're fucked up you're messed up for even considering this empty checkbook or for Raytheon and Larry Fink, but you're gonna, you know, not give it to the rest of us. And I think that's really maybe a possibility, is if we get the people smart enough and start divesting in all of that.
Okay. And I just want to have the panel address Mr. Nick whatever. What does everybody think about that comment?
That comment from Nick Carducci, I appreciate that, because I do recognize, as Jason pointed out, you know, there are certain ideologies that simply will not work regardless of your common belief in a single issue. Okay, like one of these things that I consider extremely important is the idea of bodily autonomy. Okay, now the right comes back and says women don't deserve bodily autonomy because the baby, you know, has a higher priority. You got individuals from the authoritarian center that says your right to not get a vaccine, you know, is displaced by the needs of the many. You know, even though we've watched that level of control, that level of central authority be abused and perpetuate lies across the nation and around the world. You know, so there are literally hardliners where you have to step back and go, I recognize that we have a common issue, a single issue topic, but we cannot work in tandem, because ultimately what you believe in is the violation of my rights and the disbelief in my humanity. You know, and that's one of the things that you run into when it comes to hardliner ideologies. Evangelical dominionists. You know, there's only the 1,400 that are going to be raptured, and they're going to go to heaven and become rulers upon high. You know, the rest of us are dirt to be tread on. You know, those are people, even though they don't believe in war, they're not people who can be worked with, because ultimately they don't care about you as an individual. You know, you have other individuals from other castes, other organizations, other systems of belief in their superiority. You know, there are hardline ideologies that simply cannot work together or should be supported in any way through alliances or tandem agreements.
Okay.
Did I lose you?
And I just want to say Rainbow Coalition.
If I can, since we, you know, MMT keeps coming up here, and it's good, and I think it should. One of the things that we need to recognize about MMT, you know, if you think about the economic system of MMT, which I'm fully in support of, you then start to recognize that the war is not just external; it's internal. Right. So when we're talking about war is a tool of capitalism, it's not just exploiting people around the world. It's exploiting the United States itself. We're exploiting our own citizens. And if we could understand MMT economics, we could solve a lot of problems for the majority of people who are being exploited in this country as well. So just needed to get that out.
And you know, I just want to say war is a racket.
Smedley Butler.
Yes. And Jimmy, go.
To that question, no, I think that's where a lot of the inner monologue fighting in my head comes. Like, on one side, I think that everybody should have a chance to be talked to and have a chance to at least debate and come to, you know, maybe hopeful new conclusions and stuff. But you're right, like there are certain people, you know, that you're just gonna have to, like, after a while you get really, really sick and tired of biting your tongue and biting your lip, you know, of having to deal with that stuff. So I completely understand of, you know, maybe there are certain people that, you know, it's really hard to talk to and they're just lost causes. But I think in every aspect of the world, I think that everybody has a chance to talk to or have the chance to be talked to. But then also there's a lot of chances for lost causes, you know, that you just have to give up. It's, you know, I think everybody has their own, whether it's, you know, either domestic or whether it's their life, every aspect of every world, of everybody's personal world has this chance of, like, you know, abuse, like where you feel like you're just cuckolded or, you know, into like this abusive situation, whether it's something. And I feel like if there is a lost cause, then all you can do is step away and let the person figure it out themselves. But it's an inner battle in my head all the time, you know, of wanting to talk to people and saying it's a lost cause. So it's hard. It's very hard.
Okay. So, you know, I think we got a lot out of this panel. Very good discussions. You know, and John H is, you know, I guess your biggest fan, Jimmy? You're muted.
Sorry. Of course I am. Man, I was trying really not to, because you all have been muting all day. I have no idea who this John guy is, but he's my ride or die, and I love him. So thank you,
John. Okay. So we're about to come up on the next panel. We're still waiting for our panelists. Do we have the video?
Yeah. Do you want me to just go ahead and play the video first?
No. We need to wait for the panelists. But
okay.
Because they need to react to the video. So everyone, our next panel is going to be about foreign policy, where Madeline Hoffman has done an interview with Dan Kovalak, and they're talking about a couple of different things, but we're only going to show you guys about 20 minutes of that interview, because KRTD Media is going to release the full hour. I think it's an hour, 45 minutes later, but we're going to show you guys a sneak preview of this. You know, for those of you who are not familiar with Dan Kovalak, he's written a lot of anti-war books, and he's done a lot of writings on the anti-war movement. So it's kind of perfect that our panel leads into that discussion there.
It's been good. Have fun. I'll see you guys later this evening.
Yep.
Okay.
I want to give a shout out to everybody in the audience. You guys have all rocked. Today has been really great. I want to thank all the panelists that have been here today. The just going all day and knowing that we're more than halfway done has been absolutely incredible. Everybody's topics have been really fun. You all in the chat have been keeping it all going, whether we've had to hop over to Heartlands Media or Chicago Coroner or over to Sabby Sabs or over to Our Zone Rockfin. Like the chat has been really awesome. I really loved everybody that came on. Lele Rose was amazing today. I think the chat really loved the talent of Lele Rose, and I think they had a lot of fun on the Heartlands or the Chicago Coroner panel this morning, and then the Heartlands Media today. I think they had a lot of fun with that. So I just want to give a shout out to the panelists and the audience today for sure.
So we're gonna hire Lele Rose again next year, everybody, and every year after that.
Yes. All right. So do you want me to go ahead and get the movie started, and then we'll bring in the panelists once the show is over?
Sure.
All right, you guys, enjoy. This is about Latin America with Madeline. Enjoy.
Welcome back, Dan. And
thank you.
Thank you. And in this segment, I would like to focus on Latin America and the trends in Latin America this year. It's been a very interesting year for progressive governments like Honduras, Colombia, Brazil. But then we just had a coup in Peru. So just like to hear your thoughts on where you think Latin America is going, and what needs to, what the situation is right now.
Yeah, well, I think Latin America, if left to its own devices, will definitely go in a progressive direction. It already is. But as you say, the right-wing forces within some of these countries backed by the United States are pushing against his progress, as they have for many, many years, right? So as you say, if we start with Peru, a year and a half ago, you had a very left-wing candidate in Pedro Castillo, who was elected. He's from a very modest background, considers himself a socialist, if not even a communist, and he was elected. But he's been resisted since the day he took office, and he finally was overthrown in a coup, and he's been put in jail. Now, there are massive demonstrations and strikes happening in Peru right now to try to return him to office. So there is some hope there. And again, we need to put pressure on our own officials to support the return of him to office, the return to democracy. Instead, our government has welcomed the coup, of course, because they no doubt supported it happening. Because they don't want a progressive president in Peru or any other developing country. So that's definitely a country to watch right now. The other one is Brazil, where Lula da Silva has been reelected after having actually himself been jailed in a coup, again, supported by the United States. But he has not been sworn in yet. And, the current president, Bolsonaro, the outgoing president, has made noises at times that he wouldn't let Lula, return to power, that he might use the military to keep him out. Now, he's kind of changed his tune recently, at least publicly, but I think we need to be vigilant, to make sure that that does happen, that Lula is able to take office peacefully. You have President Xiomara Castro in Honduras, again, who was elected after a coup in 2009 when her husband, Manuel Zelaya, was overthrown in a coup. She was recently elected and inaugurated, and I think she's going to have a struggle on her hands as well, because, again, I think the U.S. will not be happy for her to be in office and will do things economically against Honduras to try to undermine her. And meanwhile, the U.S. continues its very high pressure campaigns against Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua with very stringent economic sanctions, which are hurting all three of those countries. I think Cuba's probably getting hurt the most. I mean, I talk to people saying they're a bit afraid of what's going to happen to Cuba because their economy is being devastated by, now decades of sanctions and embargoes. By the way, I'll just mention in the other discussion you and I had, I mentioned I was in Russia, and in Moscow they just unveiled a statue to Fidel Castro, which Vladimir Putin and Miguel Diaz-Canel laid wreaths on shortly before I actually visited that statue in Moscow. So I think that's kind of an interesting symbolic event. But in any case, so we see, the struggle continuing in Latin America, though I think the struggle is being won in Latin America more than it is in any other place in the world, right? I mean, you don't see a left ascending to power with greater frequency than in Latin America. And, I think they've had the strongest left for quite a long time, and that's certainly, in my view, a good thing.
And I am going to be the Latin American correspondent for KRTD Media come next year, as I am relocating myself to the country of Colombia, and in part because of what you just said, Dan, about the politics of the area of Latin America being much more to the left than our politics here in the United States, for example. And so I'd love to hear your take on the election of Gustavo Petro and his stance or position towards him, and what the possibility is or likelihood is of him remaining in power and being effective as the president of Colombia?
Yeah, well, I was actually at his inauguration in August. I'm friends with Gustavo Petro. I have been since he was a senator, actually. And I was very excited he was elected, and he has an Afro-Colombian vice president in Francia Marquez. And it's very exciting. And the inauguration was very exciting. He called forth the sword of Bolivar to be brought to the stage as a symbolic act that he was going to help liberate the country from, in this case, U.S. domination. At that time, it was Spain, of course, under Bolivar. And that's a very exciting thing. Now, he's treading very lightly. He's going very slowly because he has to. The military is not supportive of him. It is a very strong military that the U.S. has built up. Again, over many decades, there are right-wing, paramilitary death squads aligned with that military that also don't like Petro. So he's being very careful. He did open up relations right away with Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Those have been cut off by his predecessor. He did open up the border between Colombia and Venezuela that had been closed by his predecessor. So he's doing some things. Now, his main goal, frankly, is domestically, and that is to improve the lot of the many, many poor in that country. Colombia is one of the most unequal societies on earth, with one of the highest Gini, G-I-N-I, index numbers, which shows, it's a UN number used to show the disparity between the rich and the poor. And they have one of the highest ones. And he wants to deal with that. He wants to narrow that gap between the rich and the poor and to bring the poor up. There are parts of Colombia that I visited that are really not even third world. They're more like fourth world countries, where people don't have water, they don't have electricity. They're living in conditions that people associate with, pre-modern times.
You're talking about the Amazon, or are you talking about cities, or both?
Certainly the Amazon, but also I'm talking about major cities like Quibdó, which is in the northwest of Colombia, which is predominantly almost all Afro-Colombians. And it's a large city, and it doesn't have running water, it doesn't have sewage. And you have cities like that, or parts of cities, certainly. Buenaventura, a major port town, has parts of that town, which also look, again, like really shanty towns, in like apartheid era Cape Town, South Africa, so there's a lot of areas, not just out in the Amazon, where you see real destitute situations.
I was in the Amazon a year ago, summertime, in Buenaventura. I mean, some of the housing that's on the water rises into people's homes. And it's how does the income inequality in Colombia compare to the U.S.?
I mean, it's much worse in Colombia. I mean, the U.S., it's getting worse here. So, I hope we don't catch up to them. We're certainly on the wrong trajectory. We're certainly on a trajectory of increasing inequality. And we have places here without sewage and running water, right? In Alabama, West Virginia.
Yes.
That was reported on by the United Nations in 2018. You have cities like Flint and many others that have water but has lead in it, right? And that it's virtually unusable. So you have, very austere areas in the United States as well. But again, it's nothing compared to what you see in a country like Colombia. But again, we are approaching that. And of course, we have some of the wealthiest people in the world now, trillionaires, right, for the first time in history. So if you factor them in, you know, the equality probably is approaching that of Colombia, really. So it's a sad situation we're seeing. And again, this is a trend we're seeing throughout the world, with the exception of a few countries, the most notable ones being China and Vietnam, which actually have greatly decreased inequality, right? And there's some others, but those are the two that have probably done the best in the world. But in the West, you know, that's a growing problem.
And I've been reading about, and maybe you can shed some light on it. I've been reading about Petro's proposal or desire to increase the wage, because the minimum wage in Colombia is extremely low. And have you been following that? Can you provide some insight into what he's proposing?
Yeah, he wants to increase the minimum wage. He wants to develop the country and increase employment generally. There's also high unemployment there. He wants to provide social programs for the poor. So he wants to, you know, I think he fancies himself like a Franklin Delano Roosevelt in that sense. And he's going to get a lot of pushback for that, because you have a very small elite in Colombia that owns most of the land, controls most of the resources, and they're not going to like this, right? They don't want to be taxed more to provide these sorts of things. So it's going to be a battle. But I think some of those things are doable, I hope, you know, but he's going to have to be very careful of facing a coup attempt. You know, he's already faced some, you know, close calls where police siding with him and been attacked, where his security details been attacked, you know. So he and Francia have both received multiple death threats. When he was running for office, you know, they would campaign behind bulletproof shields for that reason. So I mean, it's a touch and go situation, but you know,
No, go ahead. Sorry, Dan.
He's a very savvy politician, and we'll see.
Because I know they canceled a couple of events in one area because of security concerns during the campaign. And then I know Marcus, as an Afro-Colombiana, very active fighter against a silver mine that was illegally set up in her town. She had death threats in one event after she won the Goldman Peace Prize for environmental work. There was a grenade or something that was thrown right after an event where she was speaking publicly. She is, you know, just an amazing woman who needs. Now, someone asked me right after the election, what's the difference between Kamala Harris and Francia Marcus?
Yeah, well, one is a stooge for the capitalist class, and that's Kamala Harris. The other one's a fighter for the poor. I mean, they couldn't be more different, you know. And by the way, what also is the difference between her and Greta Thunberg? You know, a teenager who's done virtually nothing in her life that's now being treated like she's a saint. And then you have people like Garcia Marquez who risked their lives to fight for the environment, right? Yeah, I mean, the West is kind of a joke. I'm sorry, you know, in terms of these things, in terms of who we think are great people. And is this the best we have to offer? I hope not. But in any case, she puts those types of people to shame, is the truth of it.
True enough. And I know that Petro is also wants to take action to combat climate change. And I have two really good friends one in Quindío, the Department of Quindío, and the other in the Department of Tolima. And the rain starting from June of this year through now has been exceptionally heavy. And they're really concerned about climate change and how that's impacting the growth of crops and the production of food. And I wondered if you could comment on that.
Yeah, well, you know, the truth is the developing world, which Colombia is a part of, the global south, has done the least to contribute to global warming, and yet is experiencing the effects more than anyone, right? It is completely unfair, the situation. They should be being helped by the developed world to deal with climate change, since the developed world brought it upon them, right? And that is something we need to be cognizant of when we talk about global warming issues, how it disproportionately hurts the developing world and how they disproportionately did not contribute to it. And therefore, the sacrifices should really be of the developed world, not of the developing world. And that's a big issue, of course, for them. I saw one fascinating statistic once. Something like the Dallas Cowboys Stadium, when it's lit up, uses more electricity than Kenya does in a month.
Oh my goodness.
And also Christmas tree lights in the U.S. use more electricity than all of Africa or something. It's just incredible, right? And we talk about, the need to tighten our belts and all that. Well, it's fine if the West tightens their belts, but we shouldn't be asking the global poor to tighten their belts, And I think the discourse on all this is ridiculous sometimes, but.
Well, and at the same time, the campesino, the indigenous campesino, Afro-Colombiano, they're producing food that can't be, a lot of the food they produce doesn't get sold at a fair price either. So the coffees and, the fruit and others, we talk about supply chain issues. Well, let's look at the sustainability of the supply chain, from Latin America. It's just a mess.
That and these free trade agreements that really benefited the U.S. to the detriment, particularly of farmers in the developing world. Bill Clinton admitted this vis-a-vis Haiti, that the policies he imposed on Haiti benefited, as he said in his own words, a few farmers in Arkansas, but undermined the ability of Haiti to feed itself. And that was true of NAFTA in regards to Mexico, with the Colombian Free Trade Agreement in regards to Colombia. This is a very common thing. The U.S. floods these countries with subsidized food, government subsidized food that farmers cannot compete with, and they go out of business, And so, yes, we have to radically change our policies towards the global south.
Yeah, and you just reminded me of something that Eduardo Galeano wrote in Open Veins of Latin America, where he said there's no reason for people in the global south to be poor if food and resources were distributed equitably. And that stuck with me for a long time.
Yeah, and it's true. And the irony, of course, I think he also coined, I think it was he that coined the term the resource curse, that it's countries with the most resources that are the poorest because other countries go in and take their resources, right? Usually through violence. The Democratic Republic of the Congo being maybe the most extreme example of that, the most resource-rich country on earth, and yet near the bottom in terms of poverty. And so, yeah, the inequalities in the world are really what should be focused on.
Agreed. Is that there's another military base being proposed, U.S. military base being proposed for Colombia in an island off the Pacific coast, Gongora, I want to say. And people of that area are saying that it's going to contribute to climate change. And once again, it's U.S. military interests that take precedence over anything else.
Yeah, the U.S. military is the largest single source of CO2 in the world, more than any other country, right? And that's not even counted towards the U.S.'s contribution to CO2. And if people care about the environment, they should want to radically shrink the U.S. military.
I'm not sure where Madeline is. I think she's having some internet issues. Do you want to get started on things, Lily, about the video?
Yeah, sure. Yes.
Okay.
So, I, I'm sorry I have to ask, but you introduced the video, I guess, right? Because I came in before and I thought it was another meeting, and I got out and then I came in again.
Yeah, we did a little teaser of Madeline Hoffman interviewing Don Kovalik. It looked like it sounded like it was some Latin American issues, a little bit of the government of the U.S. Is there anything you want to speak to on that?
Yeah, and they were talking about Colombia mostly, right? And the new government, and how Petro inherited the one of the most poor countries, and or one of the most one of the highest countries with more inequality, income inequality, and Petro is trying, doing all these things that were mentioned on the video, but he has a lot of opposition, and the right wing is always there trying to, to not trying, brainwashing people, against Petro, and in the communication, in the media, and even though some people see that things have changed a bit, they still believe what the right wing keeps saying, and they've been in power for more than 20 years, and basically this is the first government that is progressive, that is kind of going to the left. I wouldn't say like all the way to the left, but going on that direction, and the right wing is always there to cause trouble, and they are already thinking who's running next for the next elections, and it is a dangerous situation somehow for the new government, and we can only hope that things go smoothly, nothing really bad happens, and they can continue on power, not Petro, but people from the same line of politics. There have been incidents with violent attacks against social leaders and others in farmers communities, and it's said that they've been provoked or planned by the right wing. So yeah, if there's anything else that you want to ask, yeah, I'm here. And Madeline, she said she was joining a little late.
Right. Okay, yeah, it looks like she's having some internet issues. Okay, that makes sense. I'm so sorry about that. So where do you live? Tell us, or tell the audience a little bit about yourself. What some of his activism stuff that you've done. Just go ahead and fill in the audience on who you are.
Okay, so my name is Lele Benavides. I'm originally from Colombia. I've been in the United States for more than 30 years. And I'm an activist mostly for immigrant rights. And I have worked with different immigrant rights groups. And I am a member of the Green Party That's how Madeline and I are connected. What else? I'm always advocating for human rights, immigrant rights. In the last 3 years, I would say, I started getting interested on the politics in Colombia, and I would say that it's not that I didn't want to get involved before, but there were not many people here or communities here that were progressive enough, or most of them were from the right. They still are. There's a large community of Colombians here that support Uribe, and so these last 3 years, and especially the last one with the election, has been hard. And I got connected with some Colombians, and we were campaigning for Petro and Francia Marquez, and that's it. Hello?
I'm so sorry. I did that myself. Sorry about that. So you said you did activism with immigrants. Do you do activism with immigrants in South America? Where are all the places that you've done?
No, here in New Jersey. There was a time that I was in New Hampshire, and I was doing that too in New Hampshire. But no, basically it's here in New Jersey.
So how do you feel about the recent Title 42 and the Supreme Court wanting to keep that in?
That's awful. That's devastating for the immigrants coming and trying to apply for asylum. It's very cruel for the families that are staying there on the border without not knowing what to do, not a place to go. It's terrible. I know. I have met many families that have come recently, and have been detained, and some have come together as a family, and they have taken one person, for instance. There was a couple with a kid, and they took the guy, and he was there detained for 2 months, and he was deported. She could stay with the kid, but he was deported, and there's no any reason. They just they don't have any reasonable they don't have any, how is it, like, criteria, I guess, that they can say how they choose who stays and who doesn't. And it's like they are playing and saying this one stays, this one is not, when they are coming in, because that's how it looks. They don't have anything to say who's staying and who's not. And the immigration in general in United States have always worked that way. And I just think about the embassy in Bogota, and that's what they do. There's people that go there and they just want a tourist visa, and they have their income and their work, and they just deny them the visa, and then someone comes and they don't have anything to show, and they give it to them. So they are people standing there, and they choose who does get a visa and who doesn't. And we don't understand how they choose people. It's just not, we don't know.
Right. Right. And it's really sad too. I just on my show about a week or two ago, we watched a video about a person immigrating from Haiti. And it's really sad to see when they get deported back, because in places like Haiti, they get arrested right as soon as they hit the island. They're arrested. They're held on no charges yet. They're pretty much held captive in prisons, and their family has to pay for them to get out. So it's like, not only did they trek this long track, but they made it there, and then they were completely treated like third, like animals, and then they got deported back, and then they have to sit in prison too, as well as like a hostage of the country. And it's so sad how humans are treated. And migration has been around since the beginning of times. People have migrated forever. So it's a really sad situation to see how the human beings are treated at borders.
Yeah, and they are not. Basically, no one here is talking about the roots of the problem, and is not just the economy, but it's everything together. Is that the violence and no opportunities, and it has a lot to do with all the U.S. interventions in Latin America since way back, that have taken all the resources and makes it impossible for people to succeed, to have their own piece of land to because like in Colombia, the war on drugs, that has been devastated for the farmers, and there's no solution. And Colombia was the second country with most internal displacement in the world a couple years ago, because of that, because of the coca crops, and because United States have supported that the government, the right-wing government, would go in there with the military and would join forces with the paramilitary and take the land from the farmers to cultivate coca.
Wow. So they're stealing land from people, privatizing it, and then making drugs for people in other countries so they can profit.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. And that's what's so crappy about, like, us Americans. We just take it and we love it, and we never think about where it comes from or anything like that. And there's people, I believe that's why we were in Afghanistan for a while too, was because of the peyote fields. So it's definitely a problem in America. And then what's crazy too is that, like, America allows the stuff to come in, but then we have this war on drugs. We're supposed to keep it out, but we're not really keeping it out. If anything, we're buying it.
Yeah, and it has been proved that in Colombia, people from the government are behind the drug business.
Right. Because there's a profit in there. It's probably part of the capitalistic system. That's wild. That is crazy.
Yes.
Wow. Do you see any kind of any kind of hope for Colombia? Anything good that's coming out of it?
I do. It's too soon to say, anything, but I think the few things that the new government have done are very good. And I don't think we have had a government in more than 200 years that go to the poor towns and go to the communities, to the villages, to the farmers, and talk to people directly and see what their problems are and try to work with them. And Petro and the vice president have been traveling to every corner of the country to talk to people and to see how they can help. So that gives us hope that things are going to change sometime. And we can say that right away, but he's just leading the way for others to continue the work.
So I'm really into different cultures and things like that. So personally, let me ask you, like, what are the different cultures in Colombia? What are the people like? What are the villages like?
Right. we have some indigenous communities um, on Amazon, of course, and then by the coast, but the Sierra Nevada, there's a big community. That's one of the highest mountains there, so it's far from the city, very far. And then in Guajira, there's the Guayus, and also in as Madeline mentioned, Quindío and Risaralda, other states, there are the emberas that have been displaced, and they are, like spread all over because they have had a lot of issues with mine companies, and they haven't been able to be basically together as a community, and they've been fighting with those mine companies for years.
Right. What are they mining down there?
One is what is the name? Ashanti.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from Canada.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what are the materials?
The mining, we have so many resources. So it could be coal, or it could be, I guess, some of these places there is gold, and also, let's see what else. There's many different resources.
Okay.
I think Madeline, she says she's getting in right now. So,
Okay.
she can tell you better because she's been working with the communities around the mine companies. She says, I get into the studio and then I get kicked out.
Yeah, no, I noticed that. Yeah, she's having a hard time getting in here. There we go. So I want to really quickly say, put up Lana's comment. Title 42, if anyone wants to know, is a Trump-era immigration policy that's continued under Biden. It allows border agents to rapidly expel migrants and at official ports of entry during public health emergencies. And so recently, they were wanting to end Title 42, and our Supreme Court told them to hold off on that and to keep it going. So that's what Title 42 is. If anyone's interested in researching and looking that up, it's a sad thing. It's just pretty much a reason for our government to automatically kick out people without, understanding their situations and stuff. So, hello, Madeline. Oh no, poor Madeline.
I'm here now, but I don't know for how long. It's New Year's Eve, and everybody's trying to get on.
That makes sense.
Online. Now I'm here. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Madeline.
You can. Okay, so you all watch the video, right? You all video the interview with. You are able to watch the video.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll tell you a little bit about the video, about the interview, and okay. So, and thank you, Lily, and thank you, Jimmy, for endeavoring to keep this stream going. Was on that, or only about Colombia so far?
I only got a piece of that one.
Madeline, can you hear us?
Poor Madeline. Looks like we lost her again. Darn. Okay. Did you hear what she was trying to say?
I think well, first she asked if we saw the video, and then she said that we were talking about, I think that's what she said, about other things or just Colombia.
Okay, that's pretty much what I got as well. I forgot where we were at the point when she came in.
We were talking about the mines.
Oh yes, that's right. And you were saying that
not
Madeline
just
probably knows.
coal, but also gold and emeralds, because the Colombian emeralds are very famous around the world. But unfortunately, the people that get the emeralds out are extremely poor. They don't get any, like
Right.
just pay some for that, and that's it. But there's a big, let's say, like a mafia with the emeralds. These big people that have the business, and they sell it to, they export the emeralds here or in other countries. And Colombia has gold almost everywhere, and that's why, the foreigner companies always want to go there, because there's gold. And on the video, Dan, he mentioned Quibdó, which is the state of Chocó, and is basically Afro-Colombians, most of the state. And that's one of the places, and it's like in the jungle. It's a big state, and it's very it's a jungle, and they they're very poor. That's one of the worst states in Colombia in living conditions, and they are sitting on a huge amount of mines, of gold mines, and but they never get, the money from those companies for the cities, for the people that live there.
Right. That's how it goes with every country. That's so sad that we still do stuff like that.
Okay, Madeline says she's back. She will keep trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know. I feel so bad. I guess she was saying she was at a New Year's Eve party. Is that what she said?
I don't know. I really don't know, but probably.
Right.
Colombia, yeah, probably having some kind of party.
Oh, she's in Colombia right now.
Yeah. That's why she has so much trouble.
That makes sense why the
I
internet.
mean, what she's saying is that she's not in her apartment, so she has the Wi-Fi there and works fine, but she's somewhere not there. So that's what's happening.
You there, Madeline?
Here I am now. I'm not going to put.
You're not going to a party?
Put the video on. That means, because you can hear. You can hear me, right?
A little laggy, but we can hear you.
Yeah. Did you talk about Peru or Brazil or?
Sure. Would you like to talk about that, Lily?
Or the release?
The what? Okay.
Of the few youth who were on the front.
I didn't understand.
What about Peru or Brazil? What's going on with that?
Okay, so Brazil, they just won the elections with Lula da Silva,
right.
Which he was president before, and they threw him
Back
in jail
again.
with the support of the United States, and they put there Jair Bolsonaro, which is like a Latin American Trump.
Back again
Really,
for
really,
more.
really bad guy. And
One big. Mhm.
one of the worst things he was doing is basically, ¿cómo se dice? Deforesting, is
America
that
can go either.
the Amazon? Right?
Yeah, that's really, really exciting to hear about the new president over there in Brazil. I think that was really awesome to
Yeah, the
see
Amazon is
to
21st
see
century.
to see the people coming together and voting for somebody that they really wanted and fighting against the power. It was actually really, really inspiring to see, because they always try to, over the history, America always puts in their puppets to other countries, and it never fails. It always succeeds, at least 99.99% of the time. So it was really, really good to see that whole situation in Brazil, and being able to see it online and seeing the people standing up and the crowds of people everywhere. It was so great.
Yes, Bolsonaro did about 75% deforestation in the Amazon. Imagine that. So it's a good thing that he's gone.
Yeah.
And the damage is done, but as long as it doesn't progress more, right? And then he was supported by Colombian right wings also, and they have done the same thing on the Colombian side of the Amazon for cattle ranchers, right?
Okay.
And yeah, that's what they've done in the Amazon.
Yeah, what you were talking about earlier with stealing the land and making what they want. So that was all part of Bolsonaro. Yeah, that was a really, really scary time at the time. You think, with all the rest of the climate change and all that's going on as well, you're pretty much taking away the oxygen, which is what gets rid of the carbon monoxide, or the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So yeah, during that time, there was a lot of activists that were really, really upset. I think it was even interrupting the indigenous tribes out there. There were indigenous tribes that were fighting back, which is really good to see. A lot of them ended up getting turned away and ignored, but it was really good to see them sticking up for themselves as well too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Jack Madeline. Thank you, Tim MC. He types in, Lily and Jimmy are good at dealing with adversity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, Lily is a natural host. Actually, this is the first time I've ever met you or anything. So thank you for sticking this out with us over here.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Just want to give you a voice to be able to speak about this. Let's see, has she said anything else in the chat? What happened with what's going on with Peru?
That's complicated. That's very. Pedro Castillo was I can't talk much about that. I don't know a lot. I know that he was, like they took him to jail. The right wing, this is what I heard, right? The right wing he was trying like to work with them, but they just obviously they didn't want him there, and he probably, he didn't have the knowledge or the preparation that he needed, right?
Okay.
That's what I heard on the radio. He was very naive, thinking that they were going to let him govern.
Okay.
And now he's in jail, and Peru is in a chaos.
Oh yes, that's right. So what are now that he's been arrested, do you know what the people in the area are thinking and what they're wanting? Because it seemed like they didn't want him to be in power because he was corrupt. But as soon as they arrested him, there was protest on the streets of getting him out. So what was the confusion with all of that?
You mean here or in Peru?
In Peru.
Oh, I don't know. I'm so sorry.
Okay. No, that's all right. That's
Yeah.
absolutely all right. Yeah. No.
There's so
Madeline, are you
many
back
things
yet?
to keep up with.
I know, yeah.
But
I
I
know.
know some Peruvians here, and they didn't like him. They're. I don't understand that, but they were happy that he was gone. So I don't know.
Okay. Maybe it was just the mainstream news over here saying that they wanted him back. So, you know how our news is out here in America. They like to
Yeah.
turn things. So that would probably make more sense than us being confused about why they're protesting. So no, yeah, that makes sense. Oh.
Madeline wants me to talk about something, since she has such a hard time, and it's about La Primera Línea. Is the kids that the young guys that the youth that organized the protests and the rallies in Colombia a couple years ago, where the police, supported by Duque, which was the former president of Colombia, were basically killed on the streets, um, and bombed and arrested and disappeared. So many young guys, they ended up dead or disappeared by the previous government. And that was when they were protesting Duque for trying to do another reform to charge more taxes on people in the middle of the pandemic. So that's that. And these kids, Petro wants them to. He's basically he wants them to get out of jail. The ones that are detained, and he has a lot of opposition on that. And what else can I say about these kids? They are the right wing wants to picture them as criminals and in part of the guerrilla or gangs, which is not true. Most of those kids are they are college students. They are graduated. They have their profession. It's not just anybody. Like from any gang or anything like that they pretend, that people believe that. What else can I say about them? And Petro is promoting some of these kids as he's naming them promoters of peace, so they can work they can work along with him on the peace project that they have the new government.
I did it again. That sounds really amazing that they're doing that out there with them.
Yes. Yeah, because that, even though it was very tragic and violent, that opened the eyes of many Colombians, and I think that helped win the elections.
Okay. And who are these kids?
They are called La Primera Línea, and they were just from neighborhoods, and they were tired of not being able to go to pay a school or to have a job, or to have the basic needs for their families, and they just went on the streets with everything they had, even pots and pans or whatever they had, and they were being shot by the police. The police would show up there, even in some occasions. Police cars were there with people that didn't have any identification, or they covered the police logos, and they started shooting on those kids on the streets.
Wow. And what was the age range of these kids?
I would say that 17, 18 to 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's insane. I'm sorry that all that happened, but I'm happy that things are good.
Yeah, the good thing is that now with the phones, the videos were recorded and put it on social media, and then people could see what they were doing to the kids.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You back, Madeline?
I am. I don't know for how long, but I'm back. I truly apologize for all these technical down, but yes, I heard Lily's to talk about the people who were about 200 young people who were arrested during the
Oh no.
She's gone again.
Yeah, something about 200 children that were arrested. Is that what you were just talking about?
No, not children, but well, I guess they're someone's children, right?
Right.
Yeah, these young kids. Yeah, yes. And, those are the
and
ones
it's
that
really
were not kids.
Go ahead, Madeline.
only a few. There's a lot.
Oh. Sorry, you guys. We got a couple more minutes of this. I promise. Just tough it out with us. She's trying her best. She is from Colombia, so I'm pretty sure it being New Year's Eve, her having to use the Wi-Fi at an area with other people, that it's very, very, very bad Wi-Fi. So, trying to, this is the only way that we're going to be able to get information from other countries is without the language barrier, being able to speak to somebody who's out in those areas. This is kind of like our only option. So sorry about that, and please just stick through it with us for a couple more minutes. We got another really good panel coming up, where you guys are going to be able to actually come in yourselves and talk and hang out with us over here, a couple of us at KRTD Media, if you would like to. So just stick around and tough it out with us. I promise. These two have a really amazing, awesome things to say. So just gotta, you just hold out. We're getting through it. So as we were saying, with these guys and people that were arrested, what was the reason? It's just the corrupt government just pretty much saying that these were bad kids. Is that the reason why they were arrested?
Yeah, they wanted to stop the protesters. They didn't want anyone to say anything about the reform they were going to pass, to tax people more than there was an economic devastation in Colombia during the pandemic, and then they were going to put more taxes on people, and that's why they couldn't stand it anymore. And initially it was the kids, right? But then when things got bad for them, the parents came out, especially the women, the mothers came out and started joining them on that fight. So that was
Please
amazing.
stay tuned. Coming programs where we will look at this situation under better conditions and a strong.
Yeah, absolutely. I will take the last minute to say what she was saying. If you come over
Your
here
internet, I'm very happy toward a more progressive Latin America will continue. And thanks, Jimmy and Lily, for holding down the fort.
That's what we're here for. To repeat what she was saying, if you come over to KRTD Media on YouTube, she is going to be continuing this conversation in the near future in a series of Colombia, Latin America, all the issues that are going on down in the Southern Hemisphere of our side of the area and others potentially. But she definitely does the shows over at KRTD Media on YouTube. Tonight we're doing a Rockfin exclusive. So yeah, that's it. Don't forget to check out Madeline and her show called Columbia and whatever other future shows she decides to do with us here at KRTD Media. We absolutely adore her over here. So thank you guys for coming.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. It was very nice to meet you, Lily. And I hope
I don't know. I don't see you, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. No, oh, you don't see me. Okay, well,
No.
It was nice to meet you.
Okay,
and,
thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
Okay, so first thing I want to clear up to everyone in the chat. Anytime you're seeing somebody who is a the channel person speak, that's me right now, because I'm speaking on every single channel simultaneously through StreamYard. So Sabby, you're not talking with Sabby. Second, Jimmy's show is called What, not What's Up.
What's up?
Because people in the chat think your show is called What's Up.
What's up? I wish it was that cool. It's just only half cool. We're like the short bus cool. What? Instead of what's up? What?
And third, we will be doing a call-in show talking about whistleblowers and all kinds of different things. But
let's go.
I'm going to let everyone know the rules right now. YouTube has just tightened their regulations, which means every channel we're on is at risk. If anyone breaks any one of YouTube's new rules, I'm going to warn you once. If I warn you twice, you're done. Because we're not getting any of these channels that we're streaming on today any kind of strikes. I will put the StreamYard link in. I will let 3 of you in at a time. And we'll have each of you for a couple minutes, and then we will let the next group in. But if anyone breaks any of the rules after being warned, yeah, Sabby's also in the chat. But
hi, Sabby. Thank you.
anyone breaks any of the rules after being warned, I'm throwing you up because we are not getting any copyright strikes in this channel. Anyway, let's have a good time.
Let's have a good time. I'm down. Oh, you did it. And it's too late.
Who is the real Sabby? The real Sabby is the one who says, I'm in the chat right now. Yeah. Every time I post, I'll put --StreamYard producer. How about that?
That works. We could do that. That'll work. That definitely works. Yeah. Yeah. So what other shows we got going on tonight? Tell us the rest of the lineup.
So the rest of the lineup is MMT Inflation Solutions, where we have Johnny moderating a panel with Stephen and Gabby, Darren Quinn, Sherry Wise, who, if you've seen Jimmy's show, you've seen Sherry Wise, Detrill Progressive, and he hasn't been on, he used to have a show, I don't know when, but he hasn't been on anything in a while, so you're going to see this guy. Yeah. So, that's the next one. That's at 10 o'clock Eastern. And then we have a compilation countdown, which Jimmy has worked really hard to take these top 10 videos that Sabby put a poll out to put together a video for us.
Yeah, huge shout out to Sabby for putting out that poll so we can get a really, really good amount of pollsters in there so we can get a decent return for it. So thank you so much for doing that. That was awesome of you. It's truly appreciate it.
Absolutely. And then we have To Vote or Not to Vote with Joe Firestone, Dolores Pierce, Brandy Weaver, Greg Mallard, Madeline Hoffman, Sabby. Madeline's supposed to be on there. We'll see with her connection if she gets home. Because when she gets to her apartment in Columbia, she has 4G or 5G internet connection. But when she's out in Columbia, she doesn't. So there's that. We have somebody trying to join us. Tesla's trying to join us here.
Yeah, the device is not connected yet.
So if you connect your devices, you can join us. Sabby's supposed to join that panel. JB is going to try, JB Font is going to try to join that panel. So that should be a, really interesting panel because you're going to get the voices who are interested in voting, those who are not, those who are only interested on the state level, and you're going to get a debate there. And it's going to be a really fair, really reasonable debate. It's not going to be, people yelling at each other. Then we have 1 to 2 a.m. We're doing the top 10 stupidest and weirdest stories, and it's, going to be Warren and Jimmy doing the secret show. And
Yeah,
then
I
we have
can't
our
wait.
post show, which who knows what could happen in the post show? Nobody knows.
We do know what's gonna happen. We're gonna be playing some music, well, some of Yona's music, and me and Yona are just gonna sit on the side and make fun of his music like Beavis and Butthead. It's gonna be a blast. We're just gonna have some music, some hanging out, and me and Yona just acting stupid, which is great. I love it. It's some of my favorite times, except with
Tell
Warren.
Yona, only music videos that don't have copyrighted material.
Yeah, I sent him a message this morning about it. So definitely he's going to hook it up. He says only Yona music. So definitely Yona approved music. And we're going to hook it up.
Good.
So yeah, absolutely. Still no Tesla. Tesla, your device is not connected, but if you connect maybe just the audio, we can bring you in. If anybody would like to join the stream, please join. You are more than welcome to come on and ask any questions, maybe give some advice for the New Year's, maybe talk about if you have any resolutions. Like I already said once today, my resolution is going to be to continue to be the foul mouth, smart aleck delight that you've all come to love. Now I'm starting to forget my own words, damn it. So I don't have any changes whatsoever. I still plan to be me.
So we have two very important comments. We have Steve Wilbrine saying Dr. Joe Firestone, you should watch that. And we have Sean Miller saying Dot.
He's hot. Oh, it's Dot. Got it.
Dot.
Love it.
Very important. So we where are you guys? And why we have 113 people watching, and none of you are willing to join our live stream?
I think you caught people off guard. That's what it was.
That's right. We caught all of you off guard. Now somebody get in here. I'm going to send the StreamYard link again.
Tell me, do you have any resolutions for this year?
I have things I want to do. If I make them resolutions, I won't do them. How about that?
If you want to make some, you're not going to do them?
So what happens whenever somebody makes something a New Year's resolution and they call it a New Year's resolution, they start it for 2 weeks and then they give up.
Yeah, very true. Very.
I'm going to call it things I want to do in 2023.
Yeah, that's why I don't plan on changing any at all. So, nobody ever goes through with them. So you learn that very early on in life.
That's why I'm not calling it a resolution, because if I call it a resolution, I'll never, ever do it.
Yep. Yep. X says my resolution is to survive late stage capitalism.
Good luck with that. Just don't get in. Don't get sick, and you'll be fine.
Amen to that. Yeah, right.
Don't be sick, don't be homeless, and don't be below middle class, and you'll be fine.
That's right. Angela Singster from the Sabby Sabs show, I believe, says she's baked, and she's twice baked potato squared, so she'll just be listening.
Yeah, well, so am I, but I'm up here.
You are not baked. You're such a liar.
I'm not. I had like 5 drinks.
Oh, okay. You've been drinking tonight. What time is it over there? Oh, it's after 9 o'clock for you.
9:09.
It's definitely getting to be about that time. That's right.
Shane is going to go on a healthy lifestyle. Okay, how about this, Teresa? I'll go on a healthier lifestyle. But not as healthy as you. Nobody can be as healthy as you.
Wait, as healthy as me? I'm definitely not healthy.
No. As healthy as Teresa.
Oh, it's Teresa? Okay.
With all of her organic food and all that.
Right. Well, Rick Solis says don't get the capitalism directly on you. So, that's just all you got to do is just keep the mask on, and you won't get capitalism. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm losing.
Somebody join us. Tesla, we're going to say goodbye because you're not just going to sit here and not be here. Goodbye.
Aww.
Bye, Tesla. Bye, Elon Musk.
Oh, he wanted to be a part of the cool crew. That's all.
No more Elon Musk. We can't have Elon Musk. Don't look at the chat.
Yeah, right. Yeah, don't look at the chat.
No, Jim, don't look at the chat. You're not gonna like it.
What? What did you do?
It's not
you're
what
sauced.
I did.
There you go. Shane's not baked. You're sauced. There you go. I like that better.
That's
you're
right.
sauced. That's right. That's awesome. looks like Tesla's trying to come back again.
Hello, Elon Musk.
This poor guy. I maybe he's just trolling. I don't know. I'm not sure. Whatever. It's almost 2023. Everything's up for grabs nowadays. So
we did a town hall a couple years ago in 2020 when Madeline was running for Senate, and we had a guy come in. We thought he was going to ask a question, and he started playing his guitar.
Do you have a guitar? Are you going to pull it out or something? Was that like an intro
to
your musical talents right now?
And then we had another guy come in as Jesse Ventura in the waiting room of Zoom. We used to stream through Zoom. And we thought, oh, well, there's no way Jesse Ventura is joining us. And you know what? We were right.
Oh, cool. That's awesome of you.
We were being trolled.
Oh, that's all right. It happens. That's what happens with media, social media. There's always going to be those people, that want to troll and make, come in. You miss big chicks. It's my only sanity. That's definitely a resolution I will never try.
There's someone in the chat addressing you. I don't know if you want to answer them.
No, I'm good.
Okay. What about the other person?
You don't have to do all that. This entire show is baked. Sorry, I think I'm getting some stuff a little bit late. Let's see.
You're like all the way in the wrong place, probably.
Right, that's what I'm thinking. He says, Mike Walt says, my resolution is the downfall of the MIC and the letter M stricken from the language. All right. Yeah, see, I'm not even seeing that. I don't know.
Oh, no, I saved these because this is your biggest fan.
Oh, my ride or die. I know. I don't know where this guy came from today, but he's awesome. He's got my doom and gloom with me.
You better subscribe to KRTD Media and watch your show.
Nobody tells anyone what to do, all right?
Okay, here we go.
Exactly. No simping in 2023. That's great.
I'm sorry, but fireworks are copyrighted by the U.S. government. No, I'm just kidding.
This is a good, interesting question. So right here, what are your thoughts on the idea of paying each adult based upon splitting up the total of GDP equally?
Okay.
I mean, I've never heard that idea before, but I don't see how that could be any, worse off than how we are. At least we'll be taking the GDP and giving it back to the people instead of the shareholders. So.
Well, let me try to answer this from an econ perspective after having a couple drinks. So.
Yes. Do it, drunk Shane. Do
it. Okay, so this could be highly inflationary if done in the wrong way. Now, if we do this, we cannot give out a giant check. Oh, okay, so I was wrong. Johnny says the GDP doesn't work that way.
Right, but in a fantasy world.
Okay, so in a fantasy world, if we were to divide up the GDP by the amount of citizens, in theory, if we did it on a month-to-month basis, where the GDP was spread out over 12 months, and we limited the amount we were given to every person, not necessarily by income, but by some kind of inflationary measure, we could do it without causing inflation and give everybody a little bit of a boost. But wouldn't that just be the same thing as a UBI? And wouldn't we just want to do a federal jobs guarantee instead?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's where I would say it would be, and it would come down to is just end up giving us all of that instead. So, yeah. I mean, my solution is always it's something that I recently learned myself is the minting the coin. I mean, our U.S. national debt as of right now is $31 trillion and growing every minute or every second. So, I mean, if you just mint out a million or a $100 trillion mint coin or whatever, we would actually be surplus. What?
You're starting to sound like Joe Firestone.
But it's a possibility, though.
Well, I'm not saying he's wrong or that you're wrong. That's a good idea because politically it solves the problem of the debt, gives us a surplus, and people who don't understand MMT will see that we have a surplus. So it's a political science solution. That's, what I mean by you sound like Joe Firestone because he's a political scientist. And that's a political science solution, which is not necessarily the wrong way to go.
Right. Well, it's not like our government is doing anything. They're just letting the Fed take control of everything, and all they're doing is raising interest rates, which is just ruining the economy and bringing austerity even more than we already have.
So I'm going to answer last one. So in 2023, I'm going to announce this now. I wasn't going to announce this, but you know what? I'm going to announce this. I'm going to be restarting my show. I'm going to be calling it Roundtables. We're going to get some regular panelists. It'll probably start in February or early March. January ship has sailed because I was getting this event ready. But we're going to do panels, and we're going to do them every week, and we're going to talk about a number of different topics. And each week is going to be, I'm going to have these panelists, and we're going to talk about similar topics. But we're going to do panels. We're going to do roundtable discussions. We might have some alternates occasionally, but, the show is going to be 3 panelists and myself, or 4 panelists and myself, and it's going to be just roundtable discussions, which is what the channel was originally, Kerberos Roundtable Discussions. So it's going to kind of go back to the roots of old school KRTD. Oh, Lana doesn't like splitting up the GDP.
Yeah. We're just talking about a pretend world, I promise. And this is where we start. This is where us younger people start getting in trouble with the MMT community, as we start getting into like these fantasy what if scenarios, and then the major MMT community has to like slap us in the face, like, get back to reality. This shit doesn't happen, okay?
Okay.
You're just like, but what if?
It's gonna be panels.
What is up with everybody in Seinfeld lately?
I love Seinfeld. I got a Seinfeld shirt. I've seen all the Seinfeld episodes. I still watch Seinfeld. Seinfeld is great.
I literally spent an entire week studying what Festivus was for last week.
Festivus is very important. Festivus is when we air the grievances. I mean,
if I would have known that there was an actual like holiday during Christmas time that had a stripper pole involved in it, I would have been joining it a long time ago, but I had no idea. I'm not a Seinfeld fan, but I do like Festivus. So airing of grievances.
Les Phones cracked the code. Where is it? Les Phones cracked the code. Nobody else has ever cracked that code.
I know. Well, you're starting to get a little bit more known, and people are starting to talk about you now. I know whenever I go on shows and stuff, people ask what the KRTD stands for. So, and then I give them your little spiel of, the Kerberos is the 3-headed dog, which is the gatekeeper of the underworld. But then also Kerberos is like the, the little hacking system thing, because you're a little hacker boy. So
now, why don't people try? Now, do people want to join us? I bet not. But send the link again. I'm just going to spam you guys with the link until 10 o'clock Eastern. So you have up until 9:59 to join us.
9:59 or 6:56 West Coast time. Boy, I still got all night to go.
So if Lana wants to talk about real MMT ideas, let's talk about getting rid of the FICA tax. Because the FICA tax comes out of my paycheck every week and everybody else's paycheck every week. And it's like this ridiculous amount of money, which is to fund Social Security and Social Security. We don't need a FICA tax to fund Social Security. FDR said that the reason for the FICA tax was political, so everyone would feel like they were paying into the into the Social Security system, and then it would never go away because nobody would ever be able to take it down. But now, once we can educate people on MMT, we can get rid of the FICA tax because people will understand, yes, Social Security and Medicare. People will understand that FICA tax is not needed to fund these things. Why should I have to pay? I think last paycheck they took out $50 from me for the FICA tax, or $35 or whatever, but that's money that I could be using for my bills, for other different things, and that other people who really need that money, could be using. Let's get rid of that tax. That's ridiculous.
Okay. I agree. Absolutely. Somebody in the comments section, here it is. Tim said that your logo looks a little Death Cult Empire scary. I have tried to make those little guys happier. I've even put little bows on them and did like a little side tongue on one of them. And Shane doesn't like any of it. None of it. Not one.
So all right. So for those of you, a little history. If you want to blame anyone for the KRTD Media logo, blame the host
Shane.
of Reef. No, blame
Shane.
who?
Blame Shane. It's your company. You got to blame yourself, boy.
No. I'm going to blame the person who designed the logo.
Okay.
Mr. Reef Breland from Reefer After Dark.
Hey, I have no problem with it. I personally love it. I think it's great. It's literally the three-headed dog that guards the underworld that is owned by Hades, which is a Greek mythology. So I personally, because I'm in love with cultures, I understood it when you talked about it, and I actually do like it and appreciate it. I don't like the symbolism of like the gatekeeper of anything, but I do like the symbolism of the protection that it does. So yeah, definitely.
Hey Jerry, you still at your parents' house for dinner? Join us again.
Jesus Christ, Steve.
Unfortunately, we have to
Steve
look at this because it's
Steve
a
wants
super
to
chat.
know. Yeah, Steve wants to know if I could do an OnlyFans and donate the money to lefty stuff. Foot jobs would work. No, I cannot. Thank you very much. I've thought about doing like the foot stuff on there because I thought that was really. Oops, sorry. I thought it would be really, really funny to make money off of that, but no. Maybe when I'm old and like wrinkly and all that, I might join like a type of OnlyFans and do like a certain like old people niche. But I'm definitely not there. No, definitely not.
It's a moneymaker, but it's also apparently a lot of work.
It is.
And really exhausting. I have some friends who do that, and they hate it.
Yeah, of course. It's a whole nother side business. So it definitely is. There's a lot of work that comes with.
You can make like $1,500, $1,600 a month, $2,000 more, but then you have to, yeah.
Lana wants you to know. She really wants you to call.
Yes, Lana,
really
call in and turn your camera off on StreamYard. You do not have to be on camera. I need to eat something.
There we go. Oh. Jerry said he wishes he can join, but he's not home. He's not at home near the camera right now. So that's okay, Jerry. Thank you anyway for even coming by and saying hi in the chat. So I truly appreciate everybody that's here today. I'm really, really excited about this. It's kind of nice to be able to take a little bit of a break and not have to work too hard on like the month-long preparation for this, minus this last week, all the last minute details and stuff, but it's actually been really nice. And today has been really cool. I'm glad that any of the hiccups kind of just went through and everything's great. So it's been really cool. We've had some fun today.
Now, Lana, come in and talk about it with us. You don't have to turn your camera on. Oh.
That's right.
Okay, so how am I doing talking about econ and politics for someone who's had a couple drinks?
Okay.
I'm doing okay?
Talk. You've had drinks. See, I don't drink. I'm strictly medical ganja. So my brain is actually been struggling for the last hour and a half just to even like talk and stuff.
I'm not the drinker of the house, Jerry.
I don't know. On your birthday, you were drinking pretty harshly.
Only on my birthday, yeah.
It was awesome. That was fun.
Here's the thing. I don't really drink. Oh, hey, Warren. So I was just going to explain that I don't really drink, but when I drink,
Warren!
I can drink a lot.
I drink.
Warren.
What a cool surprise. Good
Warren,
to see you.
I drink coffee because I got to be up till 3 a.m.
I know. I just ran out. Like literally, I just ran out. I'm so upset. I was waiting for Lana to get on here to start talking to MMT so I could go run and get some coffee.
How many drinks? 5. Now, Lana, it's time for you to join us. Stop pretending you don't want to join us.
So
join us.
What is your drink of choice, Shane?
My drink of choice? Okay, so I have a list. I don't have any one drink of choice.
That's right. List. You're in your early 20s. I forgot. Your list is still really long.
No, not that long. So, I like wine coolers, but I can't get them in New Jersey because they don't sell them in the supermarkets here or any of the liquor stores here. And only in New York.
They don't sell wine coolers in the stores?
They don't sell liquor in grocery stores in New Jersey, I just found out.
That's not liquor. That's wine cooler.
They don't sell anything with alcohol in grocery stores. It's against the rules.
They don't sell beer? They don't sell beer?
No, nothing. No beer, no wine coolers, no nothing.
What is it, Mississippi in the 70s? Who's not selling booze in stores anymore? Jeez, it's 2023, people. Hook it up, man. I want to go to the Piggly Wiggly and get my drink on.
So I like that. Have you ever had Angry Orchard? Angry Orchard is delicious.
It is very good. Yeah. It's like a flavored apple cider. It's good.
I got the rosé this year for New Year's.
Ooh, that's not bad. It's
like a red one. They have the green one, the red one, and the regular one. I like all three of them. Let's see. I like anything peach, just anything peach. Anything.
Ooh, let me ask you, have you ever had peach schnapps?
Yes, it's delicious. I ordered it. Yes, wine cooler, Sabby. I ordered it at when a bunch of us from KRTD went to Massachusetts on the trip with Lana. I got peach schnapps at the Cheers bar, which Jimmy, you missed the Cheers bar, by the way. Just to remind you.
I did. I was so sad.
And it was delicious. The peach schnapps, but they charged me $11 for half a glass of peach schnapps.
Yeah, I mean, that's cities for you nowadays. You can't even go down to Hollywood and get a shot for under $10. So
can I tell you a good drink combo that's going to make you sound probably make you throw up, but it's actually really good. It's peach schnapps and Mountain Dew.
Really?
Right? True. Fun story. So long ago, in a land far, far away, a place we call Florida, I was helping some friends house,
already bad,
right? Yeah, it was like way down there. And so anyway, all they had in the house was peach schnapps, and they had Mountain Dews in the fridge. So we mixed them up. I was drinking on those for about 2 hours on the couch, and I was just like, oh, I was feeling so good until I stood up. And then the world started spinning, and long story short, I had a somewhat intimate relationship with the toilet for about 2 hours after that. So, oh, sweetie, I'll never cheat on you. Yeah, but it was good going down.
Cherry cider is probably good. When I went to Boston, when we went to Massachusetts.
Hold on really quick. We got somebody in here names.
We have Lana.
Yes, we do have Lana.
And Snort. Let's Snort. Before we let you in here, you will follow all the YouTube rules or I will throw you out. Welcome.
Well, I am wearing a shirt.
Snorky, what's up?
Yeah, I just popped in. This is a live portion. I'm sorry, I clicked on it thinking I was going to another channel that was, not on YouTube. What's the topic?
No, now you're welcome to the show. Welcome.
I was just about to tell everyone about donut cider.
Never heard of it.
I'm going to go run and get coffee really quick.
Okay, you get coffee. I'll put you back in when you... Okay. So donuts, Warren, when I went to Massachusetts, I got donut cider at the train station, and it was delicious. It actually tastes...
What's donut cider? It tastes like donuts?
It's a seasonal cider drink, and it tastes like donuts, like you're drinking a cup of donuts.
Ooh.
And they
the
serve
Homer
it at the train
Simpson special. Nice. That's
delicious.
Awesome. Oh, I love cider, especially around this time of year. Like, again, not either hot or cold. It doesn't matter. I get a hot cider. It's nice on a nice cold day. But if it's like today in New York, it's been rainy in the 50s. So this is kind of like, I kind of like a cool weather cider type thing, but I would love to try that.
We have a super chat for you. It's for you, Warren.
Who let Uncle Warren in here? I dug a tunnel and I made my way to the surface. Just like in Raisin, Arizona when they broke out of jail. It was like, and I punched my arm through the mud.
Yeah, and just while we're talking about donut cider, it was $11. So, Sabby, you're in Boston. I'm going to need you to lower the price of the liquor, please. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Boston, New York, everything. Just like, it's like that Northeast markup, man. It's like so pricey. Very pricey around here.
Yes, it is. But Sabby will take care of it, right?
Are you guys noticing any food shortages out there?
Food shortages, yes. Well, eggs, actually, right now, there's a chicken flu.
Yeah, I'm in Iowa. So
okay.
like last week, 2 million chickens had to be killed.
Oh, that's
And
horrible.
what a lot of people don't realize is like there's one part of the state that grows most of the eggs for vaccines in the United States. So right now that part of the state is, I don't know, I don't follow daily things of how many chickens are being called. Just every once in a while I see it in the news, but so like the area where all the vaccines come from is just wiped out on the chickens.
Nuts.
So if you lose your chicken flock, then you have to rebuild it. It's not a one-day recovery. So we just had a very tough time with turkeys. So
turkeys, yeah.
So to get all of the turkeys out for Thanksgiving was quite a feat. A lot of the stores did not have a lot of turkey for lunch meat for a while. But with California, with the last year, they diverted the water that was supposed to go to the onions and tomato crops that mostly are where ketchup and a lot of our onions come from, to Los Angeles for drinking water. And a lot of the farmers just had to shut down their fields. So I'm very nervous about being able to put ketchup on anything I eat.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And that doesn't keep forever. You can't just buy a thing of ketchup and leave it sitting in the pantry for 6 years.
No.
And still, if the farmers lose a crop of tomatoes, it can take time to build back up. A lot of people aren't familiar with how long it takes to grow things. For instance, a lot of corn that we make, a lot of people think it's genetically modified. Well, some of it is. Like the BT option is actually taking a gene from one and putting in another. But the ability for the corn to not reproduce is called odd ploidality, where they start with two different parents that have different length chromosomes. So in order to get parents with two different chromosomes, you have to grow corn for 2 years. So you grow the parents, and then the next year you grow the child. And a lot of people don't realize how long that it takes to get corn through. So a lot of these other crops use these same tactics so you can get your hybrids controlled better. So our knowledge of what's happening in the field, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend any vegans, but a lot of people don't realize that a lot of the cows are eating the corn stalks. So some of them will eat stalks and the grain, but a lot of what they eat is the corn stalk. So the humans eat mostly the grain. Very few people eat the corn stalks. But a lot of people don't realize what happens if the cows aren't eating stalks. In order for us to have vegans, we have to have people eating meat because we have to do something with all of it. And a lot of these issues I don't see getting talked about with how we use our waste. So we have all kinds of systems with our waste that we don't discuss. Earlier episodes, I really couldn't talk, so I'm glad I can say anything here. Yes, and when it comes to the war system, there are things that we can do. I never hear anybody say, there are other things that our defense industries can be doing. What we call the military industrial complex has got all of the skills to make climate fighting equipment. Mm-hmm. So let's say one of the biggest issues we have, no matter what, whether it's a bomb, whether it's a blizzard, whether it's a tornado, we need to get things to people fast and rescue them. We need places to sleep. We need communications. We need power. There is a device made by Lockheed Martin called, I think it's the P791. I can't remember what it is. There only a few were made. But it basically can pick up like a train load of stuff. It can land on a swamp. It can land in snow. It can land wherever. And it's a hybrid between a blimp and another aircraft. So it has just this tremendous whole hospital can be transported on it. Food for thousands of people. Living spaces can be rolled out of this immediately to go. We're not purchasing anything like that. So, if we talk about, hey, people are going to want to make money, the only way they could make it is bombs. No. If we're only offering them bombs to make money, that's what they're going to do. almost all of these companies just have this wonderful bits of electronics to go in and immediately set up what's necessary. So if Los Angeles goes down, a lot of banks go down, a lot of financial industry, all kinds of industries go down if we lose Los Angeles to an earthquake. Is it likely? Yes. Within the next 100 years, we're probably going to see a major event taking out Los Angeles. Earthquake up on Seattle could cause similar worldwide disruptions of ability to go. Equipment like this, if we purchased these, and this would be expensive. But you know what? We use MMT for buying other things. We could be using it to buy fleets of these, put them in bunkers, have things to go. And there's nothing wrong with having an extra, I wouldn't call it military force, but have an extra force that their entire thing, it's kind of like what the National Guard is supposed to be, but actually funded properly with good equipment, ready to go, able to move in and address all types of issues. And
Snork, not to cut you off, what's your background because you seem to know a lot about
I can't hear you anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
What's your background? Because you know a lot about this farming stuff.
I am actually just an Iowan. I was gone for 25 years, and I just came back to the state. I'm a teacher now. I teach electronics, engineering, automation, and I used to work for several industries related to the MIC, and a lot of my students do end up going back into that.
That's cool. So what brings you here? Watching independent media. And
Interesting. I'm so glad that you brought all this up. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So that's another thing that we talk about with the job guarantee, that if we got rid of a lot of the spending for the military, we can't ever get rid of all of it, but we could certainly pare it down majorly. What happens to all those people that their job is in the military industrial complex somewhere right now? So what you're talking about is exactly what, that they could be repurposed for good instead of what's happening now. And it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing, and it definitely can be done. So I thank you so much for those comments, because people need to hear that. They really do, and it's important.
Yeah, I mean the skill levels still there. We're worried about them, military losing their ability to develop new stuff. Nothing's gone. In fact, it would actually increase. We need lots of doctors. We need lots of people, and we need to be able to get them able to get out and get training. We're running out of instructors in the United States. I'm old, and there are very few of us left that were around when we made factories that could be there to help us start building factories again. And we need to make stuff here. And another thing is, we can't just cut off the world. We've done that before. We actually need 25% or so of everything we do to be imported. We need to export at least 25%. We need to be working on 50% internally, because one of the main things is, when you're trading with people equitably, you don't go to war. You go to war with people who you're trying to take their stuff. You go to war with people who are trying to take your stuff. You're going to war with people who are fighting for taking somebody else's stuff. But when people are trading equitably, they do not go to war against each other. So we need to be thinking about, but we do need to be thinking of how we're arranging things. So right now we have an extreme shortage. Oh, sorry.
So then really quick, my question would be, because you were saying that countries that are trading with each other and working with each other can go to war. Then do you see maybe like this whole Russia, Ukraine, America thing?
Wait, Shane, I can't hear you now.
I'm not talking.
Is some kind of like maybe show of something? Because if you think about it, I mean, Americans are still up in the International Space Station with Russians every day. So
I thought Shane was saying something, but I couldn't hear him. Warren, have you said anything? Is everybody on mute?
No, can Lana
Are you
not
okay,
hear me?
Lana?
I'm fine. Shane was speaking and I
Are you-
couldn't
I
hear
was
anything.
not. No. I was not speaking, Lana. Not yet.
Can she not hear me? Can you not hear me, Lana?
Shane, say something.
Lana, Jimmy is talking right now, not me. Hello?
Okay, maybe not.
Do you have some? Are you drinking coffee with a little spirits in there?
Yeah, definitely,
Yeah,
definitely
good.
got the
There
single
we
malt scotch
go.
going, doll. But I don't understand why I can hear you, Warren, and I can hear Snork, but I can't hear anyone else. I'm sorry. I'll go ahead, guys.
Lana is in an alternate universe. Eric T. Red says it best.
So yeah, that would be my question to you, Snork, if you can remember.
No, I forgot already. I'm
Okay.
old.
Okay. So, do you think with this whole Ukraine war, America, kind of little battle thing that's going on right now, do you think this is all just a kind of show? Because if what you're saying is true, America still goes up into space at the ISS station every day with Russia, so we're still working together and still doing things together. So, what would you consider then this Russia-Ukraine situation?
I don't think we have a really good working relationship on the space stations.
Okay.
I mean, like right now, there's a fight over whether to use Elon Musk to replace the Russian capabilities that they've lost.
Okay.
So that's a discussion that's outside my wheelhouse.
Right. No, I figured it would, but a generalization or something, because it just popped in my head.
What's happening between the countries? I don't know if the news we're getting is controlled. I don't know if what is real, what isn't. All I know is that we have a country that has a executive organization who can cripple a major democratic or a major party of the United States by saying yes or no. Was our current president of the United States involved in anything tricky with Burisma? That he, our president, did not interfere in their elections or their things to have an investigation thrown out on Burisma. So if basically not just Biden, but the entire Democratic Party needs to be sure that if Zelensky makes a trip over to the United States and asks for $187 billion, he's going to get that check before he leaves. Yeah. And so when you have this type of situation, I don't know what's real and what isn't. So it could be that everything in the news that was about Burisma might be completely false. It might be that the truth is more horrible than we even imagine. Right. But I don't see it. The reason I go to independent media is I don't trust where the news is coming from currently.
Okay.
So I'm looking
Why
for
wouldn't
people.
you trust MSNBC or Fox News? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Why? I mean, that actually brings up another good question. Like, when you guys do catch yourself watching mainstream media news, like, how does it make you feel? What do you think? Do you catch yourself yelling at your own phone or your TV?
Yes.
Occasionally, I will see a clip on YouTube. Mm-hmm. I don't even have cable TV coming to my house.
Same. What about you, Warren?
I stopped watching mainstream media probably around 2016 when Bernie was running the first time, and just saw all the poison and stuff just coming out of those outlets to try and stop him. And that's when, and you and I talked about this, I have a news background from, working at TV stations down south, and it's like, it stopped being journalism. It has started being propaganda. I didn't know it was that bad of propaganda at first until, you start seeing clips here and there of just the erroneous stuff that MSNBC, and to be fair, Fox News too, everybody's doing propaganda. They all got these agendas that they're pushing, so it's, and now in the last few years, I've really gotten into independent news, and that's basically all I read and watch and listen to now. I just assume mainstream media is just state propaganda.
Right.
Well, we have Case Study QB to watch that for us. So,
Yes.
Right.
He's doing the Lord's work, as they say. So, thank you,
know.
Case.
I know. I didn't get to ask him today. I wanted to ask him like how much memory is the computer used up by clipping out all that stuff.
you know, he watches every single mainstream media channel and every single independent media channel and everything in between. That like, there's nothing he has not watched.
That is a beautiful setup you got right there.
Look
It's
at
very
that.
pretty.
That's science.
It's actually it actually has a bigger water pipe than my house does.
A water pipe? Wait, why does your computer have a water pipe? What am I missing right now?
Is it hydroponics
water-cooled.
powered?
So you're like a coolant system type thing?
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen
That
somebody on
rig's running
TikTok that
hot.
literally filled his computer with water. It's just, I guess everything is like pretty much like
You
waterproof.
mean like an aquarium? Like, did he put fish in there too?
I don't know. I just saw the water filling just as a science experiment. But there was like I think he covered everything. It was super waterproof, and it was he just did it to trip people out. So.
Well, the old Cray computers.
Okay, is that what it is?
Back in the 90s, they actually were immersed in water.
Okay.
Really pure water, and so they get all of the coolant around them. They were faster than they should have been back then, so their water was going around them, and that was basically when water cooling started. But yeah, if you notice, my microphone is actually right beside the computer. Can you hear my computer?
No, not really.
Sounds good.
So yeah, I used to do a lot of chats and work on, especially with COVID. So I have a system that is not insignificant in power, and it's pretty insignificant in noise. In fact, you can probably hear my
How much memory you got in that thing? Like case studies?
I'm not sure how much I got in it right now.
Oh, snort.
You know, back in
private chat. Yeah.
Back in the 90s, I had I had one of those immersible computers, but it was basically my ex-girlfriend just took the computer and put it in a full bathtub because she hated it. So anyway, So
you came with your own sounds. You came with your own
From the
sounds.
sounds. What are you talking about, man? I'm a one-man band, baby.
You're such a god. I don't know why more people don't love you, Warren. I really don't.
So Warren, I'm assuming this one is for you.
You should really douse your computer in extra virgin olive oil for the best efficiency and taste. That's true. I like my computer's tempura. A nice flaky crust on the outside, just a little hint of spice. So
that sounds delicious. Sounds delicious.
No, right? I'm hungry for a batter coated computer right now. I think I'll have one.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mean to get us too far off track there. This
is literally like I think this is pretty much like a mishmash of whatever for an hour. So I'm actually kind of glad that we got like a little hour of like another kind of intermission sort of thing without music, where we just get to hang out and have fun and kind of get our little KRTD media chance to hang out and talk and stuff that doesn't like full on completely just deal with MMT. So it's kind of nice to be able to hang out and have some fun.
But
so.
MMT
Plus, after the hour you guys just put me through, Jesus Christ.
But MMT is how I really feel that we should build a new. I'd like to. I don't really want to call it a military organization, but there needs to be one equally funded as the rest of the military industrial complex, because that's how much these emergencies. We're expected to have another major storm in 2 days. Just about as bad as the last one, maybe worse. And we're just barely recovering from the one we had a week ago. And so for 4 days, the plants that make the food, because a lot of the food comes from Iowa. Well, people don't realize that. In the stuff that isn't grown here, because we're right in the middle of the country, Interstate 80 goes through us, the food goes across one way or the other. In fact, my son was actually delivering pizzas from Wisconsin to Salt Lake City for a while. not just one pizza at a time, a whole truckload. And then he would take cheese from Utah or whatever, I can't remember, back to Wisconsin. So there was all of this food that comes through Iowa. And we have food north and south going down from Texas all the way up to Minnesota. Sorry, I should let her talk.
Hello, can people hear me?
Yeah.
Hello.
I've
Girl,
jumped in a
I'm
little
here
bit
for
early.
the hair thing. Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
it's my all-purpose celebration tiara.
That's
Post New
right.
Year's Eve, right?
That's
I got
right.
one
That's right.
just
I got my
like it.
disco balls. I got my disco balls.
Yeah, I saw yours, and then straight away I went to go and get something. Oh my god!
Yes. We got to celebrate. We're like the first two to celebrate today. So
Yeah. So what time is it for you? 9:45 about?
we got 9 more minutes. Yeah.
Oh wow! Excellent.
9:51 for me and 6:51 for Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If anybody doesn't know, in the comment section, Gabby is actually from Australia.
I'm
So
from
it's
Australia, so we've already had our New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
And I
So
did
what's it
stay
like
up.
in 2023?
It's hot in Australia. As
Do
you
you
can
have
see,
flying
I'm-
cars yet? Are there flying cars yet? Every year I ask. I always ask Australians right after the New Year, is there flying cars? And they always say no. And I'm like,
No,
maybe
no,
next.
our cars are like a lot more crappy than most other places.
Yeah.
Actually, we have
People
worse
can't even drive
standards.
the ones on the ground. Yeah. So let's just
Yeah.
fly them around. So
Yeah. So it's New Year's Day here. It's hot. It's like I just did a little conversion on my phone from Celsius to Fahrenheit. So it'd probably be like nearly 100 Fahrenheit today. It's the hottest day this like week or so. Yeah, so very hot outside. Me and my friend went and got frozen yogurt. So
That's
yeah.
so cool how complete opposite it is, because we're all like out here dealing with snow and
Yeah.
what did the East Coast just have? You guys had the bomb cyclone, which is
Yeah.
nuts. So it's
Oh,
yeah,
so,
it just swooped down from Canada all the way to the East Coast, and I think Buffalo is still recovering over there. My goodness, they just got hammered, and they just got hammered like a couple of weeks ago too. You know,
So,
That's
you know,
fair.
while we got you here, Gabby, what is that climate organization that you're a part of? What is it called again?
Oh, well, there's a couple of different ones. The activists, the super activist one is called Extinction Rebellion.
That one.
And they are they're in America now as well, but they started off in the UK. And we've been quite active. We had a blockade last October when Adelaide was the host to the Asia Pacific Coal, Oil and Gas Conference. We did a blockade for 3 days. So we kind of kept up the protest for about 3 days outside the conference. We made a lot of noise. And we kind of, we had a lot of people outside the entrance. And hopefully we made it quite uncomfortable for people who want to continue this fossil fuels business to go about their business. And we'll be doing the same thing in May when there's another conference that's even bigger. That'll be a 4-day blockade. Yeah, so we've been doing quite a lot of activism with that.
That's so cool.
Yeah, my sister's my inspiration for that. She's really brave. She's been arrested twice and been to court. And other friends have done the same. In Australia, our legal system, especially in South Australia, is not that bad. Like, it's not that punitive. But if you're in a different state in Australia, you can get severely punished. You know, you can potentially go to jail for years. You can be fined, or your organization can be fined thousands of dollars. I think some of the states, especially where there's logging or coal mining, they have brought in, because both major parties basically support the fossil fuel industry continuing. They haven't really made a plan to get off fossil fuels at all. The protest laws are kind of like a response to people trying to express their disappointment and the dissatisfaction with this kind of like bipartisan road to destruction that we find ourselves on. So, yeah.
Sounds like the story of the day today. Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, literally all day today, we've been talking about how people can come together and how the system always tries to bring us down. That's crazy. I'm so sorry, but your sister is very, very brave. So
she is brave. Yeah, she's terrifically brave. I look up to her a great deal. And so a lot of our friends in Adelaide. Adelaide's small enough that you kind of know people quite well. I reckon we'd have at least 80 people who here would be willing to put themselves on the line to go through that process, get arrested and go to court and have their say. That's part of the reason for going to court, is so that your statements can be put on the record, such as it is, and also the media attention that you get for that can be sometimes quite not always positive, but at least it starts the conversation, and that's the reason that people do it. We're not here to be liked. We're here to try and sound the alarm, sound the siren, and say, "Hey, it's time. It's time to make a new plan."
Right. That's what I admire. That's why I can't wait till my kids are all my kids are over 18, because we definitely need more people out in the protest space that don't have the fear of you being locked up for a day or two. Because that's the biggest thing, is a lot of people are afraid of even just a day being locked up, of having their time taken away from them. So we definitely need a lot more people with lack of fear. So
yeah.
I'm one of them. Send me to jail. I'll protest for it. Give me a 2-day vacation, please.
Yeah.
I think just something on that is that the people who do most of the time, I think my sister Annie is one of the few that do that and are working in a full-time job. Annie is employed by the government, so hers is a bit more I guess of a risk, but she's gotten to the point where she's like, well, if I don't do something, my job is the least of my worries. Do you know what I mean? So, but having said that, most of the people who do put themselves on the line tend to be retired, and they have, I guess, they're aware of the privilege that they have from not having to front up to an to employment, or to have their job in jeopardy, or to be looking after small children. They do have that. And also, if they're grandmas, the police and the courts do tend to treat them differently than they would, for example, someone who's younger, someone who's not white. That is definitely a consideration. So people in that position feel like, if I don't do it, it's not fair for me to ask people for whom the risks are greater to step up. So
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Absolutely, I agree. You got any more comments in there, Shane? I was listening.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was listening to Gabby. So comments side piece.
No, Gabby is very, that's very fascinating. Because that's one of the more, aggressive, organizations. Because a lot of the other ones are not necessarily going to go as far as that one goes. The Extinction Rebellion is going to go really far. I mean, there's videos where they're blocking traffic and doing all kinds of stuff, because otherwise you're not going to make the news.
That's right. So
and that's what a lot of people don't understand too, is blocking the traffic. All these people, they're like, oh, they're blocking the traffic, they need to get out of my way, I need to go to work. But that's the point, is what's affecting them is stopping them from being able to do what they normally do on everyday life. So you being inconvenienced for a few minutes while people are protesting should not bother you that much.
That's it, exactly, Jimmy. Yeah, indeed.
So the last
thing we also do, we try to, as much as possible, get in the way of the people or the machinery or the system that is doing the most damage. So, we've had people who will go into, say, for example, try and get inside the office of a bank that's doing fossil fuel funding and disrupt their meetings, or disrupt the conference like we did, or disrupt the you know, if you're game enough and you travel down to Tasmania, you can sign up with the Bob Brown Foundation and get in the way of the logging machinery. I mean, or sit in a tree to protect it from being chainsawed. So as much as possible, you know, that's definitely something that activists try to, if you're going to make that sacrifice, make it worth it. Get in the most strategic place you can.
That's right. I agree.
Yeah.
All right. So our time is up for the three of us, Warren, me, and Snork. So Snork, is there anywhere that people can find you really quick?
No, I just pop around every once in a while.
Oh. Okay. Well, me and Warren will be back later. Warren, you want to give out anywhere to find you, where they can find you and watch you as well?
Yeah, on Twitter, I'm W Dearman, like the letter to man, not antlers, DEARMAN. But yeah, my link tree is Extra Bulla, and that has all my links and stuff on there. We're going to be back, you and I, at 1 a.m. Eastern for the top worst, weirdest stories of the year. That's going to be fun on our show, Secret Show, which everybody will get to share in. So it's going to be a good time.
Yes, please, everybody, please stay tuned and stay on until late tonight. Me and Warren got the after party show. This is where a lot of us have a lot of fun. So can't wait to see you guys. Hello, everybody down in the background. I'm so excited to see all of you. All are lovely. And I'm going to get my little skinny ass out of here. All right. Love you guys.
Bye, Jimmy. Great to see you.
Bye.
Bye, Warren. Bye, Snork. Lovely to meet you both.
Nice to meet y'all.
Okay. So we're about to start the next panel of MMT. So everyone in the chat, please stop talking about the Flat Earth Society. I have no idea why you're doing that. If you go to their Twitter, they'll tell you they have supporters all around the globe. So that tells you how serious they are. Okay.
That's very funny. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. It's a real privilege to be asked to be a part of this panel. Oh, look, here's my fellow Aussies. I see Stephen. I see Darren. Hey, Darren. And Sherry. Hello, Sherry. And Johnny.
So here's what we talked about earlier, just to catch everybody up who might have been on the stream earlier and to let this panel know. We had Warren on. We had Joe Firestone. We had Stephen King and Jeffrey Epstein. And we talked about the causes of inflation, right? And there's a multitude, right? We tried to break to dispel this myth that it had something to do with the government giving working families $1,200, you know, and the fact that it's sectoral. It has to do with it's more. Warren brought up the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. That's a more adequate measurement that they're using when they're talking about this in the mainstream media, right? And so for this later panel, what we're hoping to talk about are the solutions. And as I was kind of looking at the discussion today and everything like that, and wanted to make this kind of flow in, I realized that from the perspective of the solutions, if we talked about if this panel were in charge of balancing the economy, what would you do? And notice to the audience, I didn't say balance the budget. I said balance the economy, because the economy is made up of all of our resources, which includes our labor resources, the raw materials and everything that we have. And then the money, the currency that we use to facilitate that production. That's all money's for, everybody, is to facilitate the production of those resources with the labor capacity that we have available. So how would we go about balancing the economy so that we didn't have these ups and downs that we see, and then the Fed trying to use interest rates, and that's the dog chasing the tail, you know, and everything like that. So anybody that wants to start, I'll let you go ahead and introduce yourself, tell the audience who you are, what you know, where you're from, and Happy New Year, everybody. You guys, most of you, well, a few of you are in Australia, so it's New Year's for you, right?
New Year's Day,
right.
yeah.
We've solved, it's the future here. We've solved all the world's problems.
How is
So you can all
2013,
just
by the
relax.
way? Is it everything's okay. It hasn't blown up so far.
It's very, very hot here. That's all I can say.
Probably, I was
Hiking
working this out
outside.
before. I reckon between 96 and 100 degrees.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Pretty hot.
Okay, so I'll tell you what. Let's start with Gabby. You were on already. Why don't you introduce
Yes,
yourself?
I got here a bit early.
And you and Steven both co-host a show called Modern Money Donuts, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll be kicking off a new season of Modern Money Donuts in a couple of weeks, actually. So very looking forward to that.
On KRTD
And,
Media,
yeah,
which is put together and hosted this event tonight, but unfortunately is unable to stream it to their YouTube because they got a strike against their YouTube for a 2-year-old Julian Assange video. And there was some confusion and they got a strike, and so they couldn't stream. However, you're watching this either on Sabby Sabs stream, Chicago Corner, and Hardlands Media are all simulcasting together. So if you happen to be watching on one of those, by all means, stop by KRTD Media, their YouTube channel, and subscribe. They're trying to build up their YouTube audience. We have a whole line of shows that are going to be coming out with all kinds of new topics, including Modern Money Donuts for 2023. So anyway, continue, please, Gabby.
Thank you. Yeah, Modern Money Donuts, we're up to season 3. We're going to be doing something a little bit different this time around because I guess just to backtrack a little bit, for those of you who don't know, Stephen and I have been working, well, Stephen's been very much sort of leading this project and I've been helping. We have put together an online master's degree in the economics of sustainability, which has as its 2 pillars, ecological economics and MMT. So those 2 things together are a very powerful combination because it gives you the idea of what we want or the kind of scope of what we need to look at in terms of problems, particularly climate change, obviously being the huge, big one, but also other things like biodiversity loss and just looking after our being within our planetary boundaries. And then the modern monetary theory side of it allows you to come up with the solutions, which is what we're here to talk about today as well. So yeah, our online degree, we've had our first trimester of teaching. It went terrifically well. We've got about 40 or 40 plus students enrolled. Our Modern Money Donuts show series 3, we're going to be talking to some of our students, of whom Jeff Epstein is one. And I'm sure he would love to come online and chat to us because he just can't get enough of that stuff. And we're going to be interviewing and chatting to our students about what inspired them to take up this challenge and what they would like to do with the knowledge that they're getting, and what kinds of interesting things are they talking about with their fellow students, and what are they learning about, and all of those juicy topics. So yeah, looking forward to getting started with season 3 in a couple of weeks. I can check the date while we go to somebody else, and I'll put it in the chat for people.
Okay, well, just on that note, hello, Keith. I just wanted to recap just shortly. Earlier in the earlier episode this morning, we talked about the causation of inflation, which is basically rising prices, out of control prices. Oh, we lost him. Anyway, okay. So if you want to pick up, Stephen, and fill us in on what. Well, she kind of filled us in on what you guys are doing, but if you want to pick up and maybe go ahead with the topic as far as what kind of solutions, one of the things that we talk about in the MMT community is the job guarantee. Why is something like the job guarantee a price stabilizer and something that will help? Because here's one thing that you hear in the mainstream media. I've tweeted about it a few times. It bugs the hell out of me because they say, and unemployment is at an all-time low, which is causing inflation. So the Fed is raising interest rates to combat inflation. Okay, that's exactly what they say in the morning news. And I'm like, I want to beat my head up against the wall. And we know that utilizing all of our productive capacity is not inflationary. Why is that?
Well, actually, I know that Darren can answer that question really well, so I might pass that over to Darren.
Then there you go. I love it when you guys do that because it's so nice. Darren, go ahead and introduce yourself. And
first of all, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I wrote myself a little script. Forgive me if I'm not looking up at you. Okay, obviously, I'm Darren from a little town called Cowra in New South Wales. It's a town of around 10,000 people, about 190 miles west of Sydney. It's best known for the POW breakout in World War II. In 1941, the Japanese POW prisoners, well, that's what they are, broke out, and unfortunately, 231 of them were killed, and 4 of our soldiers. And that's what my little town's best known for. I'll be a new writer with KRTD Media, and the job guarantee and inflation stabilizer. That's funny because that's not where I'd start. Because the job guarantee is designed to pick up the slack after everything else we can possibly do is done. But that said, the job guarantee does effectively act as, well, a price control, something a lot of us have been arguing about lately, whether you associate it with the Russians or in Australia, we're about to put a price cap on our gas, natural gas. And that price, let's say, there's 2 things I've read about the US recently. If wages kept up with, what was it, inflation, instead of being your $7 federal minimum, it'd be $12. But if it kept up with productivity, it'd be $23 an hour. Now,
yeah,
that's accurate. Yes.
I only read it today. So these prices,
it's kind of shocking, isn't it? Really, the disparity.
It is $23 and $12. That's what, $10 an hour. Put that over a full-time week. Haven't done the math, but that adds up to a lot of resources.
Yeah.
So essentially, inflation control is really all about price control. That's it in a nutshell.
Okay, now that's one of the things that we spoke about earlier. I agree, because one of the things that I want to share this analogy with you guys because it boggles in my head, and you guys are the professionals in my, of course you are. And so as a layman, I like to tell people, look, when it comes to inflation, because you also hear in the mainstream that the government printed a bunch of money, and so now the value of the money went down. And I tell them, no, that's not how that works. And I said, I want to show, I give them an analogy. I said, take the Monopoly game, for instance. Okay. All the properties have a set price on them. Okay. Per the rules of the game and per each card. And every player starts with $1,500. Now, if the banker in their infinite generosity decided to give everybody $15,000, it wouldn't change the price of the properties. As a matter of fact, the prices of those properties do not change until some mechanism by the owner is enacted through the rules of the game, which the game actually has price controls in it, which we don't have in the United States for things like that. We don't have rent control and things like that. But would you say that analogy plays out, that the good that's being elevated, the price of the good that's being elevated is all based on basically the person who owns it? Now, they could use all kinds of economic factors, price and, supply and demand was brought up, which we know is an excuse. It's not a causation. There's nothing saying just because you have a smaller supply, you have to raise prices. That's all dependent on whether or not you're looking at it from a capitalist perspective of projection and shareholders and all those things that you think you need to do, right? So the raising in prices. Now, we did talk about the fact that something like fuel costs being raised is going to sweep across everybody. But that is still, if you go back to the root of it, who's raising that and why? And that is a manufactured increase that then trickles down to everybody else because everybody uses fuel, right? And so it all goes back to, like you said, price. It seems so simple. Like it's like we've already fixed the problem. We just keep people from exploiting the resources and gouging customers. Is that it? Are we done with the panel? Keith, I'll tell you what. Why don't you introduce yourself? I'm sorry. Let me let Keith get in and introduce yourself, and let the people know who you are and what your input is on how we can balance our society in a way where we're using the resources and capital to our advantage.
Oh yeah, how y'all doing? Can you hear me? Good. Okay, to make sure. So I'm Keith. I'm the Trill Progressive. I try to do what they call like it's like call-in apps like on Clubhouse and on Twitter Spaces. I try to do those to talk about MMT. I haven't done it as much lately. You know, just life is, you know, life is life. But as far as inflation goes, or rather ways we can address it, I think what could have happened at least before the pandemic got like real bad, like when they knew that, okay, listen, we're gonna have to shut down, there needs to be some kind of infrastructure investment to basically prepare for the influx of because they knew, like, okay, listen, once we shut everything down and bring everything back up, like we got to have things prepared so that things are more happen more smoothly. But instead, they just like, okay, let's let the capitalists decide how to better basically return or prepare for the return of the demand. And as we can see, they didn't prepare very well to the degree that they did prepare. They prepared to basically price gouge people for basic necessities that they could have easily prepared to make sure was available. Now, how that looked like, how that would have looked like, may have looked like, okay, let's expand some. Let's invest in public transit, because they know that, listen, when people come back, one of the first things they're going to use is their car. But if you invest in public transit, you know, maybe provide funding for light rail construction, or just provide funding for local city governments so they can put more funding into their basically increase what's called the time, basically increase the buses so they can have more buses on the road to get more people more rapidly. Maybe invest in more rapid transit and stuff like that. That way, when people come back, basically it eases the burden off of the oil, or rather gas, you know, and puts them more so into something more stable, like a bus system or a light rail system.
Well, that's
Those
an
are a few
interesting
things I'm
point
thinking
right
of.
there. I don't want to cut you off, but that's an interesting point, because how many jobs did they find could be done from home, and that they insisted that people start coming back to work. Because why? What was the benefit? They could do the job from their computer at home or from their phone at home or whatever, but they wanted them to police them in the office mostly, but also to drive the rest of the economy, because now those people have to commute into the office. So all the narrative to get people to go back into work to the office, it's not a way to manage your resources effectively. Like you were saying, if we were having a problem with, you know, the supply of fuel and things like that, if we had more mass transit for people, getting people off of their own vehicles and things like that, would help address that problem. But we don't do that. At least we don't do that here in the United States. I don't know how it's going in Australia, but we have not been investing in mass transit at all. Steve, you want to jump in?
Well, there have been recent investments, though. I mean, like, there are many cities who are trying to increase their investment in public transit. It's just hard to get around the NIMBYs.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
Maybe I passed to Darren before. Maybe could I pass to Sherry now? I'll say something maybe after Sherry.
Okay.
Because we haven't heard from Sherry yet.
Sure, Sherry, you want to pop in here?
Yeah. I am an economist, a professional economist. I've been an economist for many years. So I work mainly with agriculture, but of course it, covers many different, it is related to many different things. But let me say a couple of things first to start out with. First, economics really does not have a good theory of prices. I mean, it just does not. Mainstream economists determine price, say that price is determined at the intersection of supply and demand. Okay. But institutional and, heterogeneous economists, oftentimes they tend to see prices as being set. The fact is that prices are set, are determined in different ways for different markets. So if you're talking about something like a manufactured product, that's going to be like a set price. If you're talking about commodities, however, gasoline, when I say I mean like raw oil, the crude oil, farm products, various things like that. They're actually more set by supply and demand, although there's some complexities in there because the futures market actually gets in kind of screws things up. But we don't have one single way the prices are set. It really kind of varies all across the board. But so it really kind of depends on what market, you're talking about. When you want to talk about what's causing prices to rise. One of the things that I think is important to bring up is there's this study. I don't know if you probably can't. I don't know if I can see. I guess you can't see it, or I can't show it right. Anyway, it's called The Causes and Responses to Today's Inflation. And it was written by Joseph Stiglitz, who's one of the top economists in the world. He's a mainstream economist, but he's very open-minded about a lot of things. And he really has more of almost a very strong heterodox, I guess, he's open to it. Yeah. Okay, Joe Stiglitz and Ira Regmi. And this was produced out of the Roosevelt Institute, which is a nonprofit organization in the U.S., and it is related to various other Roosevelt foundations, including the Franklin Delano Roosevelt Library. So this is like good progressive stuff, and Joe Stiglitz is a really good economist who really likes to look at kind of things, in a broader sense. One of the things that he says in here, he pretty much clearly, they did a lot of statistical analyses and everything, and he makes it pretty clear that the issue is not interest rates being too low.
Yeah.
He's also saying the issue is not people getting too much money from the $300 a month or whatever it was. Okay. He's not saying people have too much money. It's the opposite. In fact, he shows how savings are being drawn down. And one of the things that he does talk about monopolization or market power, with firms having an influence on prices and being able to set them very high. That is an issue because we have not been enforcing antitrust policies, or for other countries it would be considered competition policy. And so what we've allowed is, in the US, we've allowed all these corporations to get gigantic. Most of the industries, really just have a few firms that are in that
they're like small countries. I mean, they're like big countries.
Yeah.
If you take in their whole legal structure and their dominance, and I mean, then there's somebody sitting at the top. It's an authoritarian, and they're far reaching. I mean, they're worse than countries because they don't even have borders at this point.
Right.
They go all over the globe.
Right. With globalization, they've intended it that way. And they've actually, they've been trying to pursue policies, and I'm sure, Gabby, are very familiar with this, I'm sure, that, I mean, a lot of what these trade agreements that we've been having lately that, the politicians all push, these trade agreements, they have things in them that will basically allow corporations to basically have more power over governments, so that if, for instance, if a government, say, passes a labor law, some of these agreements, there's the potential that those companies can come back and sue those countries, or it could be in the U.S. states or municipalities, and say, hey, you cost us a bunch of money because you created this regulation, and now we can't make as much money because we have to pay our employees more. So anyway, Stiglitz figures about 30% of inflation is due to that. He also talks about, basically what it really is this inflation is pretty much all right now supply side driven. And it's supply side because we had a pandemic. And as Keith said, we didn't plan, to figure out how things were going to work out when we actually got back into production. And in fact, throughout the pandemic, we had various periods of, certain commodities or products being unavailable, cars, computer chips, beef, various things like that. And, so a lot of what he's saying is that it's, first of all, it's the inputs on the supply side. So we were not able to get a lot of the inputs. Some of that has to do with the Ukraine war. So we have issues with energy and fertilizer. But in addition, we have had so many problems with the way that we have allowed corporations to run roughshod over, certainly in the US and, all around the world. And so the corporations, they've been able to manage, they've been able to, basically take advantage of many things, including corporate governance, basically changing corporate governance so that shareholders matter more than employees, and various things like that. So there's a lot of corporate governance issues that could be helpful. There's also the issue of the infrastructure, and there's also an issue of that in the US anyway, the labor force is actually pretty small. It's smaller than it really should be, because only something like 58% of people who are of working age are now working. And historically, it was more in the 60s, like mid 60s. So what's happened is we had, because of the pandemic and also the financial crisis and various things have been going on, we've had a lot of people like my age who dropped out of the labor force, or who were taken out of the labor force because they were fired, and we have a lot of people who have discovered that, oh well, we can maybe live on one salary because we're spending so much money on childcare and things like that. And so there's a lot of things that we are doing in this country they're actually really discouraging people from working. So some of these things that could help play into exactly some of the MMT policies. So, for instance, childcare. And that would go a long way to helping a lot of people be able to get back into the workforce, because childcare is incredibly expensive in the US.
Yeah.
Healthcare, another thing like that. So various things that we could do to help workers want, to come back to the labor force, and also incentivize young people who certainly, they've been getting a bad break. So anyway, I'm sorry I went on, but
so what you're saying is full unemployment doesn't cause inflation.
Oh, full unemployment in and of itself does not necessarily cause inflation. There's a lot more to it than than people.
Yeah, as you've brought up. Does anybody want to comment on that? On what Sherry talked about? I'll leave it open to anybody who wants to.
I think Sherry's just given a really great analysis. If I could just to add a few points myself. First of all, we were supposed to be talking about a cure for inflation, and that suggests that inflation is a disease. It's not. It's a signal. It's a signal that there are structural problems within the economy that need to be addressed, and the best way of limiting inflationary pressures in the future is to address those structural problems, short term, medium term, and long term. Actually, in the short term, I think the inflation problem, if that's what we want to describe it as, is going to deal with itself to an extent. Inflation is already apparently falling in the US and maybe falling depending on what happens to administered energy prices in other countries like Australia and even the UK in the next year. Government budgets are tightening. Interest rates, of course, have been on the way up. Not that I think that's a very effective way of managing inflationary pressures. Real wages are falling, and that's a sign that this is not, we're not on a wage price spiral. People are trying to keep up with the cost of living in terms of their wages, but they're not managing to do so. And so we can expect to see economies slowing down. Next year, there is a risk in some countries, especially in some places like the UK, that there may be a recession, an increase in unemployment. But really, when people talk about problems from inflation in the last year or two, what did they expect? We've just been through 3 of the 4 horses of the apocalypse. We've had a major global pandemic, which, if it had happened 30 years ago, would have been utterly catastrophic. Prior to the internet and all that, things that kept going would not have kept going. Well, we wouldn't have been able to lock down in the way that we have. We would have had many more millions of people around the world dying in the pandemic. If it had happened just a generation ago, we would have had something like what happened after the First World War with the flu pandemic, which took place at that time. It would have been utterly catastrophic. We probably would have been faced with a much more severe economic downturn with all the consequences which came from that as well. But if we want to, in the immediate future, put further downward pressure on the inflation rate, then the first thing that needs to happen is peace in Europe. That would have a huge impact, not overnight, but over time, because a large chunk of the food supply to much of the world, and also energy, of course, for Europe too, the way the system is set up at the moment comes from Ukraine and Russia, and it's just been a lot of it has been taken out of the system. We've adjusted to that over time to an extent, but only to an extent. And the other issue, of course, is climate change and the impact of climate change and extreme climatic conditions on food supply and other industries too. That, I'm afraid, is going to become more and more severe as the years come by. If you think that we've been faced with major climatic events in the last year around the world, including in this country where I'm sitting in Australia, in 10 years' time, I think what we're looking at this year will seem relatively mild compared with what's around the corner. So, we've got these causes of major structural issues that we need to address. Some of them very short term. Peace, that's so important. In terms of large corporations exploiting the opportunities that these issues have driven for them, then of course regulation, what is sometimes called competition policy, but also sometimes price controls. It has taken us far too long in Australia, one of the world's leading fossil fuel exporters, to our shame, for us to put measures in place to stop ruinous increases in the price of electricity and other power in this country. And when we export all that gas, we've just managed to persuade the government to have a very mild price cap, wholesale price cap on gas, and something similar is going to happen as far as coal is concerned. In the medium term, given that the nature of our climate is changing so that the world of my childhood and teenage years has gone forever and is not coming back. There's no return to normal. We need more resilience. So we need to look at, of course, we need to look at energy, and we need to much more rapidly transition to renewables. We need to look at food supply too, and much more food supply in many countries needs to be local. Fadel Kaboub talks about this a lot in the context of global South countries, food and energy sovereignty. But even in countries like the US, the way that the food supply chain or chains are organized, the role that big institutions and that speculation plays in driving food prices, all these things need to be thought about more widely. We need to think about supply chains for basic necessities too, because as Keith was saying, and Sherry, you need to plan in advance for the next pandemic, because there is going to be a next pandemic. It's just a question of when. When it comes to MMT, we know that the US government is not going to run out of US dollars, and the Australian government is not going to run out of Australian dollars. So as Stephanie Kelton often says, we need to be much more on the front foot in terms of taking inflation risk into account with budgeting and looking at public investments that need to be made to put downward pressure on inflation in the short term and in the longer term too. And that longer term means investments to reduce carbon dioxide emissions and reduce our ecological overshoot in the years to come, absolutely, including things like renewables, but also including, as Keith was saying, fast rail. And there's a whole variety of investments that we need to make to, first of all, electrify the economy and then shift electricity generation more quickly towards renewables and away from fossil fuels. And there are lots of other investments that you need to make too. A lot of the coastal part of the US is going to go underwater if you don't make some very considerable investments very quickly. These things, they're going to turn into inflation in the end, as well as all the other suffering that comes along with them. So we need to be on the front foot. We need to be planning for these issues. It may be that the investments that need to be made in the years to come, if you can only get politicians who are prepared to vote to make them, involve, at least temporarily, expanding the scale of economic activity in the US, because major investments are part of gross domestic product in the short term. And you may then have to, or we all may then have to look at an approach to budgeting which echoes Keynes and how to pay for the war, and looking at what real resources are available. If they're not available at the moment, can we make them available? Looking at closing down some sections of the economy. Like in the US, you should be transitioning. This would save enormous amounts of real resources, as everybody knows, towards a Medicare for all system, and basically close down most of your private healthcare. There are lots and lots and lots of other things to say. The role of the job guarantee, though, that's what Johnny started with. Full employment is essential, because much lower inequality and much higher levels of economic security, as well as excellent public services, will be an essential part of a transition to living within our planetary boundaries in a sustainable economy in the future. The old Keynesian option of just trying to spend money on anything to grow the economy as quickly as possible in order to try to achieve and maintain full employment, as happened in the 1950s and 60s, simply doesn't exist anymore. Our ecosystems will collapse if we try to do that. So how are we going to provide people with all the benefits of employment, with decent working conditions and a decent minimum wage, something more like the Australian or a bit higher than the Australian minimum wage, not the US minimum wage, which is laughable in the richest country in the world. I mean, it's just, it shouldn't have been right-wing nutcases in Washington, D.C. It should be everybody else. Yeah. Everybody else should be in Washington, D.C. demanding before anything else happens that the federal minimum wage is hugely increased. Because I wrote an article for the Global Institute on Sustainable Prosperity a few years ago when I pointed out if it had kept up with labour productivity since the 1960s, it would have been something like $24 an hour now.
That's what Darren was saying, how when we started this panel. So,
but the job guarantee comes in there, and the job guarantee, once it's in place, helps also in the standard MMT way to stabilise an otherwise unstable economy, so that if the economy has a downturn, and there will always be cyclical fluctuations in the economy, then people have the option to go into job guarantee work on environmental services or supporting the local community or cultural services or in not-for-profits or whatever other activities are included. And then when the economy picks up, people can transition, as Warren often says, back into a higher paid job in the private sector or the conventional public sector. It helps with inequality also, though, because, of course, it gives people in low paid jobs with worse working conditions much more bargaining power with their employers, because they've got a choice, they've got somewhere else to go. And I think it will help over time to shift attitudes, because we need to, if we are going to save something like our way of life in the generations to come, we need attitudes to shift away from individualism and growthism and consumerism towards people thinking of themselves as members of a society where we care about what's happening to other people and where we see ourselves as part of the natural environment. And that is a huge change in attitudes, which is going to happen because it's going to be forced on us. But it would be much better if 2023 was the year when I would like to see President Biden stand up and say, in 10 years' time, the US economy will no longer be growing. That is because we are far outside our planetary boundaries at the moment. And we need to make ecological space for the global south that we and other countries in the global north have exploited for decades and decades and decades to enjoy something close to the standard of living which the average person enjoys in this country. And the only way we're going to do that
speech from Biden.
well, somebody is going to make it. It's going to be forced on somebody at some time, because otherwise this is not someone loopy saying this. This is the Secretary General of the United Nations will tell you this. The lead authors on IPCC reports will tell you this now. Unless we start going in that direction, talking about a Canadian, I think it was a Canadian economist, Herman Daly, died very recently, who more or less invented ecological economics. He introduced the term a steady state economy, which is a quantitatively constant but qualitatively improving economy, where people's quality of life improves without people having more and more and more things over time. unless we start thinking in terms of what Kate Raworth calls a donut approach to managing our economy in the future, meeting everybody's needs to give everybody the opportunity of a good quality of life, but not emitting catastrophic amounts of carbon dioxide, not using catastrophic amounts of additional nitrogen and phosphorus on the land, not changing land use so that we lose more and more biodiversity around the world. Politicians are just beginning to talk about these issues very, very slightly now, but much too slowly. That's the way we go ahead. That's why Gabby and I are running these postgraduate courses. You don't need a degree in economics to do them, but you do need either a degree or plenty of work experience in not just MMT, which is a user manual for the monetary system. Is really, really important. It tells you to an extent what's possible, at least what's possible financially, but it doesn't tell you what to do. What to do? Well, our first priority, because nothing else will matter, including things like minimum wage, if we don't get this right. Our first priority is to live within our planetary boundaries. But the only way we can do that successfully is if we combine that with social justice, racial justice, climate justice. All these terms are important. Reparations are important. It's all got to be part of a conversation that if you're telling me the US president and the Australian prime minister and other leading politicians around the world are not going to have this discussion soon, then the people that come after them or the people that come after that will be having these discussions, but they'll be having these discussions because Florida sinks. The US food bowl is in prolonged drought and you can't feed yourselves anymore. That's why we'll be having the discussions, and it's better to do it sooner rather than later. And that's why we've been working so hard to do just our tiny weeny little bit of that, which is to encourage brilliant students like Jeff Epstein, since we mentioned him, to discuss these issues and think about them in more depth, because we need these people to be in positions of influence and authority in the years to come to push us in the right direction. So one of the driving forces behind inflation this year, but only one, has been the impact of climate on food supply. And that is going to be the biggest issue in the years to come, in my opinion. And agricultural economists like Sherry have a very important role to play, and people that we need to listen to as far as these issues are concerned.
Well, one of the things as you were talking, Stephen, it reminded me that one of the really important resources that we take for granted is water. And water is really, it's getting to be a crisis in places in the U.S. We've been drawing down aquifers for many, many years. And we have been, using surface water, rivers and things like that, to the point where now downstream users can be really negatively affected. And in fact, probably a certain amount of agriculture is going to have to probably go bye-bye in certain parts of the US. The beef industry right now is one example of an industry in the US that is being affected by weather, because in a lot of the places that beef has historically been raised, there's been just too much drought. And so we've seen the beef, some of the beef production shifting to different parts of the country. And so, yes, you're absolutely correct, Stephen. And one other thing I want to bring up, there was I saw a show today on the internet about truck drivers. And one of our problems has been with the supply chain has been a lack of truck drivers. And the reason is because we created regulations in the like 1980s that were really they took what was once a good working class job that enabled people to work their ways into the middle class, and they basically kind of destroyed it. And that is trucking regulation that we have in this country. So that needs to be revised. That would be a way to get more truckers. There actually are a lot of truckers, but you know, if you're expected to go and wait for a boat to be unloaded, and you're there for 8 hours before you get anything, and you're not getting paid, that's not something that provides people with a desire to want to get into the industry.
We have to return to the rail system as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would be an
But
efficient
for
way.
goods as well as people. And
Yeah.
we have in Australia one of the world's most used domestic flight route between Sydney and Melbourne. If we had fast rail between Sydney and Melbourne, you could virtually close that route down. But we don't.
We've got about 9 minutes, folks. So just to let everybody know where we're at, because they're going to be starting a new panel. They're going to be doing their countdown, because for us here, at least on the East Coast, we're going to be coming up to our midnight countdown hour. Darren, is there anything you'd like to pop in and give your 2 cents on?
I had a lot of thoughts going through my head in response to Stephen and Sherry.
I'm sure. It's been a great discussion, by the way, everybody. I just wanted to tell you, it's been wonderful, and I hope that the audience appreciates the importance of what we're talking about, because if you do not understand how they are mismanaging our public money and the potential that we have, then you can't adequately combat it as an activist. If you're out spewing the mythologies, the neoclassical economic mythologies about taxation and this and even inflation and the causation of inflation, then you're not going to be able to target the solutions, which is what we're really all after, right? So go ahead, Gary.
Okay. Let me back up to what I was about to say. Inflation is only a problem because we politically say it is. Politically unacceptable inflation. Also, with inflation, if anyone in the media mentions inflation to you, make sure you get a descriptor in front of that word inflation, whether it's supply shock inflation, demand pull inflation, cost push inflation due to a cyclone or a hurricane. But I did a bit of amateur research about the so-called inflation problems we've had since World War II, and all of them can be put down to a war somewhere, whether it's World War II, Arab-Israel conflicts, the Korean War, the Vietnam War. We can throw in the Volcker shock recession, Iran-Iraq War, the Gulf War, right up until, well, at least in Australia, we started with some inflation targeting. There's debates over whether the inflation targeting worked or whether the inflation from all those other periods have just ran out. And all that comes back to oil, like Sherry said to start with, because that's our essential energy at the moment, which is why a transition to renewables would virtually shut down wars for oil overnight. Might create wars for lithium or something, but for oil, overnight. And that would put inflation down. Like, we all shut down around the world when COVID first hit. What was the price of oil? It was in the negative. We shut down all our businesses too, but we were still emitting harmful climate change pollution. Now we know when we're doing nothing, just having that standing station there permitting pollution is the cause of our problems. That's why we need to change in a hurry, like Stephen said. Trying to think what else I thought during all that. I'm aware of our limited time. Oh, and I did say at the start, price controls and inflation go hand in hand, but we've also got to remember who's in control of those price controls. It's not just price controls. It's like inflation's really got nothing to do with prices. On the other hand, it's about resource distribution, the existing resources. And if all the wealthy people have it and the poor people don't have it, of course inflation's going to go up. Swap it round, you get a bit of that equality. Not that Stephen was also talking about. Like all the supply chains we talked about. Bring them back to home. Bring them back to do it domestically on your own shore. The just-in-time thing is what stopped us. This is what I really wanted to say. What's the key message out of MMT, really? Warren Mosley said it years ago. It's we run on a buffer stock or something, which comes straight from agricultural economy. There's multiple buffer stocks out there. There's a great Scott Fulweiler presentation out there somewhere where he goes over several of them. To me, Stephen might be able to correct me if I'm wrong here, but to me, price controls and buffer stocks are essentially the same thing. You've either got a minimum or a minimum and a maximum or just a maximum, and that's what creates your buffer. And all we need to do is bring everything that we consider strategic and essential back to manufacturing on all our domestic shores. We can keep everything else, switch to renewables, and of course all the other labour market stuff we talked about with minimum wage and production, because production drives everything. But as you said at the start, Johnny, money just facilitates it. And that's, funnily enough, that brings me back to the job guarantee, which is why I can emphasise why the emphasis on universal basic income people are wrong, because they don't recognise the monetary theory of production. Like if you give everyone money, who's going to make things? And then we have inflation again. So that's why I emphasise universal, because basic income in itself is not a bad thing.
Keith, any thoughts? We got a few minutes left before the next panel starts.
Oh yeah, I have a lot, but I think one of the primary things that I'm kind of learning is about monopolies being like the price setter, and the one thing I just kind of realize is like one of the primary reasons why we have so many issues is because of not just monopolies in terms of companies, but monopolies in terms of resources, right? Or monopolies in terms of how we do things. Because if you look at our housing situation in America, like we've spent the last maybe 50, 70 years on basically mandating single family detached homes, right? We spent the same time basically mandating travel by car, right? And also the type of car, right? It's like you can only buy a gas car because we made electric cars basically not viable. So it took 70 years for the development of batteries to finally get to the point where it's actually viable. Whereas if we didn't mandate oil-based products, like all these other possible products, not just like in terms of like cars, but also in terms of the materials we use, like hemp, you couldn't do anything with hemp until now, right? Like I can go on and on different materials we could have used instead of oil-based materials. Now, now these other materials are coming up, but they're still not cheap enough to compete with oil-based materials. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons why we have so many different price hikes, because the price setter is the materials and the systems and the different things you can only do one way, and now they're opening up to now we can do different things, but it still can't compete with the way we've been doing things for the longest. So I'll leave with that.
All right, Keith. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
Well said,
Gabby,
Keith. Yeah.
do you want to close out? I just want to say thanks to everybody. Happy New Year to the people coming. Gabby, I'll let you close out and say goodbye.
Oh, okay. Thank
I'm
you.
sorry,
I'll
one
say
more
goodbye.
thing. You can join me on Clubhouse with MMT for Dummies. Yeah.
Awesome. Excellent. I'll say goodbye on behalf of us three Aussies. We've had our New Year's Eve and we did our countdown, and we saw our fireworks, and then we woke up the next morning and it's a new day. And,
I didn't. I was in bed.
Oh.
I'm far too old to do that. But anyway, go on.
Well, I hope you guys enjoy your popping the champagne moment and your big ringing in the new year. And from us in the other side of the world, Happy New Year! And thanks for having us.
Thanks a lot. Great panel.
Happy New Year.
Bye.
Nice to meet everyone.
So I guess I'll just keep filling in empty space while the rest of the team comes in. If you guys haven't yet, like and subscribe to whatever channel you're watching this on, and then take a minute and hop over to @KRTD Media on YouTube and subscribe to their channel, because they're the ones who've put this on today. And we're simulcasting to various different platforms. There's JB, there's Sabby. I'm going to be cutting out of here for you guys to take over this. Happy New Year to you guys. You guys have a good countdown and an awesome show.
Welcome, everyone, to the New Year's Eve countdown panel. Does everyone want to introduce themselves real quick? Seb, you got your cameras off.
Sorry.
Okay.
I had to grab. I forgot my drink. What's up? I'm Sabrina, also known as Sabby, and I host Sabby Sabs podcast, and I'm a co-host for Revolutionary Blackout Network with my comrade JB.
Hey everybody, my name is James Fauntleroy, also known as JB. I am part of the Revolutionary Blackout Network and I have my own channel called the JB Font Channel. It is good to see all of you here on this New Year's Eve. So salutations to all.
Okay. Everybody knows Jason from earlier in the other two panels. You can introduce yourself again if you like.
All right. Jason Call, two-time candidate for Congress as a Democrat. Will never run as a Democrat again, and looking for better things in 2023, right?
And our newest KRTD Media host, Willie Bragg.
Hey, I'm Willie Bragg, host of the Willie Bragg Show. The latest person to join KRTD Media, and Happy New Year to everyone.
Okay, and Jimmy, again.
Hi again. I am Jimmy, host of What on KRTD Media. Good to see you guys. Good to be back. And I am the editor for tonight. I will be showing the videos.
Cool. So Jimmy worked for hours on this video, and I haven't seen it yet. Nobody has seen it yet. Let's go ahead and see it.
All right. Thank you for putting your full faith and trust in my editing skills. May the odds be forever in your favor. All right. Okay, let me get this full screen, and here we go.
Talking about the new information that's come to light when getting to a witness that has now changed the story.
This story should be huge.
The stunned. The witness who has a documented history of sociopathy and has received several convictions and receiving a promise of immunity from prosecution.
He was recruited by U.S. authorities to build a case against Assange after misleading them to believe he was previously a close associate of his.
But then the key witness, Hans, admits that he lied. He made stuff up in order to get immunity from the FBI.
Worse than that, actually, he just had evidence that he made it all up.
Julian Assange is doing the job that an actual journalist should do. I mean, this is a guy who's a hero for exposing what was actually going on in our wars.
All right, you guys, there is number 10 of the top 10. The Julian Assange witness comes clean. Anyone have anything to say about that?
I just want them.
Go ahead.
I just want them to free Julian Assange.
Yes.
Like, to me, it's
Absolutely.
I'm just so tired of it. I just want him to be free. Just let him go, and so he can go back with his family. It's just been too long, and I don't understand the point of it anymore now.
We're all Julian Assange, as far as I'm concerned. And if he's not free, none of us are free. And if he's in jail for 175 years under the Espionage Act, that's freedom of speech, freedom of the press is a thing of the past. He needs to be freed at all costs.
Yeah, wasn't he given immunity because of his alleged association with Julian Assange? But then they found out that he was basically BSing. Wasn't he given some type of immunity by the feds? I can't remember. I'm trying to remember.
Is this the one who was the pedophile who was given immunity? There's been so many witnesses now.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so, from what I remember.
Correct.
Well, this honestly gives us more insight about our government, doesn't it? Because they're willing to know this type of information about this person, and yet they wanted to give him immunity against Julian Assange, even though we know that Assange really is just a journalist doing a journalist's job. So really, that should tell people more about their government and the lengths that they're willing to go to in order to silence somebody who uncovered the dark underbelly of what our government's doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the basic thing, he was a pedophile and he had some loose association with Julian. So he was brought up on all these charges, but then decided, I'll give up Julian Assange if you give me immunity. And they knew he was going to lie on the stand, but they allowed him to do that because they wanted to use that to build their case against Julian. Then it came out that the feds knew that he was going to lie, and then I think they withdrew the deal or something, but it just shows that they were willing to let a witness lie in order to get this, get this guy, stay in jail. So disgusting.
Yeah, I think JB said what I was going to say, which is you get to see the lengths at which our own government will go to protect their own interests, and remember, their interests are not our interests.
It's disgusting. Free Julian Assange.
Yeah.
All right. So I already saw one place I messed up. So I don't remember what number 9 is, and it was titled Julian Assange. So we're just gonna have to watch the video. It's a surprise. I don't know. We're gonna find out. Like I said, may the odds be forever in your favor. So here we go. Number 9.
But we do want to talk about the migrant caravan heading up to Martha's Vineyard, courtesy of Governors Greg Abbott and Ron DeSantis.
DeSantis took responsibility for the 2 charter flights last week, saying they were part of a state program to relocate migrants from Florida, although the group of Venezuelans was in San Antonio.
He deported immigrants at Florida's expense from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. That is somebody who simply wants to insert himself into Greg Abbott's stunt.
So Governor Baker has stepped in and has moved them from Martha's Vineyard to Cape Cod.
They have proven that the sanctuary cities is just name only. And of course, these Republican governors know that in these states, there are areas which are not sanctuary cities in which the people then get deported back.
And here we're seeing Democrats, we're going to welcome them with open arms, and they're not following through.
That's the liberal way of saying, I don't want you here.
I'm sorry for the way that these people are treating you, Democrats and Republicans. Democrats for moving you to different, to like the base and not really doing anything to help you out, even though they're saying all over the news that they are. And I want to also apologize for Republicans for using you all as a pawn for a political statement, because that is exactly what it is.
I hope that all these migrants are able to get on their feet, able to actually set up good lives for themselves. I hope that. I wish for the best for them.
All right, there you have it. That is DeSantis. I'm not gonna remember the other guy's name. Moving migrants from Texas to Martha's Vineyard. And go.
I'll just say, as someone who lives in Massachusetts, Martha's Vineyard is vacant most of the year. So it's usually those homes are usually only, occupied during the summer. Anytime before or after that, those homes are open. So they definitely could have let those migrants stay there. They chose not to, though, because again, like they say they want to help people, but they don't want it in their backyard. Martha's Vineyard is usually where a lot of wealthy people live there. I mean, it's not like low income or poor people that live in Martha's Vineyard. So Cape Cod is kind of seen as a working class, middle class version of Martha's Vineyard. So that's why they sent them from Martha's Vineyard to Cape Cod, but they definitely had room for them there.
As somebody who's a Florida resident under the jurisdiction of the DeSantis regime, it's kind of baffling at the fact that they flew over hundreds, if not thousands, of homes that are completely empty that could have housed these immigrants who largely are refugees. Instead, they decided to send them and deport them up north just so to prove a political point. Isn't DeSantis supposed to be a Christian? Isn't he supposed to be one that says, oh, we have to be good to the people? Wasn't in the Bible that he espouses to believe in that they talked about bringing and welcoming immigrants into their midst as if they are part of their people? And yet he doesn't do that. And then the Democrats who tried to say they espouse the same thing, they also are guilty of doing a lot of the same things that the Republicans are doing. They just do it with a smile on their face. Yeah. It's as if they really don't believe in what they espouse that they believe in.
Greg Abbott just did the same thing, sending immigrants up to, I believe it was Kamala Harris's residence in the DC area, I think. And the way, listen, Democrats got their problems, but what these two Republican governors have done in this instance is despicable. It's disgusting. It's dangerous to the lives of those immigrants. And the thing that both parties seem to be forgetting here is that asylum is a right, and most of these people are seeking asylum from political and economic oppressions that our own government has created all around the world. We absolutely need to get our immigration courts back up and running and make sure that everybody who comes to this country gets their due process. I mean, literally, that is what we should be doing and what both parties are failing at.
So just to interject here, two things. So we had DeSantis do it and we had Abbott do it. Yet we've had nobody, not even any kind of virtual signaling, talking about any kind of consequences for these actions, because there's no, probably because there's no specific laws in place about busing people or sending people on planes to random places while they're in the middle of our legal process to seek asylum. I don't think there's any law that addresses that at this moment, and that might be something that needs to be discussed, because this has never been an issue before until Santos and Abbott made this something that they do on a regular basis.
The way I look at it is I saw good old-fashioned human trafficking going on with DeSantis and Abbott's action, and and in particular with DeSantis, he's got presidential aspirations right now, and let's face it, he's the Augusto Pinochet of Florida. I mean, he really is, and the guy has fascist impulses. I mean, and this is the sort of thing he does for a broader culture war narrative. And we're talking about just recently finding out how much he enjoys torture in Guantanamo Bay. Tells you everything you need to know about this prick in Florida. And somebody who's more dangerous than Donald Trump. He's Donald Trump without the comedy show.
And he used taxpayer money to send them too, by the way, for people who are not aware.
Well, just to also prove a point, you know, a lot of times this doesn't really get talked about, but the Democrats and Republicans are really one and the same. I read this basically on an article from the World Socialist website, and it actually brings out the point about what happened with Greg Abbott did, and says in reality the Democrats are not merely complicit, they're an active participant in this assault on migrant workers. The day before the migrants arrived in Washington, D.C., dozens of migrants were dumped at a bus station in San Diego, California by the Border Patrol, part of the Federal Department of Homeland Security, directed by Biden's appointee, Alejandro Mayorkas. So they are basically doing the same thing. It's just the Democrats that are doing it don't get as much coverage in doing it, but they're doing the exact same thing that the Republican governors are doing as well.
Maybe if we're lucky, they'll address this in 15 years. Maybe.
Maybe.
Possibly.
All right. That was a great conversation, you guys. Have to really shout out when I was editing that little compilation right there, Sabby, you made some really, really, really good points on that episode. I'd really go tell everyone to go check out that episode about it. Because what you brought up there and you didn't bring up now is like still kind of like the class apartheid that is going on in all of these communities as well. So that was a really, really good episode. I enjoyed watching it. All right, here we go.
This is a little crazy. It's going to sound a little nutty, but it's real.
San Francisco police consider letting robots use deadly force.
Approved a controversial draft policy that would allow police robots armed with explosive to use lethal force against suspects as a last resort option.
I'm not sure this technology is good because it could lead us in a bad direction. It could lead us in a dystopian sci-fi movie direction where, you know, you have like fucking RoboCop out there shooting people.
When I first heard about this story, immediately I thought of this episode from Black Mirror. Now, originally, these dogs were designed to keep out criminals.
Excuse me, I'm concerned that these robots could kill people in greater numbers. I disagree with the premise of that question. You make a good point. Apologies.
All right. So that is the San Francisco police approving of robot police bots, I guess. I don't know what to call them. Your guys' opinions on that?
Well, the first thing that I saw that I thought of when I saw that article was that very same RoboCop, the original 1987 RoboCop clip that you showed right there. That was the first thing that came to mind. You know what? This is just another way to militarize the police, it's absolutely crazy. Anybody who thinks that this should be implemented, this is a good thing to implement as some sort of drone option. Out of your minds. Out of your minds. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, and I want to point out to people, it's happening in a blue city. San Francisco is pretty liberal for the most part. So where was Nancy Pelosi's response on this? You know, it's just like San Francisco has one of the largest homeless populations in the United States. So it's just like, obviously there's going to be certain groups that are going to be targeted, and homeless people are one of those groups because they're just not protected and they get harassed by the police often. So it's just, to me, it's very dangerous. And it's not just San Francisco. I mean, I used to work at MIT. They're already working on these robots. We already have robot dogs at the border. So they're just increasing that type of technology, which is very scary.
So this morning I interviewed 2024 presidential independent candidate Michael Dean, and he had looked into this a little bit, and he said that every single one of them, I think he says he thinks, or he's not sure, but every single one of these is lethal. There's no gas, robots. There's no, stun option. All of them are weaponized and have guns and are meant to shoot to kill. So they haven't even thought of, well, what if we had something that's meant to stun? That's not even a consideration. They're going for the kill. So there's not even going to be, any kind of decent option here.
One of the things I wonder is, and you see stories like this, and then people scoff at defund the police. Because this is billions of dollars that is used in order to attack people who are mostly in poverty. Because what is the main source of why people commit crime? It is poverty. Therefore, this is to attack and potentially kill poor people. That's basically what it is, right? So when people talk about, oh man, this is dystopian, this is really for the poor people. And so when people look at something like this, first of all, is this fiscally responsible? It's actually more fiscally responsible to house the homeless. It's more fiscally responsible to nationalize our healthcare system. It's more fiscally responsible to provide education for everyone. All these things are more fiscally responsible. It's actually more fiscally responsible to create a more egalitarian society so we won't need this. And yet, when we talk about taking and rerouting that money from police and law enforcement in order to uplift the people so that we won't have poverty anymore, then you get people go, oh, well, that's socialism. You're damn right it's socialism, but guess what? You're also not killing a bunch of people in order to do it. In order to fund the prison industrial complex, which also helps fund the military industrial complex, which is being used in order to fund the police more, in order to, guess what? Kill poor people because of the inflated crime rate, because what is poverty that increases crime. It's crazy.
Well,
if I can add just one more thing, just to add on to what Jay said, there is that as soon as these robots do shoot some rich motherfucker, you'll see them getting taken off the street right away.
Well, then I don't know. Never mind. I'm not gonna say.
we have AI, artificial intelligence, and it's supposed to theoretically make our lives easier, where we can work less and be paid more, that sort of thing. It's supposed to be for our comfort. It's doing just the opposite. It's making making us work harder, broadly speaking, being paid less, and we're being more what's the term? We're being monitored, and we're just a massive police state. And I don't see any socialism around us anywhere. We're not anywhere close to socialism. I mean, in fact, I see the country moving further right policy-wise. So, when people say we're moving towards socialism, what the hell y'all talking about? We're moving towards socialism. I see no such a thing. This is the 11th term of Ronald Reagan's presidency, as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, did you guys ever get to see the movie I, Robot?
Mm-hmm.
This is basically iRobot. Next thing you know, you're going to have one of these robot dogs go, my logic is undeniable. It's going to be crazy.
Don't scare me before 2023 now. Come on. Going into us happy, I thought. All right, here we go.
AOC had a town hall. Didn't go too well.
Yeah, you've been voting to start this war in Ukraine. You're voting to start a thermonuclear war with Russia and China.
These are the protesters who disrupted the AOC town hall and have since gone viral.
Jose Vega, he interrupted AOC during this town hall.
It's like every time I think our 15 minutes are up, AOC just does something to bring it back to life.
And he wanted to press her about her funding, her support for the funding to Ukraine.
None of this matters if we're all dead. None of it.
So this idea that you can't criticize progressive politicians, it's a dangerous idea. I'm heavily against it. Every politician should be criticized if they are in the wrong and they are not doing their job.
May your careers be long lasting. May there not be a nuclear war. Continue to be rude. Continue to be unapologetic. You don't owe anyone a goddamn answer.
Don't worry, AOC is there to help us.
Yeah.
I think this is a good example. I mean, I don't agree with Jose and his friend on everything. They're part of the LaRouche movement. So there are parts where we disagree, but there are certain areas I think where we can bridge divides with people. anti-war movement. We need to be talking to people who are libertarians and people who are part of the LaRouche movement, because they are anti-war. They're against sending all this money to Ukraine. They do not want a nuclear war. And I think what people may not realize is that if we're just going to try to build something with people on the left, then we're not going to get anywhere, because the left in this country is very small.
Yeah. Just to
No, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, just earlier today we did a panel with libertarians and progressives about working together on the anti-war movement and where that's kind of got, so just funny that you brought that up there.
Well, think about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I mean, she turned out to be one of the biggest charlatans of all times in recent years, and I fell for her charm and her song and dance and her sound bites, just like most of us did, and everything. And by the time of Forced to Vote, between Forced to Vote and selling out the rail workers, I mean, I was like, no, I washed my hands. I washed my hands from the squad, and it breaks my heart to do that. But I mean, what have they brought us? And when Joe Biden got elected, when he got sworn in, there was a time period where many of us on the left criticizing the squad or Bernie, even just a little bit, got a lot of hell from some of the establishment independent media types, your TYTs, your Sam Cedar types and everything like that. It was like all hell to pay on people that dare criticize the squad or Bernie a little bit, and they're not above criticism. I mean, they're not above criticism. And I'm one of the last people that actually started harshly criticizing Bernie. I'm late in the game doing that, but now, even Bernie, that I have been like a big time follower of since the 1990s, he's let me down, and we just got to move on past Bernie and the squad, and just keep the movement going without them. And they can join if they want to, but
Yeah, I'm with Willie on that. I mean, I'm critical of the squad, and I've been, sort of gradually. I mean, if you follow my campaign, I'm hugely critical of the Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal. But I kind of sectioned out the squad and said, you know what, maybe I still got a little bit of hope in these people. I started to lose it with AOC, and I'm been disappointed with things that Ilhan Omar. So I am in a place where I am definitely willing to be heavily critical of the squad in addition to the Progressive Caucus as a whole. I think the criticisms that these people brought up and the way they did it, I think that that's absolutely fair game. If you want to get attention, I mean, we are in such critical straits with so many issues, and now particularly the war in Ukraine, which very quickly, still on the table, very quickly could develop into a nuclear conflict that would affect the entire globe. Not to mention the Ukrainians that we claim we want to save. So I think it is time to be very aggressive. Again, these guys were LaRouche peoples. I completely am separated. I have no interest in that movement at all. I think they got some whack ideas, not where I am. But on this issue, as we discussed on the panel earlier today, if we can, I don't want to say join, but I'm not going to be critical of what they are doing in this instance. Because it's important. And I think the way that AOC came back at them was really betrayed where she came from as supposedly an activist and camping out in the halls of Congress and outside of Nancy Pelosi's office and wanting to say saying things like we got to be a disturbance to people who are in power, and that she came back and with her response to them saying that they were out of place doing that, that they were being disagreeable. You know what? It is time for being disagreeable. And she is the one who came to her office saying that, and now she backtracks it because it's coming at her. I thought that was pretty gross.
Jason, you actually touched on something that I was talking about earlier. And in fact, Michael Parenti actually spoke about this in his book. And he said that and dirty truths. But one of the things I think that we have to step away from is this push for civility politics. Civility politics is the tool of the oppressor. They will say, oh, you can't say that. That's too mean. You can't shout. That's just disruptive. And so they say that in order to stifle dissent in something that is wrong. And so this is the same thing that people like many people in the squad, not just in the squad, but people like Camilla Jayapal, Mark Pocan, Barbara Lee, all of them, they will hand wring about us dissenting, and then they'll sit there and then they will vote for things like the Iron Dome, or they will vote for increasing the Capitol Police budget, or they will start sending more money to Ukraine, which inevitably goes to a lot of these different battalions, Azov and the like, that funds Nazis in Ukraine. And then they will look at us and go, well, why are you yelling at us? Or why are you saying these things? That's violence, when really the violence is being perpetuated by the same policies that they are either not voting for and just saying present, or they're voting for and actually committing violence, not only against people abroad, but also against us as well. And so then we can't say a thing about it, because if we do, then they're our best hope for the future, when really they're displaying that they are not. Because either they're going to be the rotating villain, or they're going to be the rotating hero that keeps things going perpetually, that keeps us in a state of status quo. And every single time we try to say things against them, then it's like, oh, you're being bad. You shouldn't be doing this against the Democratic Party. When in reality, they're the ones that are keeping us stagnant. And in fact, they are basically the white moderates that keep us in that process. Just because you can be a white moderate without being physically white. But the thing is, that's exactly what they're doing. They're holding us back from progress.
Yeah, the other thing too that I was gonna say is that if you look at the activists from like the 60s and the 70s, or like 50s, 60s, and 70s, I think so. If you were to look at them, they were actually more militant than activists are today. So imagine what they would have said to civil rights activists today.
Let's welcome Keaton Weiss from probably not pronouncing your name right, from Due Dissidents, everybody.
Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. Nice to meet you guys. Nice to see you guys. You were close. It's Keaton Weiss, but that's okay.
Keaton Weiss.
Every assistant principal I've ever had has called me Keaton Weiss, so that's okay.
Sorry about that.
No.
Okay.
If I can quickly jump on to what JB said there about the civility politics and just my experience as a two-time candidate for Congress within the Democratic Party, challenging a Democratic incumbent. The biggest criticism that was leveled at me had nothing to do with policy, because people said, yeah, we support Medicare for all. We need to combat homelessness and do housing first policies. They said, but you're so critical of the Democratic Party. We don't like that. It makes us feel bad. And I kept coming back with them, but you don't understand that it's the Democratic Party that is a part of the problem. So unless you are willing to change how the Democratic Party operates, stop taking corporate money, start electing people who actually are going to fight for the things that you say you're going to fight for, then yeah, I'm going to be critical of the Democratic Party. And that's what they were hands off on. They were just like, we can't, it makes us feel bad. It makes us feel bad because I'm a good Democrat. And if you're telling me the Democratic Party is bad, then you're telling me I'm bad also. And I don't like that. And we've got to get beyond that and start focusing on policy.
So last thing, on this, and then I'm going to ask Keaton Weiss if, that's right this time?
No, you were right the second time. So, yeah, that's okay. Weiss, yeah.
Keaton Weiss.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Keaton Weiss if he wants to jump in, but the last thing I'll say is I think everybody in this room or in this call is fair, and balanced when it comes to reporting or talking about things. So when we criticize the squad or Bernie, it's not because we don't like them personally. It's not because of any of that. It's because we expect certain things from them. And when they don't deliver things they promised, we have a right to say something. If they delivered the things that they promised to deliver, we would give them credit on the things that they promised to deliver. And we do. On the couple of times where they've done a good thing, we'll talk about that. On the maybe I can count on one hand how many times that was, but I think we're all very fair when it comes to that. If they do the right thing, they get praise. If they do the wrong thing, they're not going to get praise. They're going to get yelled at because that's how you handle that. You don't give them credit for doing the wrong thing at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I jumped on is because I saw our little snippet there where we interviewed Kynan and Jose, who called her out at that town hall. And, I know everybody has to put the caveat in there that, we're not LaRouchers. Okay, fine. Those guys were great. Those guys, and one thing those guys were not, from what I learned talking to them, and they actually had Russ and I on their show after that. So overall, I've talked to those guys for probably about 2.5 hours. They didn't seem like cultists to me. The people who seem like they're in the cults are loyal Democratic voters. That's the cult, right? The Democratic Party is the cult. I didn't find those guys to be cultish at all. They were 10 times the independent thinkers that just about any Democrat I've spoke to in the last 10 years are. And so, I think that's something that I think is worth pointing out, because I know, they get spirit. They're LaRouche. What's that? It's this weird, scary thing. No, I'm sorry. The Democratic Party is this weird, scary thing. It's just bigger. It's every bit as cultish as whatever movement, those guys are in. You have a Ukrainian flag get unfurled in the halls of Congress, and everybody stands up like seals. Oh, yeah. That's not a cult. Are you kidding? Right? They're just bigger. And, to the extent that people are disappointed in the squad and AOC and all them, I mean, sure. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was thrilled when she won. And, I'm pretty much on the same page as all you guys regarding where she's at now and where all of the squad is now. But to a certain extent, the joke is on us, right? I mean, when they run for office, like, running for office is not, just categorically speaking, a revolutionary act. It is a very inside the system thing to do. And so, in a certain sense, we're the assholes for expecting them to really rock the boat, right? I mean, Malcolm X didn't run for Congress, right? You know what I mean? Fred Hampton didn't run for Congress, right? Real deal people don't tend to, go inside the system in that way. And so, I think
have a very, very hard time.
I'm sorry.
I said, and when they do, they have a very, very, very hard time and usually don't get anywhere.
Well,
sure.
We have one really good example. I think, Sabby, you interviewed Cynthia McKinney, and she was someone who did not accept the rules of the system and got thrown out for it.
Yes. Cynthia had a lot to say, especially when it came to Democrat Party leadership. And she said that Maxine Waters explained to her that when Democrat leadership tells us to do something, we're going to do it. That's just how it works. So they pushed Cynthia McKinney out. They pushed Dennis Kucinich out. Anybody who goes against the grain, they're not going to let stay there.
You know who else they just pushed out, if I can just throw it out there, is Marie Newman. The Illinois state legislature, which is fully controlled by the Democratic Party, redistricted her out of her district. She was actually one of the best, sort of quietly, one of the best actual progressives in Congress with the legislation that she was pushing. And I had a meeting with her and a number of other candidates for Congress. And she said exactly what you just said there, Sabby. Said, when you get there, they take you in a room and they say, you are not going to make waves. Whatever ideas you think you have coming in here, throw them out the window, because you're basically going to do what we tell you to do. And she fought back against that, just sort of, like I said, quietly and legislatively. She fought back against that as one of the best progressives in Congress. And what did they do? They redistricted her, and she lost her race. And so she was a one-term progressive in Congress, and that is what Democratic leadership wanted.
And the last one, I'll mention for the old timers is Mike Gravel. He made the Pentagon Papers public. He ran against Obama and all of them. They silenced him. He was a one-term senator. This is what happens to the people who don't follow the rules of the Democratic Party when they get in there.
Well, Lawrence O'Donnell years ago on MSNBC said that the Democratic Party knows about the left, and they know they don't have to listen to the left, unlike the Republican Party. I'm paraphrasing him. The Republican Party know that they have to listen to their crazies. They got to listen to their Marjorie Taylor Greens, and they have to go and humor these people. But but what they think are the crazies in the Democratic Party on the so-called far left, they're not crazies, but that's how the Democrats view them. That's my take on it. Lawrence O'Donnell said that the Democratic Party doesn't have to take these people seriously, and they don't, and we can see it every time. And I've always argued that we need a labor party in this country at the end of the day. There's no other way out of this. I don't care what you call it, but it's some kind of a labor party we need in this country. Call it the Green Party, call it the People's Party, call it the Progressive Party. Semantic aside, we need something outside the Democratic Party.
Let's look at the next one here. Bear with us.
Sam Bankman-Fried. He decided to start this crypto called FTX.
He created a coin. People bought into it and invested in it. He made a buttload of money. They all wanted to get their money back. And the money was gone. There was nothing there. He already had spent all of it.
FTX's founder and CEO Sam Bankman-Fried was until recently the darling of the crypto community. His company, once valued at more than $32 billion, is now seeking bankruptcy protection.
So 4 FTX customers filed a class action lawsuit against the company and Alameda Research in an attempt to recoup losses following the crypto exchange Chapter 11's bankruptcy following last month.
Hey, hi. I'm SBF, founder and CEO of FTX. My accidental theft of our customers' life savings to create
Listen!
a giant over-leveraged Ponzi slush fund for myself is a tragedy that should have never happened.
He's sorry he got caught.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
It was about making money. It was about getting rich in the stock market with this cryptocurrency. It's like they're making a point out of this man, but while the rest of everybody else that corrupt as shit in the stock trading and the stock market schemes and scams get away with it all the time.
Who wants to start? We got to move a little bit faster since, we're only at number 7 now, but who wants to start?
I was just going to say, and he was released on bail. So he had enough money to get out. He had enough money to pay bail. I mean, it's just people like him. I'm pretty sure that he's lawyered up. I'm pretty sure he's going to try to find a way to get out of it. But I don't know. They may try to make an example out of him.
He'll be in a comfortable prison at the worst case scenario for him.
Yeah. The club. He'll be in a new club, a country club. Anybody else? No? All right.
Should I step down as head of Twitter, I will abide by the results of the poll.
I don't think Elon is really liking the results of this poll.
Almost 58% fam said yes, and 42.5% no.
Elon is all over the place. He wakes up one morning and says, oh, by the way, I'm going to do this now. Oh, change my mind. Psych.
I think Elon is doing a little bit more than a Jeff Bezos right now.
I'm hoping that Elon did this poll as a honeypot to catch all the deep state bots.
But we live in a country where money is speech and corporations are people. The only way we're going to do this is by breaking the system apart, and that's going to be a long uphill fight.
So I don't know if he is the best option for CEO of Twitter right now.
I think you're right on that point. He's not a good option for anything. But he's come up with the first thing he said is we're going to do the $8 a month. What is it? $8 a month Twitter Blue, and I'm going to merge it with the verification checks and all this nonsense. First of all, Twitter never had a really good system for those checks. They were just randomly handing them out. They had applications open for a little while, and then they closed the applications. A verification check should be the same thing it is on like the crypto platform. You put in your ID, it verifies who you are, and that's who you are. You shouldn't pay $8 a month to be verified so Elon can use that to fill his pockets.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, but I think part of the discussion was a lot of people were just trying to figure out who should own Twitter besides Elon if he were to step down. And the conversation that me and JB were having is that why are we only looking at this as ownership through the individual instead of looking at this as why isn't Twitter a public utility? Why isn't it a worker co-op? Because none of those platforms exist without our data. And I want people to really think about that. Without our data, Twitter does not exist. YouTube doesn't exist. Google does not exist. So it was interesting to see all these people on Twitter arguing over who should lead Twitter. And I'm like, we should lead it. Like all of us.
Yeah, it's a common saying. If a service is free, that means that the customer is the product, right? And that's true on social media companies, right? But Sabby, I think you've been great on this whole topic, and we've tried to cover this topic on our show as well, because I think the question you asked there at the end of that little segment that you just did, well, we don't know if he should be the CEO. And I didn't know either, because yes, obviously, I think these tech companies should be either broken up or regulated the way you just said. Absent that, though, would I rather go back to the Jack Dorsey era? No, not at all. I think the fact that these files were leaked to Matt Taibbi and Weiss and all them, not just because she's my sister. No, just kidding. But, I think that's a good thing. I think looking under the hood at how this system operated, because you guys just were talking about AI earlier, right? And how AI has been this tool to sort of suppress labor, to suppress speech, to suppress dissent. The just arbitrary enforcement of arbitrary rules on this platform when the consumer product is speech, right? I mean, the product of these social media companies is speech. It's the dissemination of ideas and, the like. So who would we want to run that? I like to think of Elon Musk as sort of the Donald Trump to Jack Dorsey's Obama, right? Like the Elon Musk Twitter is run by this eccentric Tasmanian devil type madman who, I don't like the results of this poll, I won't abide by it, or, I'm going to rage quit a Spaces event, so I'm just going to disable the whole feature for everybody, right? Like just impulsive, insane, crazy, unfair, not living up to what he actually said he was going to do, which is make it a free speech area, right? We know he has not lived up to that. But if you look at what came before that was the Jack Dorsey era, which is what's being uncovered in these files, which is just very competently managed dog shit, which is what the Obama years were, right? Just a bunch of very smart people who went to very nice schools, right? The Yoel Roths and all them, right? Getting together, messaging on Slack about how they're going to shut people up they don't like and how they're going to rationalize it to the media and to everybody else if they get called out for it. And those were the Obama years, right? The Obama years were a well-managed bureaucratic shit show. And the Trump years were an insanely managed shit show. And that's really the difference between Musk and what came before Musk. And so, yes, obviously, I think all know that the real thing that needs to happen is we have to just take a completely different sort of stance on what these social media companies are and how they ought to be managed, which is collectively, right? Pardon me. But absent that, would I rather have Elon Musk there or Jack Dorsey? No, I'm sorry. I'd rather it be Musk than, the assholes who were running it, a few years ago.
So I just want to interject. I do agree with what you're
Excuse me.
saying, but something I do want to talk about. A lot of the people who were there in the Jack Dorsey era, of course, the administrators who were making the policies are not necessarily good people. But when Elon Musk took over, a lot of the programmers and the people at regular jobs lost their jobs. Those people had nothing to do with the Twitter policies. People who were just working there. That's just an unfortunate thing I want to acknowledge that happened, through that transition. It was thousands of people who had nothing.
Shane, that's a standard thing that happens under capitalism. This is like,
oh, absolutely.
I think what happened with Musk here and I have been greatly entertained over the last few months.
Mhm.
I think but I think it's shown that, being a billionaire is not a merit thing.
Right.
He had, that I think that's the thing that really got exposed here. You got this guy who is the richest guy in the world, or was, after he, until he did this stupid ass thing. And, he fell flat on his face. I tend to agree with what Keaton says, sort of watch the shit unfold. We know these social media companies really should be collectively owned. I mean, they are a vital part of the national discourse at this point, and to have them managed in a way that is corrupted is not a good thing for democracy. But yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have somebody running the show, I think it's very entertaining to have somebody who has talked about his merits so much, and you see quite nakedly that he has none at all. I think that's fantastic, and I think that's something that people should really think about.
A worker, Jay, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Yeah, one of the things I think this was a perfect example of a company that is too big to be private. And by that being said, when you think about the healthcare industry, too big to be private. The fossil fuel industry, too big to be private. So many of these industries, like for instance, this is too big to be private. So therefore, it needs to either be publicly owned or worker owned, one of the two. Because when you look at how it's being ran, in fact, people will be like, well, do you don't want this corporation to be ran by the government? It already de facto is.
Yes.
Had people looked at the Twitter files, it already was. Now it's just going to be, it should be held more accountable by the people instead of by a private person. So with that being said, no, it's too big to be private.
Well, here's the thing: censorship has run more amok under Elon Musk's regime, and to the right wingers, they think that freedom of speech is return Donald Trump's account, cancel culture to left. I have no problem with bringing back Donald Trump's profile on Twitter. I want to see Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis sling mud at each other on Twitter. It's going to be the best entertainment around in the next year or two. But that's what they think. They think it means silence the left and allow the right wingers to run their mouths. It means free speech for everybody.
I agree with Willie and all of you. If Twitter were a worker cooperative or a publicly owned thing, all those people probably, who didn't deserve to lose their jobs wouldn't have lost their jobs. You would also have a more fair system for regulating the platform. That could be decided. Like, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of Alex Jones. I think what he did was despicable, but they automatically took him off the platform. There should have been a process. Yes, you suspend the account. I'm using him as a random example. Yes, you suspend the account. Yes, you do everything, but maybe you have some kind of hearings or some kind of procedure for how that becomes final. He's a random example. I think his account should be banned, but you don't do that automatically. You have some kind of procedure for that. You suspend the account, and then maybe the public decides, the owner, if it's publicly owned, the public can vote on whether what happened is a bannable offense, whether it's a suspension offense, or whether it's something else. But that's something that Twitter, is never going to have as long as it's owned by Jack Dorsey or Elon Musk or the next billionaire, because Elon's probably going to sell it at this point. Okay.
They weren't protesting medicine. You know, the truckers were vaccinated at a higher rate than the rest of the general population in Canada. They weren't protesting medicine. They were protesting authoritarianism and digital IDs.
They were protesting what? Being forced to get vaccinated to cross the border?
When they're giving money to a bunch of peaceful protesters in Canada, hold the line. We have to stop this. What's going on?
Now Canada is the world stage, and everybody throughout the world is watching this. And if supporters around the world want to donate, some here can't see a problem with that.
Well, my husband's not vaccinated. I'm boosted, and it doesn't matter to us. I don't believe we have the right to ask people.
Exactly.
Yet people are getting divided on it, and that is where it's wrong.
Thoughts?
I'll make this one real quick. I stand in solidarity with the truckers as workers. And the point that I try to get across to people is that even if you didn't agree with what they were protesting over, if you disagreed with that, you should still respect the fact that they are workers and they were being exploited. So I stood in solidarity with the truckers the same way I do with the railroad workers. And I just think back to the fact that with the truckers and the rail workers, we could have really had a general strike in this country because that affects supply chain. But, you know, they had to come in and find a way to shut that down. And that is part of the reason why I believe the truckers were demonized, because they were protesting over the mandates. They had to use that as an excuse. So they were smeared. They were called racist, all these other things. I mean, we have racists in our government. Let's be real. So I stood in solidarity with them, and I stand by that. And I just think of how big this could have been if it would have even spread to the United States as well.
Yeah, and given what we know now, and don't worry, Sabby, I'm not going to get your channel in trouble. Given what we know now about the medicine, right? The demonization of them looks all the more absurd, because it's been repeated over and over and over again now. And like I said, everybody knows where I'm going. I won't go there, Sabby, because I don't want to crash the party and get your channel canceled. But we all know what I'm saying, right? We all know what I'm saying. It was not this like incredibly selfish and irresponsible act to forego getting a shot. It just wasn't, because of what we know, because of transmission. Like I said, I'm not going to use all the buzzwords that are going to get YouTube on our ass here, but I just, it just seems absurd knowing what we know now. And going back to the other thing, if this were a Twitter live stream, I wouldn't have to speak in codes the way I have to do now because we're on YouTube. So yes, I understand what we're saying about how, yes, certain left voices are still censored off of that platform. If we were on that platform now, I could actually say what I mean without getting Sabby's, fucked up here. You know what I mean? Instead, I have to sound like a moron thinking of code words to say, oh, well, should I say this word, or no, should I say medicine instead of the word that I wouldn't let? You know what I mean? It's just absurd. It's just nonsense. And so, yes, absolutely full solidarity with them. No question about it. Full solidarity at the time. In retrospect, it's not even close. It's a joke what they did to those people. It's a joke how they portrayed those people.
I will just say it real quick. As a socialist and a civil libertarian and a supporter of labor, I stand with the truckers, and that's the way people should look at it. And that's all I have to say about that.
Stand with the truckers. Okay.
Same.
Elon is not the savior of free speech, but for right now, he is blowing the lid off on big tech, which I think is something that we all have been wanting to say. Please prove us that we were correct, and we are.
This not so much introduces a sort of new revelation, but rather it confirms something that we already knew was happening, which is that they're tampering with people's shit behind the scenes. And not only are they not telling them about it, they're denying it.
So for people saying that the Twitter files are just like opinion and BS, they have documentation. Those are just people trying to simp for Joe Biden's punk ass. Had it not been for Elon Musk taking over as CEO of Twitter, would we have the Twitter files? Probably not.
Can we just luxuriate over the fact that Sabby said Joe Biden's punk ass? We just gotta luxuriate over that. I love it.
Well, I
I
already
think
said
we
my
have
piece
one.
on that one, as you could see.
I think they're telling us we have 1 minute till countdown, Shane.
Okay, let's try to get through these. Okay.
So the Supreme Court has voted
Happy
to
New
overturn
Year.
abortion rights. I really cannot believe that in 2022 we are going backwards.
Happy New Year.
Any of the Democratic lawmakers really care about any of the women or spouses that have to suffer from this abuse? The answer is no.
Because I really believed that community that we were building, that the Democratic Party was building, was going to do great things. And that was in my 20s. And then I came to realize that once they get into positions of power, they forget about us and they forget about our needs. And the things that are most sacred to us are still left on the chopping block.
Well, the first thing I do as president is sign the Freedom of Choice Act. That's the first thing. Now, the Freedom of Choice Act is not my highest legislative priority.
Can you please make a $3 contribution to elect Mandela Barnes to the Senate? We need him to be the deciding vote to end the filibuster and codify Roe into law.
We suffered a 1-2 punch at the hands of first the Democratic Party and second served up by the Republicans.
All but one of the squad crossed the picket line, voting with Dem Republican majority to break a rail workers' strike.
Democrats, then Republicans, smite rail labor. These workers come out and explicitly call out both parties.
Should Congress intervene with union contracts? 8% said yes, and 84% said no.
7 sick days was just too much. But these union leaders too, though, they were idiots as well as these railway CEOs.
And honestly, we should have universal sick leave for every workplace in this country anyway.
Seems like if this is the kind of route that they're going, then they need to nationalize this.
Let's get comments on those last two stories real quick because we know we have the next panel coming in.
I'm just going to say one thing to close. I know it's New Year's on the East Coast now. Happy New Year. Kshama Sawant is the most important elected official in this country, hands down, and we need more people like her. Happy New Year.
100%. Happy New Year to you guys as well. I just want to say that I think that Jimmy hit the nail on the head there. If we had, sick pay for everyone in this country, this wouldn't have even been an issue.
Yep. What happened with the rail workers was a shame, and the squad proves that what frauds they are. They are the fraud squad for what they did to the rail workers.
Yeah. Just remember, Roe v. Wade is Obama's top priority. He's still working on it.
Yep. And if we had universal health care, if we had a nationalized healthcare system, number one, we wouldn't have to worry about Roe v. Wade because that would be a medical right for people who have uteruses. And then also we wouldn't have to worry about sick days because people can actually get their health care. It's just a travesty, the fact that this is still an argument in one of the richest countries in the history of the world.
Absolutely.
Okay. Let's get started with the next panel, guys.
Medicare for all.
Happy New Year from Georgia, by the way.
Yes, Happy New Year. I still have one more hour. I'm in Central.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
We made it.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Sounds like a
That's all right.
double war
Happy
zone
New
down
Beer.
here in the South.
Happy New Year, Sabby. Happy New Year, JB.
Happy New Year.
I think somebody's firing off an AR-15 somewhere. I don't know.
I live in the hood. I'll just mute myself.
I'm going to sign off to make room for this panel. Thank you guys for having me. Cheers. Happy New Year, everybody.
Okay, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Okay, we still waiting for somebody to arrive?
Madeline said that she would try.
Okay.
So Madeline is in Colombia at the moment, and she's trying to make it back to her apartment. Does not know if she will make it back in time for this panel. The internet where she is not good, so you probably won't see her for this panel.
Okay, thank you, Shane. So the question for this panel is to vote or not to vote. That is the question. We might start out with some introductions. JB Fauntleroy is from the Revolutionary Blackout Network. Sabrina Salvati is also from the Revolutionary Blackout Network, and also has her own channel, I believe. And there, okay, is Gregory, who is a Georgian activist. Okay, and Gregory Mallard is about to start to stream with a new show this coming week. And Dee Piers is the co-host of Around the World with Brandy and Dee. And the other co-host is Brandy Weaver. And let's see, on the bottom we have Keith, whose last name I don't know, but who is the host of MMP for Dummies, I believe. Is that right, Keith?
Yeah, it's Keith Witherspoon. It's on Clubhouse. Actually, Final Kaboom is actually on there. He only came on once, but you know he became a member. So I was like, yes.
Well, good. Okay, that's great. Okay, I have another window open here, but I can't see who that is. And then I see Teresa Sanders, okay, on the right. And hi, Teresa. Thank you very much for coming. Okay, so who would like to begin to answer the question to vote or not to vote?
I'll start here. I think we should change the framing, because when we say to vote or not to vote, is that on the national level? Is that on the local level? Because I, for one, I think you can get more done electorally on the local level from what I've seen from my experience. So when it comes to the local level, I would tell you definitely you should vote. When it comes to the national level, if there isn't a third party or independent candidate, I would tell you that you're wasting your time. So I think we should change the framing.
Well, I think you just did.
I agree with Sabby, actually. Those are my sentiments completely.
I agree with Sabby wholeheartedly there, because as the saying goes, all politics is local. And voting on the local and state level, whether you know it or not, has a greater impact on your life than you imagine. And we've got to vote out these corrupt politicians on our local and state level. But to not vote at all, in my opinion, just allows the corruption to continue being there.
Well, I'll go next. I definitely agree as well about voting on the state, local level, as well as ballot initiatives. I think the problem that we face is so many people are so fed up that they just don't do it at all. I mean, in my state, we only had a 45% turnout. And so that's the thing, is getting people to, it's not to understand, because I understand why they don't vote, but giving them something to vote for. a reason to turn out.
Yeah, I fully agree, with Brandy on giving them something to vote for. I do realize, and I think there is good reason that there's some people who may be so disenchanted with the system that they choose not to vote. And I really don't necessarily blame them. And I say this, if you're not going to vote, then okay. But in place of that, are you doing something as far as activism, organizing, something on the ground that's local in order to change your community other than voting? I think that's another viable option outside of that if you choose not to do any type of voting. But when it comes to voting, I do also agree with Sabby. When it comes to voting, the local level, the state level, ballot initiatives, these things are a direct route into affecting your lives in a more direct and tangible way. And also, if you do want to vote nationally, then it would be, if it were something like a someone who was independent or a third party, I say give it still a shot. You miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. I just don't believe doing it through the duopoly. That's the only thing, because I see it as a fool's errand to do it through the duopoly.
I really believed in Bernie, and I worked hard nationally. I devoted my time, and then I worked some for the state, but I was more into the national because I understood the capacity and capabilities of our money at the federal level and its ability, to create good jobs and a better quality of lifestyle if people would understand true macroeconomics instead of the microeconomic spin and BS that they give us. But I can see now that to try to elect at that level, it is just so corrupt and bought that you've got to work at the lower levels. I mean, and in the meantime, I think we need to organize. I really believe we need to work toward direct action, and that takes 3.5% of a population for successful direct action. And in the United States, that's about 12 million people.
Did you have any comments, Keith?
Yeah, I was playing house. What was it? Double Dutch, trying to find a way to jump in. But yeah, I agree. Like, it definitely starts locally. I think people are kind of figuring that out. I think one of the biggest positives, I think, is that because there's a lot of people from California and New York, they can't live in those places no more, so they're actually going to and to go around trying to find cheap places to live, and in doing so, they're basically turning those places more blue. And I think that is a potential positive for people who are progressives and people who want to see more positive change, because when they turn these other areas more blue, it actually gives us opportunity, because there's more people in I guess redder states who are now open to, like, hey, like, maybe we should have more public transit, maybe we should have I don't know, better infrastructure or something like that. Before, it would have been impossible to get people to accept it, but now you got people from different places like, yeah, man, I'm used to this stuff and it's not here, and they're going to use their power, money, and influence to make it happen. So it's a little, you gotta find nuggets of positivity where you can. So
Okay, thank you, Keith. And Dee?
Hello. Yes, I'm with everybody with saying local. Local politics is so important, and it's so important to meet the people too. Like between elections, when you attend different meetings, just getting to know who everybody is like local county commissioner meetings, if you have them, or whatever you call them in your local neighborhoods. Because there's people that you run into that there could be a whole host of things that you don't agree on. And then you find there are things that you do. So at least you all can campaign around the stuff you agree on. And it's just really nice to get to know who all these different people are and really kind of make that local family.
So I'd like to answer my own question. Actually, it wasn't my question, but the following way. Okay, I agree that I would like to vote at the state and local levels, but also at the national level. So I'd like to vote at all levels. And the reason why is related to my purpose, okay, in voting. My purpose is to get the toxic money out of politics. And the way I want to do that is to organize a movement to get everybody to follow a simple rule. Specifically, if someone is taking big money, and we can define that in terms of sources of money, okay, and the identity of the big money. But if anybody is taking big money, then that's it. They have to be dumped because they're going to represent the big money and not going to represent their voters. If we want people to represent us, we have to elect people who are not taking any big money. No exceptions. In other words, just chop off their heads, figuratively speaking, if they are taking the big money, of course. Okay, I think this should apply at the state level, at the local level, at the dog catcher level. It should apply to everybody. It should be a requirement in terms of a requirement of the voters that the people who run do not take any big money from the special interests. Now, voters as a block, as a body, have the capability to enforce this if we all come together and we act in that way. We could change the House of Representatives. I'm just estimating broadly and generally now. We could get rid of what? 420 out of the 435 representatives we have now. If we did this all over the country, it would totally change the House. It would end up changing the rules of the House. Okay, it would end up probably getting rid of gerrymandering due to the passage of national laws controlling that. Of course, the House alone is not sufficient to pass laws. We have to use, dump the corruption on the Senate, okay, as well. I want to emphasize here, too, I'm not just talking about dumping the incumbents. I'm talking about voting against anybody who's taking big money. So voting against challengers who are taking the big money, too. In terms of loose estimates, that means we'd be getting rid of almost every Republican and almost all but a few Democrats in a single election. So if you're against a duopoly, this is a way of getting rid of the duopoly if we can create this particular movement. Now, I don't know if we can, and I don't know if we can do this in 2 years, but I have the feeling that if we can't do it in 2 years, the other things we want to do, we plan to do, and we hope to do will not work to save us from the climate emergency. We only have a few years to act and act successfully. We have frittered away all the time that we have. And we've got to put an end to this. We also have to put an end to people dying when there is Medicare for all that could easily be passed. We have to put an end to all sorts of things. We have to put an end to student debt. We have to put an end to child poverty. We need the child tax credits. There are so many problems our society has. that we could solve if our representatives were representing us. Now, we know our representatives don't represent us, and we all know it's because of the money they're taking. So how long are we going to tolerate this?
I'm sorry, Joe, but we've been doing this since 2018.
Yeah, I
We have been voting for, and there's an echo somewhere. We have been voting for and canvassing for and supporting politicians that have not taken big money. That's what Justice Democrats was about. We have been doing this for years. The problem is, even the ones who didn't take big money went into a party that is corporate and that is owned by Wall Street, and they still sold out the working class and the poor people in order to keep their seat. So we've been doing this. Like, that's the thing. This is not a new, like, I get what you're saying. Like, maybe they should do that on the Republican side too. The Republican Party, they're not even looking at that. The voters on the Republican side, they're not concerned with that. I've had this conversation with them. On the Democrat side, and these progressive candidates that have come through, that was the whole purpose for Justice Democrats, and it failed. Everyone talks a good game until they get into office because, again, they are not in control. Both of those parties are controlled by Wall Street and corporations. So until you get corporate money out of electoral politics, nothing is going to change.
I think what we have discussed is that we have to push the third party because, like, even you've talked about on your show, Sabby, even the ones that ran on not taking the corporate money, then they're turning around and funneling money into super PACs to corporate Democrats. And so where we're at is the only way to vote against the corruption is to vote third party.
Some of them gave money to Republicans.
Yeah, some have even given money to Republicans. So either neither.
The point that I want to make though is, like, this is not new. This is not a new concept. This idea of Democrat politicians donating money to Republicans, that's not new. That's been going on for years. So the thing is this: at the end of the day, these are two corporate parties that work together to prevent any type of rise on the left. They agree on that. This is why someone like a Bernie Sanders will not get through, because the DNC will not allow him to win. That's why they changed the rules during the Democratic primary debates. And I'm sorry if I'm coming across abrasive, but we really have to wake up to this realization. Until you change the actual structure that's in place, that's not going to change.
I do not find you abrasive, at all. It's a legitimate reply to what I said. But I would like to give everybody a chance to reply, because this is a panel, and I think we all should have our say. So, JB?
As far as the duopoly is concerned, I feel what good is having a progressive politician who doesn't take corporate money if they're following the orders of the ones that do take corporate money. It's just like, for instance, if you have someone who's robbing a bank and you're the driver and you are driving a getaway car, you may have not done the robbing of the bank, but you were a co-conspirator in the actual crime. You were complicit in the crime itself. And so I see the same thing as many of the progressives who say they don't take any type of corporate money, and yet they're still the ones who are voting for the Iron Dome. They are the ones who are voting to increase the Capitol Police budget. They are the ones that are continuously voting for this proxy war in Ukraine. So they're actually still continuing to do the bidding of the corporations. They just have the plausible deniability of saying, well, we don't take corporate money, even though they're still doing the bidding of corporations indirectly.
Yeah.
By the way, I agree with that, and I agree with most of what Sabby said also. Gregory?
I don't know if he stepped away.
He said in the chat he had stepped away real quick, so he'll be back.
Okay, Dee, do you have anything to say on that subject?
Yeah, I understand what Sabby's saying. It's been, you know, a long time trying to get money out of politics, but I'm still gonna try to, like I said, I'm working with you on this issue. I'm still gonna try to do it, even though I know it's just a lot of people are worn out. I know they're worn out from trying to, get the money out of politics and seeing all the corruption, and it just seems somebody else buys them. But I just think we can keep trying. I mean, it's up to
Okay, Keith,
everybody
do you
how
have
they
any
feel.
comment?
What's that?
I was asking Keith if he had any
Yeah.
comment because I thought you were done.
Oh, that's fine.
If you're not done, please.
No, I'm done.
Okay,
All
Keith.
right. Yeah. So for me, I don't like. Well, I'm optimistic about politics, but only for like a long term thing. Like I don't think we're going to get the progress we want to see in 5 or 10 years. I think it's probably like 20, 30 years out. But the one thing I kind of see Bernie as like the Goldwater for like progressives. That makes any sense because as we know, Goldwater pretty much was like the candidate that popularized conservative thought, and it progressed from there. And I think Bernie Sanders popularized progressive thought, and I think it's blossoming. But we're doing what we can to get certain politicians in. The machine is the machine. Like the only way to change the machine is to uh, take away certain parts and put in new parts, and that's a whole other process of itself, and it's not going to happen within uh, one election cycles or even two election cycles. It's going to take a lot of consistent, persistent political action, both grassroots and local, just to start, and then move on to the more national and federal. So I don't know. I think if you temper your expectations, you can see some changes. But if you expecting too much, I'm not saying you want to hear it is, but I'm saying if you expecting the moon, you're going to be sadly disappointed, and that's what will kill your political activism quicker. 'Cause if you're expecting the moon, you don't get it. Well, of course, yeah, you expected it. You expected the moon in 5 years. Of course, it didn't happen.
Madeline's here. She's in the background if somebody can let
Yeah,
me.
I know she's in the background, but I'm not in a position to let her in.
Okay.
It's got to be Shane. So the question is, where's Shane? Okay, Teresa, did you have a further comment on this?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Gregory, did you?
Back to the third party aspect of our discussion tonight. And this is something that I've been talking about with Joe and Brandy for a while now. We vote for like a Green Party candidates, and this also goes to the issue of ballot access for the Green Party. If your state does not have ballot access for the Green Party, these candidates can run as an independent candidate and get elected that way. So that way we can still get these progressives, the true progressives, elected, whether it be congressional or state level races where they're really needed, along with the local level. So going that route with the third parties, along with independents, we could literally elect a lot of people who are not bought and paid for by special interest groups, PACs, corporate funding of elections, and so forth. We just need to get the movement going to get people who are elected, who are not bound by the duopoly parties because the two-party system has been failing us. And it's time for the public to stop pretending as if the two-party system represents them when they do not. Vote third party, or if you're in a state like I am, like here in Georgia, where the Green Party absolutely has no ballot access, run as an independent candidate, but form a new caucus with the Greens on the state and federal level that way as well. So that's also a route that we can go.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Is Madeline still here, or did she get discouraged for a minute?
No, I think it may just be her internet that she popped out.
Oh, yes, I forgot that her internet is weak because she's in Colombia
Yeah.
at this point.
Is it okay if I say something real quick?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I was going to ask you to say something, not necessarily so quick even.
Well, I was just going to say, you know, I've reached the point. I started as a third party voter, worked with the Democratic Party for 2 years and had enough of it. I've pretty much reached the point. I will not vote for a Democrat. I will not vote for a Republican. I vote third party. I try to support mutual aid groups. And, you know, we talk a lot with Around the World of Brandy and Dee. We talk a lot about foreign policy. And even our foreign policy is not going to change until we dump the duopoly.
So, Madeline, I'd like your comments.
Okay.
What I started off with is, okay, I basically put out a presentation on Dump the Corruption, a presentation you've had before, so I don't think I have to repeat that. Sabby replied to that, okay, and she said, we've been doing Dump the Corruption since 2018. That's what the Justice Democrats were doing. That's what the people who were running as people who did not take big money were doing. And so we've done that already, and it's been a failure. It has not succeeded. So what I want to ask you is, do you believe that what I've been suggesting has been done before?
First, thank you for asking me to participate. Second, let me apologize. There's a party going on behind me with lots of music, so there might be a little bit of extra background noise. But I wanted to participate. I'll mute when I finish. But no, I don't think what you're suggesting has been done before. It's one thing to be a Justice Democrat and put the word Democrat at the end of your name. It's another to dump the corruption from outside of both political parties. And then to also, at the same time, that we expose the corruption with the Democrats and the Republicans and the Republicans and the Democrats. We build an independent movement around the issues that those Democrats and Republicans taking the big money are blocking us on. Like a real Green New Deal, we'll never get it within the Democratic Party. So we need an independent movement for that, for a real Green New Deal. And we need an independent movement to end the wars. We used to have one, but then it got channeled into the Democratic Party. We need an independent movement for Medicare for all, not one that gets channeled into the Democratic Party. It needs to be grassroots, it needs to grow, and there need to be candidates from independent parties putting out there, taking leadership in all of that, and building the base for an independent, corruption-free movement. Now, will that work? Maybe yes, maybe no. But it really hasn't, in my opinion, as a six-time Green Party candidate for public office. It really hasn't been done before. And now I'll mute because I'm sure the music from the party is a major distraction.
So let me reply to Sabby myself. I don't think this has been done before at all. I don't see candidates running across the country talking about dumping the corruption, talking about why they should be elected as opposed to the opponents who are taking the big money, because they're not taking the big money. They will represent their voters. The Democratic Party candidates who are running, the Republican Party candidates who are running, cannot possibly represent the voters because they're taking the big money. In other words, I don't see dump the corruption as the lead issue they're running on. They're running on Medicare for all. They're running on the Green New Deal. They're running on student loan forgiveness. They're running on dozens of things, but they're not running on democracy. They're not running on forcing the people who get into the Congress to give up the big money, because if they don't, they're going to lose. The primary issue should be those folks take big money, both the Democrats and the Republicans. You cannot vote for them. And guess what? If a large number of people believe you and join this movement, then who are they going to have to vote for during the campaigns? The third parties. You all want third parties to be successful. Everybody wants third parties to be successful. I want third parties to be successful. How can we possibly get them to be successful? Only by sweeping the Democrats and Republicans out of office. How can we sweep them out of office? By making the case that they don't represent the voters. They don't represent the people. They represent the big donors, and that's all they do. And that's why we can't pass Medicare for all. That's why we can't pass the Green New Deal. That's why we can't codify the Roe v. Wade. That's why we can't do anything that's good for the people, because they're not representing us. I know you agree they don't represent us. They don't represent us in the Senate. They don't represent us in the House. They don't represent us in the presidency.
Now, how do we get a
So
foot
are you talking about taking Republicans, Democrats, independents, running under this one message of dump the corruption, putting them under like one umbrella, so to speak? Is that what you're talking about? Like all of them coming together for one movement?
No, just
I'm talking about all the voters coming together in one movement, trying to persuade all the voters that they don't really have representatives, that voting has been an illusion for them. It is not real, because they're electing people who have the donor money and who represent the donors as a result, and not them. And I'm all about appealing to them and saying to them, you need people who are going to represent you. And the only way you're going to do that is to get rid of the donor money. And the only way you're going to get rid of the donor money, there is only one way. Make it toxic to the candidates who take it or who are supported by it. You have to make the donor money toxic. And you can only do it by making it a litmus test. And that litmus test has to be that if you're taking it, you automatically lose.
But you do, right? But I guess the question I'm asking is, you're wanting Republican candidates and Democrat candidates to run under that message, to say, hey, I'm not going to take the corporate money. I'm taking grassroots.
I don't care what the Republican and Democratic candidates do. I'm saying that the Republican and Democratic candidates who are running now are running on the big money. Almost universally, 95% of them are running on the big money. I don't expect them to change because we develop a campaign in 2023 or 2024. I expect them to lose. I expect them to lose because they won't give up the big money. And that's open the way to third-party candidates.
But I guess what
I think I'm picking up what he's putting down here. I think what he's saying is, for any candidate, don't matter what it is, if you're on the ballot, The litmus test is, have you taken any money? And if you've taken money, don't matter what political party you are, you're gonna lose.
And no matter what justification, and no matter what rationalization, and no matter what you put forward of what you've done in the past, if you're taking the big money now, you're out. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
so I hear that, but the problem is that I feel like we did that with Bernie Sanders. He told us that same message in 2016 and in 2020. Don't You can't do the corruption. I'm a grassroots candidate. You need to support me. Don't vote for the corporate and we totally got that message. But what happens when those candidates lose and they tell you, okay, you got to vote for my corporate opponent that I lost to?
Yeah,
Bernie Sanders was one man in 2016 saying that, and one man in 2020 doing that. What I am saying is that all of the third party candidates, and maybe some Democrats or Republicans too, who have some smarts and understand what is going on, that all of them would be running on the idea that if you take the big money, you're out. If you take the big money, the voters should not be voting for you. I'm saying the whole environment changes then. I'm trying to change the cultural environment of politics. And I'm saying if we do that, we will sweep out most of the House in 2024 and 1/3 of the Senate, and will scare the daylights out of the other 2/3 of the Senate. That's what I'm saying.
Here's the only thing, though. It wasn't just Bernie. But there was other candidates as well that were running as well that were also not taking corporate money. And then what did they do in 2020? They all got behind Joe Biden anyway. They got behind somebody who was corporate.
They all got behind Joe Biden anyway. Why? Because the leadership of the party, the power structure of the party remained intact. Because a few of them won, but that didn't change the power structure. You have made the point, JB, a very valid point. These people come into the Democratic Party, the power structure wraps around them, and they start to cave. They can't outface that power structure. But let's take the House as an example. What happens if in 2024 we sweep 420 of them out of power? Then what happens? We got 420 new people coming in. They know they won because they weren't taking any big money. Who are they going to turn to for support then? They're not going to turn to the donors. They're going to turn to us. And then democracy can really work. That's what I'm saying. At least voting democracy can really work. I'm not suggesting that's all there is to democracy. I am for all the social movements. I'm for all the activism that is going on. I think what I'm suggesting rides on the top of the activism. What I'm suggesting is not electoralism. It's disrupting electoralism, turning it on its head. It's a revolution in voting. That's what I'm suggesting. Bernie Sanders never suggested that. And it's never been implemented. It's never been tried.
Well, no, I mean, when I saw Bernie at Boston Common for the rally here, he did say political revolution, and that's what people thought they were getting themselves into. But I just want to be very clear, and I don't want to take up too much of time. I know it's the panel. I just want to be very clear that we have to be realistic here in reference to how the DNC is going to push back against something like this. They can handpick the candidates. They've argued this in court. So even if we do all of that, and the DNC comes in and says, you know what, we're just going to change the rules. Like they changed the rules to get Michael Bloomberg on the debate stage. How do you fight that? That's the question that I'm asking. How do you fight
this
that?
is the way we fight it. Okay, this is the way we fight it. The litmus test remains. Okay, the Democrats can do what they want to do. They can change the rules. They can do all sorts of things. But at the same time, if everybody defeats their candidates for the very reason that the DNC is supporting those candidates, they're out. They're out. The power structure is out. The environment is changed. In other words, you are presenting objections based on the way the system works now. And I'm telling you, the sweeping out of all the people at once will change the system.
But that won't happen without a revolution.
Yeah.
An actual revolution, something that is more than just political. And I get exactly what you're saying. I'm talking, and the thing is that unfortunately, just going that route, uh, unless you're talking about going completely outside of both parties, if that's what you're talking about,
That's
even still, that is a very deeply uphill battle, because you're talking about really going up against not just a political apparatus, but also really the physical apparatuses that they would push in order to do that. Because to be honest with you, that's the only route that I can possibly see anything happening, is an actual revolution happening.
I agree, JB. One of the things that we look back at is CalCare. With the Democratic supermajority, we know the federal runs money into the states. So the only way to beat that is going to be through a third party or a physical revolution.
Well, I don't know, but if you believe that, then the question is, what's your time frame?
Well, that's just it. You've just given us 2 years. I think if that fails, we could be organizing for direct action right now.
Well, you can go ahead and organize for direct action. I'm not trying to distract you. Okay, go ahead and organize for direct action. I'm all for it. I'll support you for the direct action. Okay, what I'm saying though is, if we don't solve this problem within the next 2 years, if we don't start to address the climate problem and get Medicare for all in the next 2 years or so, we're done. They've got us. And they're walking the death march. That's what's going on. We all know this. We can't do something in 10 years. We don't have 10 years. We don't even have 6 years.
I'm just going to tell
fight
you
now. And this is about fighting now.
I just want to be realistic with people and be honest. When I interviewed Ro Khanna this year recently, he explained and made it very clear to me about Medicare for all. Even though him and there are others in the House that do support it, he told me we are never going to get Medicare for all unless you have a president who wants it and a Congress that wants it. So if the House doesn't want it and the Senate doesn't want it, and the president does, all three have to want it, because even if Bernie Sanders would have won and said, let me do this by executive order, the House could veto it. So this was a reality check for me too. And that's the point. I really want to drive that home, because I don't want people to have these expectations that are not realistic. And realistically, on the national level, all three have to be on board. And right now, according to the votes, they don't have it. Our best shot at exposing who those politicians were was if the squad would have forced the vote, and they failed. We couldn't even get them to do that during a pandemic.
I was in that movement too, to force the vote, but not just to get some votes on the floor. I was for them getting rid of Nancy Pelosi then on July 3rd, 2021. That was my end of the movement. Unfortunately, I was drowned out by Jimmy Dore. If there had been a movement to get rid of Nancy Pelosi then, and we had gotten rid of Nancy Pelosi then, our situation might be different from what it is now. But that's water under the bridge. The important point here, okay, again, is that you have to think about this from the standpoint of, if we are successful in building a movement over the next 2 years, then the Congress won't be opposed to this. Then the question will be, are there enough House members? Are there enough Senate members in favor of Medicare for all to override a presidential veto? That possibility is there too, according to the Constitution. If we replace 410 Congress people or 420 House people, the possibility of overriding a veto is going to be there. Okay, if we replace 33 senators, the possibility of overriding a veto is there. Replace 33 of them and scare the others, and they know 70% of the voters want Medicare for all. Are they then going to dare to vote against it when they don't have any money to manipulate opinion?
And
I don't
replace
think
them
so.
with third-party candidates.
Huh?
I said replace them with third-party candidates.
Of course they'll be replaced with third-party candidates because all the major party candidates are taking money.
Exactly.
Even the squad is taking money from the committees, the party committees. That's big money too. That's not allowed under this. And by the way, I'm talking about doing this at the national level, the state level, and the local level all at once. So the California objection doesn't apply because all of the California members of the assembly who are taking the big money would be out.
But then that would be more than 430 people. That would be probably over 1,000 people because you're talking about the state legislators as well.
I was only talking about the Congress at that point. But
Yeah.
I did say this movement has to go at all levels, which means that, yeah, there would be many, many more people thrown out at once. And that would be a real political revolution. What Bernie was talking about, he wasn't talking about that. What he was talking about was a revolution in persuading people to go to Medicare for all, doing the Green New Deal, doing that kind of thing. He never envisioned the wholesale defeat of the whole House or the wholesale defeat of 33 of the senators in one election cycle. He never envisioned that. Not in a million years. Why? Because he was being realistic. Now, I believe I am being really realistic too. What's realistic about my position is that if we don't do it, we're dead. So we better do it. We have no alternative.
Well, I feel the same. We have no alternative. We've got to be loud. We have to do it now.
If we don't change the direction of this political system by the start of the Congress in 2025, we are finished. And the world is probably finished too. And we better start recognizing that aspect of the realism of our situation because we continue to deny that. Okay, I heard the panel here, a little earlier tonight with Kit. Okay, I think you were on that panel also, Sabby. Okay, and a few others. Okay, were on it as well. And you all were talking really good stuff about third parties and what could be done to get the third parties in. And you also spoke about how long it would take. And Kit said, we might not even be able to do this in my lifetime. We don't have Kit's lifetime. We don't have my lifetime. And I am 83.
But realistically, we're not going to replace those congressmen and women in 3 years. Realistically, we're not the amount that you're talking about.
Why not? If we build this movement and everybody is agreed that that's the way they're going to vote, it's mechanical. We will replace them.
No,
got to convince the public.
In 3 years, you won't. I'm just being realistic because I know how the money works and I followed the money very carefully. And one thing I have to tell you is this. I followed the money
very carefully too, and I know how the money works also. That's why I want to do this.
What I'm trying to tell you is if you pay attention to what happened with Justice Democrats in the beginning, the first couple of people that got through with the squad, that was not even supposed to happen. They probably thought, oh, okay, they have no chance. They're grassroots candidates. They're running up against incumbents. They have no chance to get in. Since those four got in, the Democratic Party has changed their strategy to prevent the other progressives from getting in. There were several progressives that ran for 2022. And the Democratic Party, they had establishment candidates put up PACs against them to stop them from getting in. This is why the progressives in the Congress did not increase to the level that it should have come this time around, that and because of the way that the squad has been voting. But this is part of the reason, because they were able to put PACs up against them. So then what ends up happening is those progressive candidates, like someone like a Maxwell Frost, they have to end up turning on their leftist principles and moving further to the right just so they don't get those PACs put up against them and so that they can win. And so the question that we have to ask is, do we really want someone who is willing to have to do that, move closer to the right so that they can avoid the big money from groups like AIPAC so that they can get in? Or do you really want someone who is truly going to stand by their principles? And if you really want someone that's truly going to stand by their principles, those people are going to have a difficult time getting in right now. The people that got in before, AOC, Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, those people were the exception. It has not been that way since them. And that's what I'm trying to explain. The Democratic Party, they adjusted to prevent more of progressives getting in unless you move further to the right. So if we're having that problem in the Democratic Party, how are you going to get the Republican Party, who, by the way, they're fine with the corporate money? They're fine with it. How are you going to get them to do the same thing and get all these people out in 3 years?
Well, first of all, it's only 2 years until the election.
Well,
okay.
That's even worse. That's even worse.
Okay. Apart from that, you're making my argument for me because, first of all, the Justice Democrats did not have their candidates run on Dump the Corruption. And they only had a few candidates run, on Dump the Corruption. And they were a top-down organization. They didn't have a movement running.
No, that's incorrect. I'm sorry. No, Joe, that is incorrect. I know specifically AOC definitely ran on that. And AO said she was primarying Joe Crowley because he was corporate and because he was corrupt. That is incorrect.
AOC is one person.
Ilhan Omar did the same thing. So did Rashida Tlaib, and so did Ayanna Pressley. Ayanna Pressley was in my district, so I know that for a fact.
I am talking about hundreds of challengers running on that. I'm not talking about 1, 2, 3, or 4 people.
Okay, and what I'm telling you is realistically, how are you going to get hundreds of challengers to do this within 2 years and to get all those people to win and beat those incumbents that are sitting in?
And this election process, how is this going to work? How are we going to select these candidates, or are we going to ask, or are they just going to stand up and say, I want to run? Because typically, I prefer the same model that Shama Sawant and Socialist Alternative do, where they actually call the people to action rather than people saying that they want to run. Because typically, people who say they want to run, it's easier to push them towards wanting to be careerists than the people who reluctantly just don't want to. So, how is that going to work as well when it comes to choosing the candidates who we want to run in that space?
Okay, I'm afraid I believe that we cannot choose the candidates. That the candidates come up through a bottom-up sort of process. There are going to be candidates from multiple parties, multiple third parties, and they're going to stand and they're going to say, I'm running because I want to dump the corruption, and then I'm also in favor of this bunch, of other things. And you need representatives. You must have people who will represent you. And I am going to represent you. I ask you the following question. What if AOC had won and the whole Congress was filled with people like that who were not representing the donors? What would the AOC be like today, not having had to face such a power structure?
Here's an issue, though, is we got to look at AOC's background. We got to look at every candidate's background. We're not going to do it through the we're not going to get anywhere through the Democratic Party or through the Republican Party.
We're not going to get anywhere.
I'm just being realistic because the other question we need to
going
ask.
through independent parties.
Yeah, we've got to go through third party and independents. Okay.
I don't think we're going through the Democratic Party.
All right, independents, and we've got to sell this. We've got to really.
Yeah, we got to sell this with independents. Okay, in my view, almost all the Democrats are going to lose and almost all the Republicans are going to lose because almost all of them are running on big money. And if there are a handful of Democrats who are not running on big money and they get through, so what?
But how are you going to hold? How are you going to hold them accountable? Because this is the problem we ran into with the progressives. They say all the right things, but then once they got in, there was no way to hold them accountable for not doing what they said they were going to do. And then they shut off independent media. So how do you hold those politicians accountable that run even through this movement? Once they get into DC, they're not touchable to us. So how do we hold them accountable if they decide they get there, they're offered book deals and they do get this? They get these things just being there 5 years. So what are they going to do, or what are we going to do if they renege on their promises and there's no way to hold them accountable?
Okay.
Like what JB was saying, and I very much so agree with him on, we need to go about it the way Kshama Sawant did it. And I think that would be the best case going forward, is to do it the Kshama Sawant method.
Mm-hmm.
And
okay, first of all, I don't know that I'm suggesting that we do it in a different way than Kshama Sawant. But what I am suggesting is that for all of the great work of Kshama Sawant and what she has accomplished, she is one person and there are no other Kshama Sawants. I'm not saying there might not be other Kshama Sawants, but what I am saying is that if there are other Kshama Sawants who are coming forward, they are going to join our movement because they are going to see the potential of that movement.
I have this question. What is the potential for going in and taking over, say, the Green Party, since they already have the apparatus nationwide? In fact, they're outside of our borders. They're actually international. What's to say that we don't take that up and then supercharge that? Because here's the thing that I realized, especially being in this independent media space. One of the problems that we run into, and a lot of times people will say, well, the Green Party's just not popular. I think one of the issues is we don't make them popular. And we have an independent media apparatus. Why not come together and just start propping up more of the Matthew Hoes and more of the Dr. Jill Steins and more of the Kshama Sawants, so that they are inescapable from being seen? Because a lot of times, unfortunately, what we now notice is that they just don't have the name recognition and the policies aren't out there. Like, for instance, people don't realize that reparations has been on the Green Party platform for God knows how long, and how many Black people actually know that reparations are on the Green Party platform. They'll point to Marianne Williamson and the Democratic Party, but they don't know jack squat about the Green Party platform.
Yes.
So I think we need to start building them up and building up other different third parties that are anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist in order to really push them out there. I think that it might be a viable option.
I agree
Yeah,
with
but
you,
that'll have to
JB.
start on a local level though, because in terms of the national, like, people are too afraid of the other side to risk basically voting third party independent. Like, that's why they typically don't do it, especially, like minority people, like, Black people, like we don't trust, like, basically we think the Republicans are going to put us back in chains. And we thought that way before what's the name said it, Joe Biden said it, right? Like, so like, for the federal level, that's pretty much going to be on lock for the foreseeable future. I don't think there's any wiggle room in there, because Republican policies are just so draconian, and so consequential. And yet Democrats' policies are also consequential, but not as consequential. Because, like, Republicans, like, literally want to take away people's rights, where Democrats are like we want to give corporations more rights. It's a little bit of a different risk pool. Well, on a local level, you can risk, you know, voting for a Green Party, what's called like Senate candidate, or a Green Party, I don't know, chief of police or whatever you vote for, dog catcher, doesn't matter. You know, that people are more willing to make that risk on a national level. Like people have a shorter, don't have that much faith in that.
Yeah, and I think we've definitely got to work harder on the independent media of bringing these third party candidates on. I was a big supporter of Delilah because I'm in Arkansas. So I'm right there by Texas. And I pushed Delilah in the Arkansas political circles. And trust me, I got griped out by many Democrats for it, but I don't care. We need more of the third party candidates, and we need to start at the local level and work the way up. But I think that that's the only way that we're going to see any change in this country, not only for us citizens here, but also for our fellow man around the world. You know, we're not going to see any change for the Palestinians or for the Kurdish people until we make change here in our government. I also like the fact that BRICS is growing, which will create a more unipolar world, which weakens the power that America has on the European countries. They're seeing the effects of following America right now and struggling this winter. And that's my only thing is we cannot work within the Democratic Party and we cannot work within the Republican Party. And the squad proved to us that fails. Will fail every time working within the Democratic Party.
So let me say, JB, that sure, supercharge the Green Party. I'm all for supercharging the Green Party. I consider myself a Green Party person myself. Okay. So yeah, we ought to supercharge it and do all we can to see that the Green Party is successful. But we're going to be facing the big money coming into two parties. If we get the big money out first, and then we supercharge the Green Party, great. But if we supercharge the Green Party first and we don't get the big money out of politics, it's not going to work in any length of time that will be practicable for us.
We can't get
we work.
The Democrats and Republicans will not let go of the corporate money.
Good.
So re-electing them will not work. We have to do it through the Green Party or other independents.
That's all good. They won't let go of the corporate money. So if we get this idea spread to everybody in the country, the Democrats and Republicans will be swept out because they're taking the corporate money.
We just got to convince voters.
That's the point. This movement is aimed at the voters. It's not really aimed at the candidates. It's aimed at the voters. It's to say, look, you want a democracy? You have to have people who represent you. You can't have people who represent you if they're taking the big donor money. We have to somehow get that into people's heads. Once we do, and once they accept that, we can get the toxic money out. And by the way, that's the only way to get the big money out. Because, of course, they're not going to vote to get it out. Democrats and Republicans are not going to vote to get it out.
I'm a little bit.
What I was going to also add was with the Green Party, they've got to reach out also to key demographics. Like the key demographics would be the Black and brown voters, along with the younger millennial and Gen Z voters, who see their futures being squashed by the two-party system.
Yes.
And like with the talk of reparations, which I support wholeheartedly, and it is a key component of the Green Party platform, and go to college campuses and reach out to millennial voters, Gen Z voters. It's all going to be more successful if you have the voter outreach teams on the ground, as with the Green Party, going all over the place, whether you're a local candidate, whether you're a statewide candidate, federal candidate. It all comes down to voter outreach. And as somebody who has worked in voter outreach and analysis myself over the last 2 to 4 years, I could tell you that reaching out to key demographics in key communities that you can reach out to and win over their hearts. And something that I've always thought about is you're going to have to open your heart and listen to the concerns that each and every one of the demographics are faced with, whether it's the talks of reparations, whether it's student loan debt forgiveness for younger generations and also other generations. It has to come from the heart. You want elected representatives who will sit there quietly, open their heart, open their mind, and be there and go to, like, let's say here in Georgia, go to Atlanta, use your voice to fight for your constituents. Go to DC, do the same thing as you would do here in the state of Georgia, like in Atlanta, Georgia. You have to open your heart and listen to the key demographics and reach out to them that way. And then you win over the voters.
Yeah, and I think we got to do this while also preparing for a possible general strike. Because if it doesn't work, it's going to be the next step.
Yes, I think so too.
So just to be clear, because I want to make sure people fully understand, just to be clear, you're not asking for those candidates to necessarily, you're not asking for those candidates to run through the Democratic Party or the Republican Party.
No. Hell no.
Okay. That's what I wanted to be clear about, because I think I've heard this idea before, and what was pushed was putting them through the Democratic Party still.
No.
But
that's not an option here.
I get what you're saying. It's just, I think we need to be realistic in reference to the timeline. And then also going back to the money, I think we need to be realistic with that too. I'm talking about powerful companies here. I'm talking about banks. I'm talking about JP Morgan. I'm talking about BlackRock. Like, these people are not easily defeated.
I know.
Yeah. I think one of the things that is important is we need to count on facing this amount of money and corruption when it does happen. And so I'm glad you gave that clarification, Joe. So basically what it sounds like you're saying is that pushing more independents out there, and despite of the Democratic and Republican parties, do I get that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that makes sense. Okay. So it looks like more of a multi-pronged approach. So it's like, okay, go this route with independents, but also go this route with third parties, right? And go this route. Just make sure it's completely outside of duopoly. Count on big money coming up against you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know that. They'll be coming up against us.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to clarify in my mind exactly what you mean. And then on top of that, once you get that apparatus going, also use the outside movements of people who are not into voting to push also organizationally to work in tandem with the people who want to work outside of duopoly in order to also help push for a general strike. So you're looking at it from a multi-pronged approach. That's what is that more of a vein of what
multi-pronged approach, but even conceptualizing it in this way. The litmus test is basically negative. It's saying you vote against people, okay? Pushing out of the independents and the third-party candidates is positive because it's saying, here are the people to vote for, because if you want representation, you can't vote for the Democrats, you can't vote for the Republicans. So here are people that will represent you because they have no one else to turn to. They can't turn to the big money because they know that the next election you'll get them. That's the accountability. In other words, you raise the question of accountability. They will know that just like you pushed out all those Democrats and all those Republicans, if they don't deliver, you're going to push them out too. Because the money won't be in your way anymore.
We have a change in world right now. Like I said, with the strike coming up, we have more countries joining BRICS. People are frustrated.
Oh yeah, they're frustrated all over the world. There's revolutionary movements all over the world. And the change to a multipolar system, well, that of course is essential, but it's happening. We see it happening. It's so clear, the outlines of it yet. Yeah, the United States is going to fight back, but there are too many people in favor of the multipolar world.
Yeah, so the U.S. is going to be taken down some notches.
Yeah. And by the way, I don't want to idealize the idea, okay, of a multipolar world. What a multipolar world actually delivers is balance of power politics. And we know from history that every 50 or 100 years or so, balance of power politics fails.
Joe?
Yeah.
We have another show coming, or they have another show coming on after us.
Yes, I know. I know it's time for us to get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay, so I do want to thank you, JB, and you, Sabby, for the very strong discussion, and you, Greg, of course, and Brandy, and Dee. It was a wonderful discussion.
Yes.
So thank you, and Happy New Year.
Thank y'all for having us on. Y'all have a happy new year, and may your 2023 be filled with amazing joy.
Thanks.
Yes.
Happy New Year.
New Year.
Bye.
Happy New Year, everyone. Checking out NT for Dummies on Clubhouse.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks.
Yeah, bye. I don't know how to get out of here. Here we go.
Am I muted?
Are we muted on your restream?
I forgot to turn the volume on.
That's good. Well, I can just say all that again. Can you hear us now? Hello. Yes, we are not mimes. We're not mimes. I promise you we're not mimes. You're muted on Sabby's. That's what they said. Okay.
We could
Hey,
be mimes,
shaking.
though.
Okay, so are we good? Everybody hear us on those channels? I think we're okay.
Yeah, we're good
Maybe
now.
just let us know. Welcome everybody. I'm Uncle Warren. This is the Secret Show, part of Extra Bulla, with Jimmy Sunderland here. For those of you who on our channel, you already heard this, but we just want to say thank you for watching the streams today, brought to you by Kerberos and Hardlands Media and Chicago Corner and Sabby Sabs. Great panels today, great information, great way to end the year and to start the new year off right. So how you doing, Jimmy?
I'm awesome. I'm on go mode still, like I was saying earlier. I am just stuck on go mode. I will probably crash really well tonight.
I know I had some coffee earlier this evening, and I am so glad I did because I've been up since 8 this morning, and I'm probably going to be up till 3 in the morning here on the East Coast. So yeah, that should be a good time.
Yeah.
We'll see. So our part of the stream today, the mega stream that's going on, is stupid stories, right? Or odd stories, weird stories, that sort of thing. So let's take a look at our first one here. Hopefully this will work. Hey, so I don't know if y'all remember this or not. There was an elephant with the Elephant's Revenge Act. This Tusker kills woman, returns after hours to trample her corpse, then attacks and destroys her house. Damn.
Put the whole new meaning to elephant never forgets.
Elephants never forget. So, folks, do yourself a favor. Do not piss off elephants. Please and thank you. I think we have some video too. So let's take a look at this real quick and see what's up. Oops. Hang on a second. Sorry, fam. All kinds of weird bugaboos. Here we go.
This strange but true story is currently going viral online, and I need to talk about it. The story of an elephant who killed a 70-year-old woman, and as if that isn't bad enough, the elephant returned on the woman's funeral day to trample on a corpse. Shocking, right? This strange incident happened on June 10th, 2022 in India. The 70-year-old woman, who is known as Maya Murmu, hails from a village called Raipal, where she went to fetch water in a nearby forest and was brutally attacked by an elephant. It was said there were other people present who were also fetching water, but the elephant targeted Maya and brutally attacked her. According to news reports, she was rushed to the hospital where she was pronounced dead soon after arriving. After bringing her body home, her family proceeded to make the necessary arrangements for her funeral. While the funeral was going on, the very same elephant returned to the village in an extremely foul mood and then proceeded to attack the funeral, thereby dispersing the people that were in attendance. It was said that the elephant targeted Maya's corpse, trampling it furiously before letting out a roar to signal the other elephants in its herd to wreck the rest.
I want to know what the hell this woman did, right?
Right.
I'm sorry. We'll continue.
Of the village. And the elephant didn't stop there, as if it was hell bent on destroying this woman and everything she owns. He somehow managed to find this woman's home. Somehow, I don't know how that happened. And he destroyed her home and killed the goats that were living there. According to the villagers, the entire village was destroyed. Many of them lost their homes, but thankfully, no one lost their life. The strangest thing, however, was how that one elephant had managed to keep an eye out for Maya's corpse throughout all the mayhem that was going on. And according to some of the villagers, they said they saw the same elephant still attacking Maya's body, even after they returned to survey the damage that had been done to Maya's funeral venue. Supposedly, this would not be the first time the villagers would witness an elephant attack, and this is due to the closeness of the village to the forests. There had been several reported elephant attacks before, but it was just random. But this particular attack is very strange because this one elephant was obsessed with one single individual, Maya. The attack seems very personal, almost vengeful. Now, while the exact reason for the elephant's vengeful behavior remains unknown, some have speculated that Maya
You know, that kind of reminds me. There was a movie out back in the 90s, I think. I think it was called The Ghost in the Darkness, and it was about these lions, right? And lions uh typically they hunt for food, right? They don't go out to kill things just to kill things, but these lions were like hunting humans. And apparently that movie is based on a true story. So, maybe that's kind of the situation here.
Maya may have done something in the past to offend the animal, and somehow the elephant had retained the memory in its head, waiting for the right time to exact its revenge on Maya. This may be the case considering that elephants have extremely long memories and are known to be vengeful towards humans and other animals that have harmed them in some way, especially poachers, those hunters that hunt elephants for their trunks. So it's safe to say that you really should play nice with elephants if you ever encounter them in the wild. Leave me your thoughts on this story in the comment section below.
Yeah, so no, not that. And that's wild, right? That's crazy. How an elephant, I mean, elephants have good memories, and elephants have emotions. They there's stories of people who have raised elephants, like they were in captivity or something, right? And they would be in captivity, and then they would be let loose out into the wild. And then years later, like these elephants would see their former trainers and handlers, and if the handlers were like good to them, the elephant would remember and would come up and would like uh just hug them with their trunk, and just show emotion uh to these humans that took care of them and raised them. So I have a lot of respect uh for elephants in that regard, because I think
It
they're
has been.
probably they're probably one of the smartest creatures on the planet, going along with dolphins and probably some primates too. What do you think?
Yeah, dolphins are definitely, I think, in my head, the most smartest creatures on the planet. Probably primates too. I heard pigs are very intelligent too.
Yes, I've heard that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
Hey Nadia, good to see
Obviously,
you. Happy New
elephants
Year
are
to you.
too.
Yeah, well, and elephants, at this point, dolphins can't mess up your house, or kill you unless you're in the water with them, I guess. But yeah, don't mess with elephants. That's some crazy stuff right there. We got another one here that this is kind of a feel good type story here. Let's pull this up. This is about mushrooms, right? We all know the medical benefits of mushrooms, but did you know that mushrooms may communicate with each other using electrical
Yeah.
impulses, right? Were you asking Ghost Start if their parents gave him mushrooms at 11? It's none of your business. Anyway, let's pull this up here. Check this out. And
Hold on. We're not going to be able to watch any videos.
We're not? What's going on?
No, it looks like they're trying to copyright strike us from the first video already.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? What's going on? We don't have to
I
have the
don't
videos.
know.
That's fine. We could just read this.
Nothing.
Did we get DMCA'd on one of them or something? Hope not. Okay. Well, we'll just read the articles. That's fine.
Yeah, let me get Shane up in here, and we'll let Shane take care of this stream.
Okay. You want him on camera, or you're just gonna get him to take care of the stream?
Yeah, in the stream yard, and let him take care of that, because I don't want us to get them in trouble. So, no, I don't want
Okay.
us to get them in trouble. So,
Okay. Well, we'll just read these. That's fine. Actually, that kind of saves a step for me too. So
Same.
one less thing I got to do. Anyway, mushrooms on a log may seem
Hey y'all, thanks for stopping for the show tonight. I think that's gonna be it for the night. West Coast is getting ready to start their new year for 2023. East Coast already had its New Year's. We might as well just call it a night. I think the end of the night was just a hodgepodge of trying to figure out what was going on. So thanks everybody for showing up. Thank you all in the comments. Thank you all for all of the streamers today, all the participants. You guys all rock, and I hope you all have a great 2023 and check you out. Bye.